In the world of radio shock jocks, the biggest are Opie and Anthony.
These people say shocking things that border on offensive in order to entertain their audience.
I refuse to sit here and think that radio has to be nice. Why? Why does radio, out of any other medium, have to be nice? We are being now held to a standard where we have to be nice and make people feel good. Go screw!
Radio bad boys, Opie and Anthony.
Controversial radio personalities, Opie and Anthony.
Infamous DJs, Opie and Anthony.
Talk show radio hosts, Opie and Anthony.
Opie and Anthony.
Opie and Anthony.
Radio shock jocks, Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony. Shock jocks, Opie and Anthony. Shock jocks, Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony. Shock jocks, Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony.
All right, we get it.
We were number one across the board with men in morning drive radio here in New York City.
Yeah. We're doing better. In men, we were number one, and in women, we crept up to number 375.
So I went to the acupuncturist, and this fine Chinese doctor popped about 20 needles in me. Would you take a needle? What do you need curing besides your alcoholism? What's up, Anthony? Is the date officially over?
No.
Do you need help?
Is you being held hostage?
No, you.
Yes, I'm a hostage of love.
Oh, God.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Wakey, wakey. Wakey, wakey.
Oh, yeah.
Back in New York City.
Another fine day to broadcast.
Welcome to the Opie and Anthony Show. And when that alarm went off this morning...
Oh, my God.
What happened? What happened?
What?
Completely clueless.
Totally.
Like a caveman looking at, I don't know, a Prius. Just...
Yes. I'll take it.
For the most part, you get used to waking up really early, but when you throw in a weird back and forth trip to Boston in less than 24 hours...
Yeah.
When that alarm goes off, you don't know where the hell you are. What?
It was, we were in and out of there so fast, and I don't know. Would have been nice to relax a little more.
See, I love Boston, and I feel like I wasn't even there.
No.
We took a train, we went to a venue, we hung out for 8 hours in a venue.
Yeah.
Then we were in a car for 45 minutes to a hotel, and a beautiful hotel that they gave us with just an amazing, hotel.
Didn't need to be.
No, it could have been a cot outside the radio station because I didn't even unpack my stuff.
No.
Not that I really do, but slept 4.5 hours, and the bill for the room is under the door already, and then do a radio show, and then right back to the train station and back to New York City.
Yeah.
So were we even in Boston is the question I asked this morning.
Might as well not have been.
Right. Next time we got to hang out. Maybe, shake some hands and kiss some babies and walk around a little bit and check out the sights and sounds of Boston.
Thank God those Amtrak seats are so comfortable.
Oof.
And so conducive to sleeping.
Oof. When are they going to figure out the train seat?
They have to do something.
When are they going to figure out the train seat?
I'd rather sit on a metal chair with a plunger taped to it.
There's no way to get comfortable on that thing to sleep.
Why can't they figure it out?
It reclines back an inch.
Yeah.
You hit the little button, and it goes back 1 inch.
Yeah.
And that's your recline.
You need, side walls around your head, and then you could just lean and sleep nice.
Yep.
I brought my own pillow because I knew I wanted to do some sleeping, so I'm thinking, instead of trying to put maybe a T-shirt or something up against the window, sometimes I'll use, newspapers, and then I have, the headline on my cheek when I wake up. Anything to cushion you from the vibrating window.
Well, you brought more than a little pillow there, Ope, I noticed.
What happened?
Well, I liked your seafoam green little eye patchy.
Yeah.
That was a big hit.
When did you see it? When you were walking to the bathroom?
Oh, my God. What the hell are you doing?
You should have...
Did you see that, Jimmy?
What?
his seafoam green eye little patchy thing like Betty Davis wears when she goes to sleep.
It matched his shirt.
It matched your shirt.
Oh, is that what Keith was saying? Because I was dazed and confused when he was saying something. Well, I have a bunch of like eye masks. Because, when you go to bed when the sun's still out, especially in the summertime, you know.
Yeah.
And my girl likes to come to bed early and watch TV, so you got to kind of block out everything.
Like you throw the girl in there real quick, though.
I don't really have... I have this as an excuse. I have a nice, solid black one that's really foamy and thick, and I lost that somewhere.
Thick and black, just the way I like them on my face.
I lost that one. So I swear, and do what you have to with this, but I grabbed hers. I'm like, I don't really care.
Oh, that was hers?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I'm like, I don't care. I need to have something over my eyes because I knew we were going to be on this train forever.
Should have just asked for Jimmy's junk. Would have been more masculine.
and then I had waxy like earplugs.
Oh, really?
Yeah, these things rule because you just crush down the wax. And you could shove it all the way in,
Ooh.
You could shove it as far in as Ted Kennedy's brain tumor, I think, these things.
Wow.
And I pulled them out, and I had all sorts of peanut butter on them, and I was showing, like, Kenny.
Oh, God.
That was a nice treat for Kenny.
Well, on a train, we're not on a tank. I got a pillow and eye stuff, and I had a headgear and a suit.
I am the lead in Tommy.
I am the worst, lightest sleeper ever, so I have to do everything to try to like block out, light and sound. And this goes back to when I was a kid. My mom, she's insane, would like be an inch from my face while I was sleeping to see if I was breathing in the middle of the night.
All right,
that'll affect you when you get older.
That just made me claustrophobic when you said that.
Yeah. Imagine waking up and somebody's right there.
My mom
scared the crap out of me.
My mom would wake up in the middle of the night. I'm one of 7. And go from room to room to room. We all have the same story, and we'd be woken up because you feel a presence over you, and it was my mother making sure we were breathing and that we were alive. So now when I hear a noise, I instantly wake up because I'm thinking, it's mother.
You should have woken up like that emaciated guy in 7
right.
When the cop's leaning over him.
Yeah.
Got what you deserve.
Exactly. But then I staggered to the bathroom.
The bathroom.
And I had the seafoam eye thing on my head.
Yes,
and
you did.
I didn't even care. Kenny's like, you look ridiculous. I'm like I care. We're on an Amtrak train back to New York. I took a picture of Kenny. We've all talked about Kenny and how he sleeps, Jimmy especially, how Kenny like goes all the way back where he needs a chiropractor. I mean, your neck's not supposed to go as far back as Kenny's does. And then his awful mouth just opens up, and he just like sleeps that way and snores.
Sucks in bugs.
Yeah, so, yeah. Yeah. See, Jimmy's traveled with him way too much.
That's what he does.
That is Kenny.
His mouth little moves a little bit. It's like he just stops breathing for 45 minutes at a time.
Yeah.
Picture a Stegosaurus head.
Right.
That's what his head looks like, a little Stegosaurus
Thank
head.
God his brain doesn't need much oxygen.
Yeah, he's definitely...
Actually, after his fingertips, then his brain.
Yeah.
Well, so I got that picture up on ONDARadio.com.
Oh, the one you took?
Oh, yeah, I had to...
We all have
and
one, too.
And I woke him up because I wanted to get a good one, so I had to take like 6 because I wasn't happy with the ones I was taking. I really wanted to make sure I got the awfulness that is Kenny sleeping on the train.
Gaping mouth.
Yeah, so it's up there on ONA Radio. That's what I got to look at for most of the ride back to New York.
Oh, nice.
There it is. Look at him. His chin just collapses.
Yeah, it disappears.
It just disappears when it opens up so he can snore.
He dislodges his jaw like a snake, ready to eat a rat.
Hey, somebody is really bringing up, they're really spinning this, but I think they're onto something. They're saying, thank God your mom got an inch from your face. That probably prevented you from being raped in Buffalo.
Oh, you have that sense.
Yeah, well, if any type of noise, wake up instantly. So
maybe that's all that guy was doing.
What? Just making sure I was sleeping?
Making sure you're alive. And he leaves.
Maybe he worked for the building, hired him to make sure no one died.
Yeah.
We frightened him off.
Everyone get some sleep last night?
Nah.
No?
A couple hours, yeah.
Yeah?
For the most part.
I was working till 2.
Really?
I was writing.
I don't know how you guys do it, man. I needed my sleep.
It's rough. Yeah. Need a nappy when I go home.
Nappy. All right. Our phone number is 877-212-ONA. We got lots to do today. We got Tatum O'Neal on the front page of the papers down here in New York. She got busted trying to buy some crack. And at first, what was she saying? She was saying that she was doing this for a role or something like that?
Yeah, I guess she's studying.
She's panicked.
For a role.
Well, of course.
Just like Townsend. Right.
Huh?
Pete Townsend beat kiddie porn charges on the old I'm researching for a book.
Right.
Researching for a book. Give me that little lad.
I don't know how he got out of that one. I'm amazed still to this day. But she was buying some crack. She said she was researching a role and then kind of changed her tune today and basically is saying that the cops saved her life by stopping her.
Yeah.
So here's the story.
Tatum O'Neal busted for drugs. Police say the Academy Award winner was arrested last night on Manhattan's Lower East Side.
Can they stop mentioning the Academy Award? She won it, 30 years ago?
She was 9 or something, yeah.
God almighty.
She was great in Paper Moon, though.
She's a great actress, but she was good in Little Darlings with Armand Assante, too.
Right. Oh,
Christy McNichol had a mullet. I didn't know that meant she was a lesbian.
That was Armand Assante, huh?
Of course it was.
How about you update your stuff? You could have said Dancing with the Stars or Rescue Me. She had a huge part on Rescue Me, Dennis Leary's show.
Oscar winner.
Oscar winner, 30, when the Oscars didn't matter. It was so long ago.
Tatum O'Neal busted for drugs. Police say the Academy Award winner was arrested last night on Manhattan's Lower East Side, not far from her luxury high-rise apartment. CBS 2's Deborah Garcia live at Central Booking downtown where she's being processed this morning. Good morning, Deborah.
Good morning, Maurice. Well, she was the youngest actor at age 10 to win an Oscar, and now Tatum O'Neal is behind bars this morning. Now, O'Neal was arrested.
That's a real a linear way of thinking. She was the youngest person to win an Oscar 35 years ago. Now she's behind bars, like from A to B.
Yeah, where's the connection?
Nothing in between.
There's none.
There's no connection.
How about she was conceived due to intercourse?
Yeah.
Now she's behind bars.
That's like trying to walk from one side of the Grand Canyon to the other side,
not describe anything in the middle that you saw.
Right. It's
morning. Now, O'Neal was arrested at about 7:30 last night on Clinton Street in possession. Police found bags of cocaine and crack. Now, she was just a few blocks away from her luxury apartment. Arrested with O'Neal was 33-year-old Alan.
I love how that's important to the story, that she was a few blocks from her luxury apartment.
Because it's the contrast of the whole thing. There she is, luxury apartment, Academy Award-winning actress, and she's buying crack.
Like, if you were going to buy drugs, wouldn't you just kind of try to find somebody in your neighborhood instead of like going way uptown or way downtown or to another state? Of course she's nearby her luxury apartment. Jim Norton was found buying Starbucks near his apartment.
Yeah, I don't get why they have to mention the luxury part either. Who cares? Of course she's a luxury apartment. She's Tim O'Neal.
With O'Neal was 33-year-old Alan Garcia, believed to be the possible dealer. Now, published reports say that the 44-year-old actress initially told police that she was just doing research for a role and then pleaded to be let off the hook when the drugs were discovered. She is now here in Central Booking and will most likely be arraigned later on this morning.
Yeah, I don't really like that reporter.
She's terrible.
Central Booking.
She's trying to make more out of it than it was. Apparently, Tatum's been sober for a couple of years. I'd heard that she was sober. And then it's just funny. My first thought was when I read that, I was like, wow, did she relapse or was she... Did you always think, like, wow, was she on her way? And then she came out today and said that she was on her way to do something stupid, and the cops saved her inadvertently.
So you think she was doing it for the first time in a while?
She said she was. And she said
Do you believe her, Jimmy?
I do. Yeah. She said she was about to, because she just seems, look, she could be lying, but she just seems, I don't know, just from what I've read, I believed it. Yeah. It's almost like, that's like being sober and going to take a drink, and I was telling Anthony, it's like somebody punching the glass out of your hand just before. I mean, it's that, it never happens.
The intent was there, which is a little disconcerting because, it could happen again and somebody won't be there.
But the odds are that, like, once you get one for free, it's almost like if you do something and you get a shot across the bow, occasionally we get these lucky things, and that to me is what she got. She got lucky. That's all it is. She got very lucky. I mean, someone look out for her.
Unless this isn't the first time she was, trying to get some crack, and she had previously scored some and smoked.
Again, of course, I mean, it would mean she's lying.
Listen to me, scored some. What am I? Scored.
You just like a politician trying to talk about crack.
Yeah.
In case she had bought a little of the coca. Was she on pot too? Hold on, Grandpa. Let me check.
The pot.
No, I believe her though, man. Because I know people that know her, and I've heard that
she was doing pretty well in recovery.
I'd always heard that she was doing good.
God, she just looks awful. That's a coke. That's a coke head.
Yeah.
I don't know. And then what? The Daily News has a picture of her from years ago. Is that now or?
Tatum laughs it off, but she didn't laugh it off.
No, that's a current picture.
Is that a current picture?
On the front page? Sure.
She looks a lot better in that picture than she does on the Post.
Yeah, I think that's
like Patty Duke in the Post picture.
All right, we're going to take our first break. We're just getting warmed up. We got a lot of things to get to today, that's for sure. Hillary could be dropping out of the race any moment now.
Oh, really? Is she?
Well, Bill hinted to that it was his last day.
Bill's had it.
As far as this type of campaign goes or something like that.
I think we should discuss the post-primary Bill and Hillary relationship, what it means to their relationship.
Divorce filed by Friday.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
She doesn't need Bill anymore if she's not going to be the president of the United States of America. I have to say that every time. The president of the United States of America. Also, right after the break, we can't even wait on this one. They're describing Ted Kennedy's surgery.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. Wait till you hear what they did with Ted Kennedy. Amazing. Oh, look at Jimmy's face. He just read it for the first time.
I'm looking at this.
That's what I mean. Amazing. Don't even say anything. We'll save that for right after the break. And also, a little later on, we got to talk about Vince McMahon announcing a $1 million giveaway promotion.
Wow, Vince.
We might have to get Sam in here to find out what the hell that's all about.
He'll know, of course.
Can I say one thing before we go to break?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yves Saint Laurent died. Saint Laurent, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that was a woman all those years.
What? Really?
I had no idea that was a guy.
Might as well have been.
Yeah. Yves. Y-V-E-S. Who names a boy that?
Yves.
That
was Jacques Cousteau's middle name.
How would you know that?
I just do. Ugh. Jacques Yves Cousteau.
Exactly.
Forget Aristotle and Socrates. Here comes Professor Anthony.
Oh, I haven't been called professor in a while. Been called a-hole, douche, jackass.
It's another A in there.
Oh.
Phone number 877-212-ONA. We'll be right back.
Hey, how you doing? This is Bill Burr. I'm going to be at the Punchline in Atlanta, June 19th through the 21st. You can go to 404-252-5233 or go to, I guess you could call that, and then you can go to punchline.com for more information. Please show up because I want to make some money. Thank you.
I've got one dream that keeps me hanging on. One dream over and over. One dream that love will find.
Hi, this is Otto and George, and I'll be at the Showboat Casino in Atlantic City on July 5th, the House of Blues. Thank you.
Hey, you're checking out the Opie and Anthony Show. Back in New York City. Phone number 877-212-ONA. Want to say good morning to all the smokers out there, especially in New York. Unbelievable.
What is it now?
Yeah, it's
like,
the story goes, life just became that much more painful today for smokers. New Yorkers start paying the highest cigarette taxes in the nation today with the latest $1.25 spike per pack.
$1.25.
That officials expect to bring in $265 million a year in taxes, making the smokers,
That's
raise.
how they do it.
Yeah,
they
sure.
Tax them out of it.
Smokers will be paying, ready for this, $2.75 per pack in state taxes. The average price of a pack of cigarettes is currently what, statewide? We don't have any smokers in the room, but what do you think?
It's $10.
Well, statewide, the average price is $5.82.
Oh.
Here in New York, it's $8 a pack.
$8.
$8 for a pack of cigarettes. That's just amazing. Amazing. The other thing is, we were at the Stone Temple Pilot Show on Saturday at the PNC Arts Center, and some guy, I was talking to one of the fans, and he goes, yeah, I had to go outside to smoke. And I said, but we are outside.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize they banned smoking at the outdoor venues. Why? And
you're outside. It's like in a ballpark. You can't smoke in a ballpark.
That is so stupid to me.
Yeah, you just don't want a guy next to you puffing away and just
fire risk, they say, right?
Huh?
Nah, I don't think it's that much. It's just guy next to you is smoking and the smoke's blowing right in your face.
Look, I hate cigarette smoke. I really do. But that now they're just getting ridiculous, though.
Yeah.
The amount of smoke you take in if you're at a baseball game and someone's smoking close to you. Of course, if the smoke's going right into your face, you usually go, hey, man, could you, turn the other way? And they're usually pretty cool.
Yeah.
But to ban it in outdoor venues, I think that's getting a little crazy, no?
You know something? I used to smoke, but I'll tell you.
Oh, I'm very happy that...
I'm pretty annoyed with the whole smoking thing. I've been to a few bars that still let people smoke in them.
Sure.
It cost of doing business, I guess they think. If they get the fine, they'll just pay it, but people go in because they're allowed to smoke. And I just forgot what that's like. You get home and your clothes are just destroyed.
Yeah.
You put them in the laundry and every single piece of clothing that's in the laundry becomes smoky smelling. Keith's got to do it.
Does he really do your laundry?
Of course he does. Why wouldn't he?
You pay him well, hopefully?
Of course. Pay him very well, very handsomely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I know we're moving on to something, but I was just, I had to ask a question.
Whoa. What happened?
No. Just old Hitler on vacation hairdo. E-Rock, that is...
Hitler on vacation.
Hitler hair of yours is bugging me.
He really does get a lot of different hairstyles.
Oh, my God, he looks like Hitler.
I know one person that didn't miss us when we were broadcasting in Boston.
E-Rock.
That would be E-Rock, who stayed back in New York. E-Rock, how'd the show sound yesterday?
Sounded good.
And what's up with the hair?
I took my hat off. I was wearing the hat today.
Oh.
So, that's what it's normally like?
When you take a shower and you throw the hat on afterwards, yeah.
Hitler on vacation.
You remember Hitler had that casual look? He had the official look, and that looks like a photo of him, say, walking to the eagle's nest.
Right.
Or just something like the casual Hitler.
Walking around, talking about Jews.
I bet you he never talked about Jews in his private life. He was probably a bore. He probably just invested stuff, and he would always talk about puts and buys, and they're like, all right, we get it. You're making money on the market.
Or his paintings.
Yeah.
Talking about his watercolors.
I think he was a fan of chick flicks, is what I'm thinking.
Really?
Yeah, I think Hitler was a fan.
Were there chick flicks back then?
I don't know. All right. Hey, we got to talk about Ted Kennedy's brain surgery. My God, I'm thinking, brain surgery, whatever. And I was reading the details today, and it's just unbelievable what they did to this guy. Unbelievable. Should I go there instead of this one? Well, the brain surgery that Senator Kennedy underwent involves removing as much of the tumor as possible without damaging the ability to walk and talk.
Oh,
that's pretty obvious, okay? Here's how it worked. Ready for this? Ready to get creeped out? Kennedy was under local anesthesia, but totally awake.
Yeah, that's what they do.
For his brain surgery.
In this brain surgery stuff, they keep you awake. And as they're prodding about, they just... they ask you questions.
Totally.
I want to make sure they're not
awake,
hitting anything too important.
You're saying that like it's no big deal.
Oh, my God, I couldn't imagine.
All right.
How big is the needle they give you? Like, if I get my tooth out or fixed, it kind of hurts a little still?
Yeah.
How big is the needle they stick in your head?
To make sure you're not going to feel anything?
Well, an interesting little tidbit of information. The brain itself has no pain receptors. So you don't have pain when they're cutting through your brain. Your scalp does, and they have to get through the bone, which we'll talk about that. But the brain itself doesn't have any pain receptors.
How do you know that?
I think I watched Discovery Channel.
Forget Aristotle and Socrates. Here comes Professor Anthony.
Well, Stumpbrain had an answer, too. For the needle question.
Are you challenging Anthony as far as knowledge goes? Are you insane?
No, I'm augmenting.
Augmenting, nice.
I was going to tell Jimmy that they give him the spinal epidural to block the pain. So he gets the big needle in the back first.
That's comfortable. Then they cut his head open.
Yeah.
Bad day for Ted.
Yeah, no kid. So he's awake for his own brain surgery, and this is what they did. They made an incision about 4 to 6 inches long to pull back the scalp and expose the bone while you're still awake.
That's gotta be... I picture a tearing noise like Velcro. They make an incision and pull it back. Pull your scalp back. Exposing
Can you imagine?
the skull.
So probably right along the hairline, 4 to 6 inches, and then they pull it down. Or you think they pulled up? It depends.
I think
guess, where
they
the
pulled up.
You think they pulled up?
Yeah, the tumor seemed to be in the back.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay, you're right. So they pulled up to expose the bone. And now remember, once again, Ted Kennedy's awake.
I'm awake.
His eyes are moving around the room looking at the ceiling tiles.
Hopefully no mirrored surfaces.
This sucks. Yeah, imagine getting a look at that.
Yeah.
They used a drill bit to cut out a piece of bone about 3 inches in diameter.
Yeah, it's a hole saw. It's the same type of saw you use in construction. A hole saw. They use drills.
Right.
Regular drills. They just, sterilize them and...
Oh, yeah. If you ever, watch the surgery channel, you think all these surgeries are nice and dainty.
Yeah.
Oh, they go to town like a construction worker. No problem.
Oh, they're terrible. My machine doesn't work.
Then a scalpel...
but I don't think my volume's up.
You're up. Then a scalpel...
Oh, well.
To cut through the tissue covering the brain. Did you hear that?
Yeah, a scalpel to cut through the tissue covering the brain.
Ted's awake. Incision, pull back the scalp, drill through the bone, and then a scalpel to cut through the tissue that is covering the brain. So then finally they got the brain exposed as he's completely awake. This is my worst nightmare.
Well, I guess now it's mine. I had never considered it.
No.
I always thought death by fire. But all right, sitting in a chair while they drill my brain is close.
And then having you move your fingers and toes and speak to make sure all that still works as they're poking and prodding.
Right.
Trying to find a safe pathway to the tumor.
Yeah, that's the next thing.
Without messing up any of the goodies.
Yeah, that's the next thing. They have to choose a path to the tumor with making sure, like Jimmy said, that you're going to still be able to walk and talk. So they go nice and slow.
By removing the part that makes him an insufferable prick. Teddy.
Well, they poke something and he actually went, I'm voting for McCain. And you're like, don't go that way.
All right.
That's wrong.
Just poke at the memory part of the brain and he admits all sorts of stuff.
So what happened that night? I threw the bitch in the water.
Wow.
Hey, okay.
Obama is a... Wow, that's...
So my thing is, if they drill the hole in the brain, or the head, and they get to the tissue, how wide is the drill, or do they not have to slice open? That's how wide the drill is?
Well, they said 3 inches.
It's like replacing a door lock when you see that big circular drill come.
That's 3 inches?
That's 2 1/4.
Kid, that's how much of the...
Bigger than that.
They went bigger than that. They went like that.
But does it cut in a circle, or is it...
It's a circle.
Yeah, it's a 3-inch hole, Jimmy.
That must be awful.
It's a hole
That
saw.
would hurt so much.
Yeah. It's just, he's under local anesthesia.
Oof. Probably that stuff they put on your gums to numb you. They just rub it on his head.
They put some Ambisol on his head.
This is going to sting, Ted.
It looks like this going in.
That?
Yeah, that's like
not
3
that.
inches.
That's pretty big.
You sure that's 3 inches?
Put that away.
Yeah, basically we're looking at kind of like a beer. What?
Whole saw.
Like a beer, big for beer, whatever. Yes. During the procedure, he was asked to illustrate simple language skills to ensure there was no neurological damage.
Ich bin eine Shoe. All right, don't touch that.
They found a safe pathway, and then they found a safe pathway to the tumor, and then at that point, they knocked him under heavy. Said, all right, it's time to go to sleepy.
Gotta go in.
We're going to take care of this.
They said it was closer to the surface. Like, in a way, I guess he got lucky because it was... Maybe because he probably, being a senator, you get, like, CAT scans all the time, but he got one in November, and maybe it didn't have time to weave its way into the brain tissue as much.
Ugh. It looked pretty big, though. I think it was growing fast.
Oh. And they say almost none of these types of tumors are treated with surgery, usually. And this is what, a new, like a doctor with a new way to treat this stuff, Jimmy, you were reading up on?
Yeah, the doctor's, his name is Friedman. He's like 59, and the American Cancer Society, I think, recommended him first. They said he's the top one in the country, brain surgeon.
Right.
And Stunt Feet pointed out that there's only...
Stunt Feet?
Yes. Stunt Brain's not working. You're not with this story.
True.
There's like 1,000 brain surgeons in the country.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not many.
That's it?
It's 20 per state. You know, and obviously exclude a few.
Let's say that. And rocket scientists, probably not too many of them.
A lot more of them, I bet.
Yeah,
a lot of the jokes.
Yeah, definitely a few states.
Not rocket scientists.
Don't really need the brain surgeon.
Not rocket scientist.
Yeah, there's probably a lot of
It's
them.
not rocket science.
Yeah.
Well, rocket science is tough.
Yeah, of course.
So is he going to be all right?
He's got to go through chemo and radiation now.
But the actual removal of the tumor was a success, or they had to leave a little piece in there? What's the
Well, with
the prognosis?
malignancy, they don't know if they get it all. But what they're going to do now is either targeted radiation and then maybe chemotherapy. And they were saying yesterday that they take a piece of the tumor and they look at its DNA to see if anyone in the world is doing experimentation on that specific kind of tumor, and they may be able to go back and kill it if someone's developed a specific vaccine.
Wow, that science is getting a little crazy.
Yeah, you wait, though.
Cool.
In X amount of years, man, you're right. They'll log into a computer and cancer will be finished, and then something else will kill us. There'll be just giant metal falling from the sky. You know, you'll have sex with the wrong person, and you'll wake up with an anvil in your teeth. Something else will get us.
Yeah, you're kind of right. We'll cure all the crazy diseases, and then, I don't know, then we have to figure out how to kill the giant bugs that decide to land on our planet.
Horsefly the size of a Buick.
Right, just
God, how frightening would that be?
And just out of nowhere, just one day you wake up and like, wow, we thought we had the cancer beat. Now we got to deal with oversized horseflies.
Give you one of those bites.
Yeah.
Just kills you instantly. Disembowels you.
Speaking of horseflies, actually, I want to talk about horses.
Oh, look at that segue.
Thank you, Anthony. Big Brown going for the Triple Crown, right?
Yeah.
Did you see the crack in his hoof?
He has quite a crack.
Most of the papers are showing the hoof today and the crack. This is not going to end good for Big Brown.
No, I think it's going to end with a tent being built on the track.
Can we get the picture up on O&A
plow?
Radio? Yeah, we'll get the picture up on onaradio.com. But I thought it was just a little crack, like maybe you would see in your windshield.
Yeah.
Just a little crack that you could kind of control maybe with a little nail polish.
Crazy glue,
whatever you would use to make sure it's not going to get any bigger. This is more than a crack. This looks like the back of his hoof is going to fall off, right? Did you see this, Jimmy?
Yeah, it looks really bad.
I did not see the photo.
Look at this photo of this. And he's going for the Triple Crown. I bet you if it was any other horse, they just wouldn't run him.
What paper is that? I'll look at it.
It's Daily News, page 53.
If he hadn't won the first two legs, they wouldn't be running him.
Absolutely not. And they're trying to say that this shouldn't be a problem, but it looks like it's going to be a huge problem.
His hoof fly off and crack someone in the face.
It's like where our heel would be, so it's in the back of the hoof.
Yeah.
I don't know what that's called on a horse. Is it just
the back of the hoof?
Yeah. The back of the hoof? All right. But it looks like that's more than just a little crack. That looks like a major, major problem.
Let me see the picture. Let's see the. I know a little bit about a veterinary.
You know a little bit about this too.
Raised with horses.
Yeah, Anthony was raised with horses out there in California.
That is by the what is called the fetlock portion of the hoof.
Oh, thank you, Ed. How do you know
fetlock. I was raised with horses.
Forget Aristotle and Socrates. Here comes Professor Anthony.
Yeah.
So what do you think? What's going to happen?
I say the hoof comes off as he's running, flies up, hits the jockey in the head, knocks him off, and 3 more horses trample him. Everyone dead.
Is that
tense for everybody?
Fetlock?
Yes.
Yeah. Exactly.
Sounds like a name.
If that crack goes all the way to the bottom, because it started at the top of the hoof in the back there and goes all the way to the bottom, what happens?
Wow. You get a horse that is foundered.
And what does that mean?
That means he can't walk, and you got to shoot him.
So this horse is going to be dead.
Yeah.
Because trying to win the Triple Crown can't be the best thing for this horse.
Mm-hmm.
Probably for the rest of his life, he should be walking around very, very daintily.
Gingerly.
Yeah, he shouldn't be trying to win the Triple Crown with all that pounding, right?
No.
Oh, wow.
That'll bring the odds up on him anyway.
Absolutely.
I'd still play him across the board, I guess.
All right, let's say hi to Steve in Jersey. He had some of this brain surgery we're talking about today. Steve, what's up?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Pretty good, man.
Good. I had an acoustic neuroma in 2000. I spent 12 and a half hours on the table doing surgery. I couldn't walk after that.
Oh, well, brain surgery. Of course you couldn't.
Yeah, it was pretty neat, though.
Can you now?
Were you awake for your surgery?
No, they knocked me out completely because it wasn't in the motor skills portion of your brain. So they can knock you out. Mine was in the balance nerve in the brain center.
And are you all right now?
Yeah, I'm driving a truck. I'm a fireman. Everything works.
Oh, boy, you had brain surgery and now you're driving a big truck?
Yeah.
You sure you're all right? All right, Steve.
Okay, take it easy.
Thank you. Let's go to Chad. Chad, you're on the Opie and Anthony show.
Hey, guys, what's going on there?
Hey, good.
Hey, what do they use to fill back that hole when they drill through their skull to get to the brain? What do they use to fill that back in with?
I think they use spackle.
Excellent.
Or gum.
Huh? Or gum, yeah. A little, I'm sure they have some kind of metal.
Some kind of composite material?
Obviously, they have to.
What? But to fill the hole up?
Yeah, do you know?
They put the bone back.
And let it grow back?
Yeah, they put the bone back in there.
What if it's now doesn't completely cover the space?
They put it back in.
They glue it on the sides?
It grows. Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll cover. Can you imagine the itching of knitting skull bone?
Knitting skull
As
bone.
it knits itself back together.
Would you watch brain surgery? Would you watch...
My own? No.
Not your own, but...
Somebody else's? Yeah.
No problem, right?
No big problem, but I'd watch.
I would have to watch, too. Would you watch? Ant's not going to watch that.
Hells no. I almost passed out watching a cat get fixed.
Did you?
Could not possibly, yeah. Couldn't possibly watch something like that. I'm wishy-washy when it comes to, like, guts.
I think it would be interesting to watch that. I watch, like, the surgery channel, whatever the hell it is.
Yeah.
One of these channels goes surgery for a few hours every once in a while, and that's pretty interesting.
Flip a junior mint to a friend, Jerry.
Let's go to Mike in Jersey.
Delicious.
Mikey, what's up?
Hey, boys, how you doing?
Good.
Just wanted to thank Dreamweaver for its input on horses.
Well, yeah, he's an expert on horses, and this big brown thing is not going to end well.
Doesn't seem like they should run him.
No. But, I mean, you got a chance at the Triple Crown first time in, 30 years, something like that? You got to go for it. It's just a dumb horse. Dumb, stupid horse. I'm sure they're getting his spermies as we speak.
Yeah.
For future generations, because this horse is not going to make it.
Bunch of migrant workers with sore arms. Their turn.
Right.
I don't understand why we care about horse racing. It's like the animal's foot is injured.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but he might run in the circle faster than the other animals ran in the circle. Who cares?
Yeah, that's what we do.
Yeah.
It's our little games that we have to play to keep ourselves entertained.
We care because we're very bored, Jimmy, as human beings.
Human beings, for the most part, it's boring.
But why don't they just... who cares about the stupid Triple Crown?
Well, a lot of people.
But, they shouldn't. Let them run in a circle. I'd rather watch people do it.
Jimmy, it's the sport of kings.
It's called the Olympics.
I mean injured, though, and forced to.
Oh, okay.
Like combed by some guy. Like, my ankle hurts, and the guy just says, shh, and combs you. We're going to fix you up. You're going to run anyway.
My ankle is feeling a little tense.
I'm with Jimmy. I do think it's pretty disgusting. We saw the Greyhound racing back in the day up there in Massachusetts, and that was deeply disturbing. Protesters outside the track when we were doing our gig up there, and wow, Greyhound racing is way worse because at least the horse has some kind of like status, I guess.
Yeah, they're
Greyhounds,
kind of
they're just like When they're
pomp and circumstance at the race.
When they're done, they kill them and throw them in a pile and bury them somewhere. The poor greyhounds. At least the horse.
Yeah.
It can look pretty for some rich bitch's kid somewhere in the world.
So a bunch of creeps can gamble. That's all it is. So a bunch of guys can stand there and go, I'll take Hoof Hatter with a big teeth for 2 and shut up. Bunch of degenerates. Just throw your kids out in the street and gamble on who makes it across the street. Leave the horses alone.
You've never gone to the track, Jimmy?
No, for what?
Jimmy's an animal lover.
Going to the track is kind of fun. I haven't done it in a few years, but it's kind of fun. It's a nice day out.
It's very cool if you get a spot right on the rail by the wire, and then the horses come around in the pack, and you hear the rumbling, and you look in, and your horse is in first. Maybe another one's coming up the side, and you're just screaming, "Come on, you bastard, move!" And then they thunder past you. It's like a stampede, but the sound it makes is really cool. It is exciting.
I'm sure it is.
But, Jimmy's right. It is kind of a nasty thing to do to the nice little animals.
So much of degenerates can stand there. I got there. Come on. Grrr.
Well, can we get some horse betting lingo for Jimmy? Sure. Because I think you go. What is it? You box it and you.
Oh, you could bet across the board, which is win, place, or show.
Sure.
So if your horse comes in first, second, or third, you still win, but you win less money if it comes in third.
Don't forget about the trifecta.
Then there's the trifecta, which is the triple. It's betting on which 3 horses are going to come in first, second, and third. And you can box that, which means that whatever order they come in, first, second, or third, as long as it's your 3 horses, then you win that. And that's a pretty good dime, the triple. And then there's the double, which is doing the same thing. And then there's an exacta. An exacta, which is 2 horses. You could also box that. A quinella, which isn't boxed. 2 horses. And then the daily double, which in 2 separate races, you have to get the horse that comes in first, like in the first race, and then the horse that comes in first in the second race.
You've never worked a day in your life. Who are you kidding? You try to tell these people out there in Radio Land that you're just like them, a construction guy and drove a van, and you never worked. You were at OTB. You were at.
I was at OTB when I was working. I was supposed to be
That's
working.
what I mean.
We used to take our lunch breaks when I was at True Mechanical.
Yeah.
It was a place next door called Doubles. It's called Secrets for a while too. It's a bar, and it had the TV screen that showed the races.
Right.
And the OTB was right next door. So we would go for lunch, we'd grab a drink, and then go into the OTB, place our bets, and then sit there and watch the races. And eventually go back to work, either winner or losers.
Most times.
Usually losers.
Yeah, exactly.
And we couldn't pay our lunch tab over at the deli. So we used to send over a new guy with a list of people with names that weren't ours. And then they finally caught on to us because they knew like 175 different people didn't work at this place. It was always us.
Yeah.
So we sent him over, and he sent back. And one day he came back with rolls with just grill scrapings slopped on it, and a note that said, "Pay your goddamn bill."
Oh, that's hilarious.
How were the grill scrapings?
Oh, wonderful.
Well, yeah, you got to eat the grill scrapings. Let's say hi to Joe in Vermont before we take a break. Joe.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Oh, don't forget about the wheel and pick 6. Andy from Oklahoma.
All right. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Joe, what's up?
You bet a horse and then wheel the whole rest of the field.
Sure.
So if your horse comes in first, and then you're betting that your horse will come in first, and then any other horse in the field comes in second, and then you win like an exacta bet. But it costs you a lot more. It's $2 a horse.
Exacta. How about this? How about you leave him alone? Just stop it, you bunch of degenerates, bunch of creeps.
Jim's going to single-handedly bring down horse racing by saying, "Leave him alone."
This annoys me.
Yeah.
Bunch of stupid old men with their cigars. Drop dead. Why don't you have unprotected sex? You want to gamble, kiddo. Run through 145th Street, dropping racial epithets. You want the trifecta? See if you can make it 3 blocks with your teeth intact. Faggots. It annoys me.
Oh, they better not have dumped out. That was a brilliant rant until that last word that they have a problem with for whatever reason. I hope not. Very good, Jimmy. I don't really care about horse racing as much as I care about the poor horses that have to ride these tours around Central Park.
That's
these
another bad
fat Fs from all over the country that need to take their ride through Central Park with these horses that have to hang out on the side of the road as cabbies are missing them by inches because the cabbie's trying to get through the light faster than anyone else.
Those bums.
That's where my line is. I'm like, it's disgusting.
That run those horse things. The horses just stand there. When you look at a policeman's horse, like how nicely cared for they are.
Yeah. Oh, my God. The coat on the damn thing, shiny.
That's different. I mean, that's
extremely healthy and well-fed, well taken care of. Anthony jokes, but we get at least one or two a year.
Oh, yeah.
That get hit by cabs or just finally...
drop dead in the heat.
Or they finally had it and they just decide to end their own lives. They just start taking off until somebody shoots them because they can't take it anymore.
What about that one that just ran headfirst into a tree?
Yeah.
He'd had it. What horse can't avoid a tree? You ever ride in a horse and he just breaks loose on you and... can zigzag around something. It looks like he's going to hit something, and then just does this zigzag move, and it's amazing. This horse ran headfirst into a tree to kill himself.
Said this should take care of my awful life.
Sucking in brake dust and exhaust fumes.
Yeah. And you look at the bums that run these things. The horses, watch the horse, the side of the horse's body. They always have, because they have to pull these harnesses, and their fur has been scraped off where these things are rubbing against them. It makes me want to pick up a rifle. And I know I can't do that, but it makes me want to. And just really fire at people.
Shoot the little top hat off his head.
Yeah.
I like to get the guy for hat removal. Our hat removal friend.
It's disgusting, man. The horse's head is all the way down, just looking at the pavement. It's so depressing. I mean, that's where my line is. The horse race, I don't care as much, but... definitely the horse and carriage thing is just awful here in New York.
The tourists seem to love it.
I don't think they know, though. Like, I'll say this for them. They don't know. They just think the horse is at the park. They don't live here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're the same ones that are getting shot in the subway because they think it's appropriate to just chit-chat in a foreign tongue to, six guys wearing the same color scarves.
All right, listen, when we get back, we got, I agree with Jim about horse racing. All right, we'll try to do that one. We have another guy that had surgery, brain surgery. He was awake. Cracked my head open. They had to pull some skull out of my brain. I had brain surgery. Of course, all our listeners had brain surgery. Of course.
And the ones that didn't need it.
Of course they did.
Yeah.
This is our audience. We're number one with brain surgery victims.
It's the second surgery for our show. Stomach stapling is the first.
Yeah.
Fat bastards.
Stomach stapling and brain surgery. Don't even attempt to get those people. They are ours. And also, someone was saying that they put the skull in the stomach to preserve it or whatever.
Really?
I want to know a little more about that if you can find out.
It's kind of creepy. I guess they got to keep the tissue alive there. And
so they, I don't know, something about the stomach and the skull to kind of make sure it's not going to die. And then...
the stunt ankles have a point.
And then we got a surgical consultant we're going to talk to next.
They attach that stuff to the side of your body so it's kept getting fed with blood and food and all the stuff
They
it
put in a
needs.
fridge.
No, because it needs the nutrients from your system to keep it going.
So put another room and feed it. I don't want it attached to me, watching it feed off me.
Feed it.
Stupid vulture.
A bone on my side.
If it needs protein, just drop it into, like a protein shake or something.
Or,
Yeah. Aim for your head. Put on porno and aim for your head.
A horse that broke loose and crashed into the tree was named Smoothie.
Yeah, poor little Smoothie.
Had a smooth skull.
Just plowed headfirst into a tree.
Wow, his name should have been Dummy.
All right, Joe in Vermont and Christine in Missouri. We're going to you guys next, so stay there. It's Opie and Anthony. There we go. I'm the man in the box, buried in my back. Let's say good morning to everybody. This is the Opie and Anthony Show. I was going to make a real hacky joke about Bo Diddley as this song plays. I'm kind of sad. Bo Diddley, dead at the age of 79. He used to play that weird square guitar.
Yeah, that thing looked silly. What, did he make it?
They didn't know how to make the guitar look cool when Bo Diddley was doing his thing back in the day.
Hell no.
And pioneering rock and roll. He what is that? It's like a rectangle.
With a neck.
With a neck. Doesn't look cool like what Jimmy Page was playing.
Oh.
Look at that awful looking thing.
It looks silly.
I thought he was, Stunt Brain was talking. I thought he was dead, too, as well. I didn't realize he was still alive. And he's only 79. I mean,
that's old for a blues guy, though.
Yeah, but I mean, he's been around. He was really, a lot of people took from him. I mean, a lot of people took from Bo Diddley. And he was, I just assumed he would be older, because he was like, he'd be in his 90s.
Sure.
But he went down in 2007, he had a stroke doing a gig. He was on stage, and you should play the Bo Diddley music.
Who do you love?
Or the other one that we decided on.
Oh, this is George Thorogood redid "Who Do You Love."
Yeah,
that's
yeah. This is the one everybody knows. Like this piece was taken by so many little.
Oh, he came up with this originally.
Baby, diamond ring.
Oh yeah,
I love this type of beat.
If that diamond ring don't shine, he gonna
hand jive.
Oh, a million songs to this beat. A million. Grateful Dead did "Ashes to Ashes," whatever that song was. To this beat.
George Thorogood.
Very simple, but was used many, many times in rock and roll. Rock and roll.
Yeah, man, he was great.
Bo Diddley dies at 79.
Godspeed, Bo.
A couple more quick little stories about death. Kurt Cobain's ashes were stolen from Courtney Love's house. What? What is she doing?
Lock the doors.
What is she doing?
How did these things do? Sex tapes and ashes and everything else. How do they get stolen? Lock your doors. Dumb celebrities.
It doesn't make sense that someone would just take Kurt Cobain's ashes. That's got to be an inside job, don't you think?
Yeah, because they were kept in something.
Where's the story? I need to read this. We weren't even going to go there, but with the Bo Diddley thing, could you find that, somebody?
They were kept in something that was not like an urn. It was like some pink teddy bear thing. So maybe she thought people wouldn't recognize what it was.
Right.
Really?
You're almost right though. Like they would have to know what that was to take.
Yeah, she had his ashes in some pink thing and a lock of his hair, and somebody walked off with Kurt Cobain's ashes. That would be
job.
That would be cool.
I'm
not a big memorabilia guy, but that would be kind of cool to have.
That's a little morbid.
Sure, it's morbid, but how cool is that? Hey, you want to check out Kurt Cobain's ashes? Yes, Stump Ray.
Yes, it says here that she kept the ashes in a pink bag shaped like a teddy bear, along with a lock of his hair and thousands of dollars worth of jewelry that was also stolen from the home. She's reportedly suicidal.
Over it?
Yes.
Leave her alone. Let her figure it out herself.
She's been suicidal since 1994.
Yeah, exactly.
Jump already. Enough of you're suicidal. And then you got the Pringles dude.
Yeah, the guy that invented the Pringles can.
I thought this was a joke, but it happened. The guy that invented the Pringles can doesn't seem like that's a great... They're saying it was his greatest invention, but it doesn't look like there was much to it.
No, it's a cylinder.
Cylinder that kept chips kind of fresh.
Yeah.
Big deal. Well, he was a Cincinnati chemist. He invented the Pringles potato chip can. He was buried in one.
Well,
I hope he was still alive.
Yeah, that would be the trick, right?
Shove him in there.
Relatives revealed yesterday they honored Frederick Bauer's bizarre last wish and buried part of his cremated remains in a Pringles can. Bauer was so proud of the tube-shaped container he patented in 1970 that he wanted one to accompany him to his grave. The retired organic chemist and food storage technician died May 4th, 84 years old, blah, blah, blah. He also invented frying oils.
Really?
So we got him to thank for all our heart problems out there. And also he invented freeze-dried ice cream, but nothing came close to the crowning achievement of his Pringles can, his children said. Jimmy, you think it was all about Pringles cans with this guy? You think every Christmas, every gift was in a Pringles can?
You just see everything wrapped up, that round, stupid cylinder.
Enough with the stupid round cylinder,
with
Dad.
the sides, because there's no good way to wrap something like that, so the sides are like, I don't know, full. They're twisted like a Tootsie Roll.
Right. We get it, Dad. You invented the Pringles can.
Yeah, great.
Why do I have to bring my lunch to school in one of these dumb things?
All the legs on the chairs are Pringles cans. And
right.
His house, it's just everything's a Pringles can with this jerk.
Just a mustache like the man on the can.
Yeah.
Pringles mustache man.
Just picture a log cabin, but made out of Pringles
cans.
This guy, all he thought about was Pringles cans.
He loved them.
Creep.
He probably had to eat potato chips every meal.
Come on, get him out. Clink, clink on the plate as he opens up his Pringles can. Look how they all interlock with each other. That was my idea. Clink, clink, clink on the plate.
Yeah, birthday cakes. It's just a Pringles can with a bunch of Pringles and a candle. They're like,
Yeah.
Again.
This is great, Dad. When am I moving out?
The first year that he did it, they probably, 1971, they were like, that's kind of funny. Dad brought us a bunch of chips with a candle.
Right.
You know? But by 1988, they're like, we hope you die soon.
Enough.
We're tired of Pringles.
Squeeze you in this can.
We hate the word. We hate the can shape. We hate all of it. We hate everything about your stupid invention. It's all you're good for.
Well, now he's buried in one, so
that's
wonderful.
Mitch Hedberg had a very funny joke about how there was the tennis ball.
Oh, yeah.
Something like that. But it's almost like, I don't remember the joke.
Oh, okay. I got confused.
Mitch Hedberg had a very funny observation about Pringles and how he thinks Pringles was a company that originally meant to sell tennis balls, but they were really laid back. It was some funny. I'm just butchered.
Yeah, I could
just joke. But
well, now we need the joke. Maybe we can find it there, E-Rock. Let's say hi to Joe in Vermont. We're going back to brain surgery in honor of the Ted Kennedy thing we talked about. The description of what he went through, unbelievable. He was awake for his brain surgery. Joe, what do you got?
Hey, boys, how you doing?
Hey.
I can kind of break it down into layman's terms for you. What they do right after the skin incision, Anthony was somewhat correct. They do have power instruments that they use, but they're going to use a drill bit, and they're going to put holes into the cranium, kind of like a bowling ball. If you can imagine how a bowling ball has 3 or 4 holes. And then they're going to connect it with something that looks like a Dremel, and they connect those holes. The bone flap comes off, and then they dissect onto the tumor.
Oh, I did see something like that. And don't they cut it like kind of on a bias so it fits in and like it doesn't drop back into the brain?
No, Anthony, that would be a pumpkin.
Oh, no, yeah, like a pumpkin. Don't they do that? Like the top of a pumpkin?
You're getting your info from carving pumpkin.
From carving pumpkin. I remember seeing something like that so that this piece of skull fits back where it belongs.
It seems like it would make sense. You know, you want the lid of your pumpkin not to fall into the pumpkin, and you would imagine the same thing for brain surgery when you replace the skull.
What do they do, cut on an angle? Like, what's a bias?
Yeah. A little bit of an angle.
Yeah, he's talking like an angle so the bone flap doesn't fall back in. But what they do at the end, when they put the bone flap back on, they'll attach it with plates and screws. They bridge the gap between the cuts. And then there's also things called a burr hole cover, which they'll place over those large holes that they've drilled. So you can't poke your finger into your brain.
Until it heals, right?
Until sometimes it heals, sometimes it doesn't. It depends on the age of the patient. There's also some product out there that they can inject into the hole, and Opie is right on that. It's kind of like a spackle, but that actually is turned into bone. The body regenerates.
Like that tire fix-a-flat stuff?
Wow. Fix a skull.
Fix a skull.
Shika. Hold on. I have to fill in my hole in my bone in my head. We'll go out in a second, dear. Is it instant, sir? Does it happen quickly like fix-a-flat, or does it take time and healing?
It takes time and healing.
Oh, boo.
Oh, wow. Well, thank you, Joe. I appreciate that.
Yeah, hey, Ed, I sent you an email. There's a machine gun shoot in Vermont.
Really?
Yeah, I wanted you to come up for it.
You should go up there for a machine gun.
Machine gun shoots.
How cool would that be?
Why not? Jill's taking you to a country western thing. Bring her to a machine gun shoot. It's like a reality show called Yuck and Yuck.
It's only fair, right?
That's going to be the name of the show. It's only fair.
Yeah.
And there's a fun song, and then they put a picture of Anthony and a picture of Jill, but they're looking at each other over their shoulders.
Like, oh, gosh.
Not this one.
It was funny on the train back to New York. Keith passed Kenny and I, and he goes, they finally crashed.
Oh, yeah.
Keith goes, they finally crashed. I could rest now for a little while.
Yeah, we fell asleep.
It didn't look like you guys were going to sleep from Boston to New York.
No, we were busy.
Yeah.
Discussing things.
Well, how could you discuss things if your lips are connected?
Yeah.
Makes it a little rough.
Not for me.
No, I understand that. Christine, Missouri, what's up?
Hey, Opie, and happy birthday, Jimmy.
Thank you.
The cake's coming in about an hour, by the way, Jimmy.
Oh, good.
All right. I didn't want you to think we forgot about you.
I was hoping.
Okay. Christine, what do you got?
Well, I work in surgery also, and my specialty is neurosurgery. And the doctors that I work with, we do brain tumors all the time, unfortunately. And a lot of times they can do an MRI before the surgery that will sort of map out where the tumor is. And you use that with other equipment in the OR to correlate exactly where the tumor is. So that way when you're going into the brain, you are hopefully, as it should be, staying away from any major arteries, vessels, nerves. And a lot of times that'll help them out too. So with the awake thing, that helps. But you don't always have to do it that way.
I want to get a head scan to make sure I don't have any tumors.
Of course you do,
You
Jimmy.
could not have one today and could have one in 30 days. You never know. Some of them, like the one that he's got, are very, very rapid. And
Thanks.
Yeah.
It must be fun at parties.
You know, I didn't hear a thing Christine said after she said I'm a brain surgeon consultant.
Yeah.
I just like to know that we got some really smart people listening to the show.
I know. How about that?
I hope the advertisers
Thank
are
you.
listening today. See?
No.
See?
Yeah, and
See who's
actually,
listening?
We're called surgical technicians.
Very nice.
Not helper. Hope to give her the right name. She's a brain helper.
A brain helper.
She
Well, I like to help our brain whenever I can.
Very cool. Thank you, Christine.
Thank you.
Thanks. Hey, huge unit on Pal Talk says, hey, guys.
All right.
Alrighty.
Dennis in Boston, we were just up there. Dennis, how are you?
How you doing, guys?
How's Callahan? A little local humor for everybody. What do you got, Dennis?
Hey, I got that Mitch Hedberg joke you're searching for.
Okay.
It was Pringle's original intention was to make tennis balls, but the day the rubber was supposed to arrive, a big truck of potatoes came. Well, Pringles is a laid-back company, so they said, F it, cut them up.
That was it's amazing what Mrs. Voice brought to that joke.
Delivery. Yeah.
That is the joke.
It is the joke, but the delivery is so important.
Pringles is a laid-back company. Mitch was just a funny guy.
Yeah.
I love watching comedians now. Occasionally you'll see these stand-ups now doing Mitch, and it's like they don't really know that they're doing him. Dave Attell and Mitch are the two guys that people parrot without even meaning it to. Okay! It's like, stop watching Attell and find your own voice, idiot. Stop it.
All right, we're going to go.
With these quirky guys that are, quirky guys that are trying to be Mitch, they're like, but they're trying to do different stuff. Like, I think Obama's going to win. Do you? Yeah. So why are you trying to talk like Mitch and not do the same subject matter? We know what you're doing. We're comics, idiot. We're not a private party somewhere in the middle of Jersey you're doing.
You've seen these people.
Yeah, we knew them. We know them. I still know Dave.
Well, yeah.
I met Mitch a day before he died. He was getting ready to do our radio show. No, he was at Caroline's. It was like I think he died that Sunday, and we saw him that Saturday. He was amazing. Met him for the first time. He was excited to do our show. We exchanged numbers, and then, wowee.
Yep.
That's creepy. That was just so creepy.
Oh.
He was a great comedian, man.
Yes, he was very funny.
Scary term of the day. From time to time, we're going to do scary term of the day. Today, brain flap. Simple as that. Brain flap is the scary term of the day.
Well, now I'm frightened.
Brain flap. We're going to check out the FU line as we go to break here. Opie and Anthony.
Thanks for calling the Opie and Anthony FU line. Here's the latest batch of FUs.
You have 7 new voice messages. First voice message.
F you to my fat-ass ex-boyfriend who has never figured out that I fake it every time.
Next message.
Yeah, this is Albert. Just wanted to give a big F you to this guy Brian on my job sitting right in front of me. You fat.
Next message.
To the guys that I work with, you for not showing up to work. God damn it, every night somebody's supposed to show up to work and they never show up, so I always get stuck working double. Now, don't get me wrong, overtime is great, but when you don't show up for your and I'm supposed to go get laid by my girlfriend and you prevented that, you.
Next message.
Yeah, I'd like to give a big F you to my boss. You fat piece of 12-steak eating fat mother. Go yourself, you.
Next message.
Yeah, I got a big you for my hangover right now. You hangover. Thanks, bye.
Next message.
Hey, this is Jeremy from Cleveland. I just want to send a big F you to the park ranger who gave me a ticket for riding on my mini bike. Hey, dummy, I hope a rotting tree falls on your car and crushes you.
Next message.
Hey, I want to give a Just it up.
End of new messages. Call the Opie and Anthony FU line. 866-FU line 1. That's 866-FU line 1. Thank you and goodbye.
Hey, good morning to everybody. Opie and Anthony on your radio dial. Well, I started watching the hockey game last night. And then had to go to bed. And the game ended at 1 in the morning, something like that?
Triple overtime, right?
Triple overtime, Ant. Did you watch the big game?
No.
You know who's in the finals, right?
Yes.
Who's in the finals? Who is playing for the Stanley Cup? Anthony
I would
Cumia.
say Detroit.
Very good.
And Pittsburgh.
Very good. Who leads the series?
Right now, Detroit is leading the series.
Very good.
And they could have won, but there was a little overtime goal scored with... there was a goal scored to tie it up with, 20 seconds left last night, and sent it into their little overtime. And the Penguins pulled it out.
Triple overtime, my friend.
Triple overtime. Wow, yeah. So they're still in it.
Detroit leads 3-2.
As they return back to, I believe, Pittsburgh.
How do you know all this?
10-10 wins this morning.
On the way in?
Yeah. I didn't watch anything. I just picked it all up on wins.
Well, I know Jill's a big hockey fan.
Yeah, well, of course.
She used to work for the Islanders, so she knows a thing or two about hockey.
A thing or two about a thing or two.
That's right, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
Also, so what? Hillary's out today? Final Democratic primaries are today, South Dakota and Montana. Then what happens?
Who's she play for? She for
a lot of people are wondering who she plays for.
What team?
A lot of people are wondering what team she plays for.
Pink
really?
Yeah, she fights for the pink team.
Yeah. What happens after today? Do we know?
She is basing this on the popular vote. But she's saying, hey, I'm ahead in the popular vote, so I'm going to go around and talk to these super delegates and say, hey, this is the will of the people. You shouldn't have this power to just choose whoever you want. You're representing the people, and they have spoken, and they want me. That's her point.
Al Gore said the same thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It really makes you realize that the popular vote doesn't mean squat.
Well, there was a reason for this, though. I mean, this wasn't just like disregarding the popular vote. Mike knows exactly what it was. He explained it well to me. Like, I had an idea, but I had to be honest. Stunt Throat really knew.
What, the superdelegate issue?
Yeah.
No, just about the Hillary thing with Michigan.
Yeah, well, she came out, and Michigan and Florida held their primaries early, and the committee said, no, you can't do that. And they said, we're going to do it anyway. And they said, okay, the votes won't count. And Hillary even said, I understand that. These votes aren't going to mean anything. And then when it came out that, yes, they might mean something to her, she filed a protest. And they got half of the delegates they needed from Florida and Michigan, but they still get to count all those votes. So she says, all those people voted for me, 600,000 in Michigan and Florida or whatever it was. So she's claiming the victory, even though both of those primaries were supposed to be not in the game.
But didn't Obama pull out because they said you can't have it yet?
He took his name off the ballot in Michigan and refused to campaign in Florida. He didn't go to either state.
But is it only because they said no?
Yeah, well, because the Rules Committee said these are not going to count, and he said, I'm going to respect the Rules Committee, so I'm not going to take my name off the ballot. And she didn't. So all the people who put undecided, Michigan said, well, those people are probably Obama.
And so my question was, well, why would she do it if it was not going to count? What's the use of kind of like blowing your wad, so to speak? It doesn't make sense.
No.
But then Mike explained that, too. About what the advertising stuff.
Yeah, because each of these states holds primaries early because there's huge money to be made in advertising and for the cachet of saying we were the state that put somebody over the top. We're the state that selected the candidate.
Okay. Makes sense. I mean, I didn't understand
what I need to know, Stunt Brain, what do you do for fun?
That was what he does for fun.
Exactly. He studies this stuff.
This is...
go run a DVD.
I bet you he listens to 1010 Wins.
Get an iPod. Get an iPhone.
He probably listens to NPR, like through like a Walkman while he's in somebody's shrubs. with Kleenex and a tissue. That's probably how he does that while he's having fun.
Right.
Political sexual, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I just got itchy listening to him. I just got all uncomfortable and itchy. I'm like, no one should know that much about the process.
It's like sports to me. These are.
Is it really?
It's a great
That's your
soap
thing?
opera. Yeah, this is kind of cool.
I mean, I'm definitely following this election closer than I have in the past. But what, Jimmy?
A lot of people are.
Great idea.
What?
Why?
What music does he listen to? What's on his iPod? You got an iPod? Yeah. Oh, all right. Give it to E-Rock. E-Rock, let us know what it's on his iPod there.
Don't mind the pictures and the videos. Compromising.
Exactly. That's all CGI. I believe it. That's 21. I have it on good authority.
If you could,
completely legal.
If you could do me a favor and just go to audio files, I'd greatly appreciate that.
As opposed to PETA.
Yeah, this is what Bill Clinton is saying.
I want to say also that this may be the last day I'm ever involved in a campaign of this kind. I thought I was out of politics until they already decided to run. But it has been one of the greatest honors of my life to be able to go around and campaign for her for president.
I love how he's making it about himself.
Yeah.
Like this is the last time he'll be in a high-profile campaign.
I'll be campaigning last time.
I don't think it's the last time because they're starting to say that good old Chelsea could possibly make a run at the presidency someday. That she's the real brain in that family.
Is she?
She's not.
Well, you know, they're saying that.
Cares about the Clintons. Go away already.
Let's go to Jim in Florida. You're on the Opie and Anthony show.
Hey, Jimmy, happy birthday.
Thanks a lot, Jimbo. Godspeed.
I just have a question. Why would Stunt Brain have a Kleenex and a tissue?
Because somebody who can't improv meant to say lotion. That's why. So therefore, Stunt Brain has to suffer and have no lotion, only two dry things. Actually, no, that wasn't my fault. Stunt Brain's a creep, and he likes to have two tissues because he's OCD. He has to have one on the right and one on the left.
I thought it was one to wrap up the other one in.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What?
You went with it?
He eats
so
it.
It's not a big...
Oh, my God.
Tissues to wipe his mouth.
Are you trying to say that Stunt Brainer is a blank eater?
I certainly am.
So we got a DUI story out there on Long Island.
Oh, boy.
And this chick almost got out of it by coming up with probably a brand new excuse.
Pretty novel.
I thought every excuse has been used. She came up with a new one. Listen to this.
I kissed a drunk boy. That's the legal argument for a teen arrested for a DUI.
Want that clip?
Huh?
Just grab that clip.
Yeah.
The news guy just saying, I kissed a drunk boy.
I kissed a drunk boy.
All right, that's the end of that story. Let's move on.
Wow, scandal rocks the world of the news.
Right.
I kissed a drunk boy.
Very good.
I kissed a drunk boy.
Did you?
That's the legal argument for a teen arrested for a DUI.
He doesn't know how to do broadcasting.
No.
When you have to say awful stuff on the radio that might compromise your position.
Yep.
No dead air.
No, right into the next line after drunk boy.
Right, and notice how none of us are going to repeat the line that the anchor just did.
Well, he did.
But if you say that, you right away go, that's the excuse you used.
I'll tell you why he did that. He said, I kissed a drunk boy because he wanted to pause.
You're so dodgy.
He wanted to pause. He wanted that dramatic pause.
Well.
People would go, what's he talking about?
Thank you, Jimmy.
He's intriguing.
What?
He would have said anything like, I prefer men. And then pause. That's what he does.
Right.
He's annoying.
He's pause guy.
Do you have, I don't know, maybe another example of something with a pause in it?
No.
Okay. Just wondering.
I kissed a drunk boy. That's the legal argument for a teen arrested for a DUI. Believe it or not, that's what she said. Police say this 17-year-old girl's blood alcohol level was 1.5. That's more than twice, or almost twice, the legal limit.
More than
but she
twice,
argues
almost.
that she wasn't the one drinking. The guy she was kissing was the one who was drinking. That's according to the newspaper reports. The cops say they found 4 bottles of beer under the passenger seat of her car.
4 bottles of
While
beer.
mouth alcohol can affect a breathalyzer results, it should not last longer than a few seconds, and there's no way that you can get your blood alcohol level up to twice the legal limit on that. So let's face it, this really isn't going anywhere at all. Jason Drew.
It's a ridiculous defense. That's the bottom line.
You think? Do you think it's ridiculous?
She drank from his tap.
Then why are they reporting it?
Yeah.
It's just a bad excuse by a drunk.
Yeah.
That's it. I like.
He forgot to set his alarm. That's why he was late.
Back to you.
Yeah. He thought it was near beer.
Stupid near beer. Why bother?
It's idiotic.
For the most part, beer just has an awful taste. So why would you drink it?
Could I have an O'Doul's?
Right.
What?
Oh.
A beer.
I went down that route for a while.
Did you?
I was still going out to bars a lot, but I didn't want to really get hammered, so I would try to some of these non-alcoholic beers, and I'm like, why am I bothering?
When I used to hang out at the bar. These just raging drunks would occasionally go on the wagon.
Yeah,
and they'd come in, but they'd still want to hang out at the bar.
Yeah,
so they'd come in and be like, "I'll have an O'Doul's," and you're sitting there just getting hammered. The worst thing is being in a room full of drunk people. That's the worst thing. You're drinking a crappy non-alcoholic beer
or coffee.
Everyone else is hammered, and you're not.
I said or coffee because that's what I was drinking backstage at the Boston show.
Oh, was that it? Little Java, were you?
Well, everyone else was drinking.
Yeah. Little vino.
Yeah.
Mm.
And so what happened? So they're just sitting there drinking.
Yeah, they sit there and drink and have to watch everybody else progressively become more and more obnoxious and drunk.
Mm-hmm.
I can't see how that's any fun. Drinking your O'Doul's. Give me another. And you just sit there at a bar and drink beer like you could drink for hours. Watch a ball game or something. It's a weekend, whatever's going on. You just sit there and drink like 12 O'Doul's. All right, I'll take another. I'll just drink water.
And isn't there just a tiny bit of alcohol in those beers, right?
Yes.
Why is that?
That's a problem.
Don't know, but that O'Doul's, all of them have a tiny, tiny bit.
But if you're in the program, then do they encourage you to drink non-alcoholic beers?
I would surmise that anybody who's in a 12-step program who is drinking non-alcoholic beer is still actively drinking.
Really?
Yes, regardless of however they delude themselves, or whatever idiot they find to help delude them. They are not sober, I don't think.
Interesting,
I've never
Jimmy.
known anybody who remains sober doing that, half measuring it. Drink or don't. Make a decision. If you're going to drink, just do it. It's called tough love to no one.
No, it's kind of interesting though. I did not know that. I would assume that if you're in the program, it's fine to have a non-alcoholic beer.
People can, hey, look, they can do what they want. Some people get clean and sober through therapy, whatever. Hey, whatever works for them. But I can't picture that lasting for long. Honestly, God, it's like picking up, hookers and then just kind of cuddling with them.
Right, and going out for coffee. Over and over
Coffee's
again.
okay, but
No, I mean with the hooker,
Yeah.
and eventually, what the hell?
Yeah,
she's a hooker.
Her coffee breath will get in your face. Hey, wash it with this.
All right, they got a study out on weed.
The weed.
Of course, weed is now bad for you again.
Smoking marijuana may actually shrink your brain. Researchers say that heavy marijuana users who smoked at least 5 joints a day over 20 years found it two important.
5 joints a day?
For 20 years?
For 20
Who's doing
years?
that?
This is one of these non-stories. You eat lettuce long enough, it'll freaking give you
Shrink
cancer.
your brain.
Or give you cancer.
What the
Too much
hell?
of anything will give you cancer. I thought this was a story like a casual joint every once in a while will shrink your brain. 5 joints a day for 20 years. That's just dehydrating your brain. It's actually not shrinking. It's just taking all the moisture out of it.
Smoking marijuana may actually shrink your brain. Researchers say that heavy marijuana users who smoked at least 5 joints a day over 20 years found that 2 important parts of their brains were significantly smaller than non-marijuana users. Now, the areas of the brain that were affected normally regulate a person's memory and emotions.
Really?
So you get stoned and you forget things. Wow.
I did a little math.
Yeah.
They had to set it up like that because it was more interesting than to come out and go, researchers say that if you smoke 36,500 joints, your brain won't be as effective because everyone went, who cares?
36,000 joints.
Why are the phones so lit? They weren't lit a second ago.
Something's up with the phones. Simple as that, because they go dead, and then all of a sudden everybody wants to talk at the same time now. I mean, stop.
My talking points are always just thought-provoking.
Right. Well, we got Ed in Jersey. Ed, what's up?
I was in 2 different rehabs, and I had 9 months in between for alcohol. And during that period, I was drinking O'Doul's.
Yeah.
And the counselor said that was a relapse the day I picked up an O'Doul's because it's the process, and it does have like 0.05%, which is like 16 O'Doul's equals like 1 beer. They said that's an actual relapse.
Yeah, yeah. The process. I mean, like, to me, it's like it's intent too. It's like if you're drinking a near beer, there's alcohol in it. It's drinking. I mean, again, it's fine, but it is what it is.
I definitely learned something today. I would just assume it wasn't, but...
I wasn't in AA at the time, but now, obviously, I wouldn't even touch it because I've been sober for several months.
Yeah, I'm not even saying, like, AA or any I'm just saying in general, like, any 12-step program would probably feel the same.
22 years without a drink or drug in my body. Up.
Jason in Carolina.
Bullet.
Jason.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Guys. I got you something to think about.
Yeah.
How fat would you be if you smoked 5 joints a day for 20 years?
Yeah, you would get the munchies pretty bad.
It would be bad news.
Do you have an answer
and
to
not
that, by the way?
wanting to move.
Punching out.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, buddy. He really set us up like he had a home run.
I know.
Guys, food for thought for the next couple of years. How fat would you be?
Hold on to your hats.
Pretty fat. Thanks.
Pat in Belmore. Pat.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, Pat.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
I've been off the booze for a little over a year now. Actually, I went and saw the Jay Moore show the other day, and that was a year. I still go to the pubs. You know, I was a bartender for many years, so a lot of my friends are in the business. And I can't imagine ever picking up an old Duels. I know guys who have done it. My mom's been in the program for a long time. They start drinking an old Duels, and then 3 months later, they are back to the hard stuff. They're back doing blow. They're back doing junk. They're back doing whatever they were doing.
Horse smack.
Benny's Dexies.
Uppers, downers.
Goofballs.
Well, we got
luck, man.
A lot of people agreeing with Jimmy, but we got Nathan in California. Nathan, what do you got on this subject there?
Yeah, I've been sober for almost 8 years. It'll be 8 years on, hello?
Yes, we're listening.
Hey.
The silence is us listening, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Most people have to babble and not listen. We actually listen on this show.
No, he was just calling his bartender.
Oh. What's up, Nathan?
No, man, I'll have 8 years sober June 22nd. I picked up an O'Doul's probably after I had about 2 years sober, and I've never had a relapse or anything. I drink a couple of O'Doul's a week with a barbecue or whatever. Don't seem to have any problems. Never have any, problems with the longing or wanting for real beer at all. And I have friends that drink. I drink my O'Doul's when they drink their real beer.
You can do it, whatever works for you, man. But just don't lie to yourself. If you're drinking something with 0.5% alcohol, you're drinking. I mean, I'm not saying that you can't do it or you shouldn't do it. That's your business. But it is what it is.
You don't take NyQuil, Jimmy?
No. I've taken cough medicine with alcohol, which was a terrible mistake because I can't take that stuff in my system, man. No. But the intent wasn't to stand at a barbecue. I'll never take that stuff again.
Yeah, that's true.
There's a difference. You know, like I've actually had gin I've swallowed gin a couple times in sobriety because I asked for a club and whatever and tonic and gotten the wrong thing. And it happened in Vegas. It happened like twice. And I spit it out once, and I swallowed it once. It's not my intent was to drink.
Sexy.
I got rid of the drink. Yeah, right out the car window. It's all intent. But I didn't drink the rest of the drink.
Yeah.
I didn't swallow it once I knew what it was. If I recognized it, I spit it out.
All right, let's say hi to Jared in Boston. Jared!
Hey, boys. Hey, Anthony, 2 things.
Yep.
I thought Jill was 30, and I didn't think you guys were going out to FH until tonight.
Yeah, what about it?
Boo. Punching out.
Are you going to FH Riley's tonight, Ant?
That's the plan.
Cool.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Very good.
Gotta go home and nap.
You're sleepy?
I'm sleepy from our commute.
What do you mean our commute?
Well, when we went came back from Boston.
That
was a commute.
A long train ride back to New York.
Train ride's brutal. You don't realize how brutal it is. Over time, you kind of forget. Then you get on there, and it's like, oh, God, this just takes forever, and there's nowhere to sleep.
You know what I dozed off to? I swear to God, I sleep when I'm listening to Motorhead.
Really?
How is that possible?
It's very low. I don't put it loud. There's something soothing about it. I love it. It's really heavy. It's not boring music, but it just, I guess because I'm so comfortable with it, I've listened to it so many times. It's like, it's like Sabbath I could fall asleep to, too. Anything I've heard that.
How low does it have to be, though?
Yeah, I mean, regular. I can just zone it out and just enjoy it, and all of a sudden I'm not.
That's
down.
amazing.
Yeah.
I'm the complete opposite. I got to have complete silence.
Oh, really?
Complete. That's why the earplugs and the dumb eye mask, all that crap.
Nah, 'cause you know what it is? I think certain music shuts my thoughts off because that's what keeps me awake with silence in my head. Like I'm
Your
thinking.
crazy thoughts.
It's awful. Yeah, I can't pass it.
You're the same way, Ann.
Oh, yeah, I can't be left to my own devices. I don't like being left with my own thoughts.
No?
Yeah, my mind runs amok.
And where does it go?
It just goes everywhere. It's no one thought that is like, or any thought that's like horrifying or anything. It's just a lot of thoughts. You know, what am I doing? Where am I headed? The show. Just things like that. You know, responsibility.
Oh, I thought there were
house.
I thought there were some interesting thoughts you're trying to avoid. Just basic crap.
Yeah.
Basic living crap. Mark the
Lambs
trucker.
jumping over the bed.
Oh, that's nice.
And do that 1, 2.
Where did that dumb thing come from? Counting lambs or
Counting
sheep
sheep.
or whatever. Counting sheep.
Probably because they all look the same and they're all very bland.
Very
and
boring.
if you were laying there and they were jumping over you.
They're very fluffy.
Yeah.
They look like clouds. No, they don't.
Good.
Most of them are just dirty and smelly.
And for that description, I'll just count Bob Kelly's. Dull and bland jumping over the bed.
Counting surly rhinos.
Let's say hi to Mark the trucker. Mark.
Warrior says, if you smoke 3 joints a day for 40 years, your brain will be okay.
I like Warrior says.
Yeah.
Warrior says. Thank you, Mark. Someone else is saying, stop it, Jimmy O'Doul's is not drinking. So
Whoever's saying that, let them say it. Enjoy. Drink your O'Doul's.
This is the actual alcohol content. Wow, this got everyone talking today. Joe, Long Island, what's up?
Good morning, boys. Is somebody's birthday over there today?
Yeah.
It's Jimmy's birthday.
I hope he took a shower. I want to come and cuddle him for his birthday.
Jimmy was wearing a dress yesterday. I'm very impressed by Jimmy stepping up and wearing Jill's dress yesterday.
Yeah, of course.
Very
The picture's
courageous.
up on onaradio.com. You put a video up there? There's a video of Jimmy presenting, walking back into the studio wearing Jill's dress.
It's called Opie and Anthony's Top Model.
Really?
Yeah, it's very funny.
Joe, what do you got?
Smoke weed every day. O'Doul's has about 1/4% but even if I had none, you're holding a beer bottle and it looks and smells like beer.
Yeah.
O'Doul's is for fools is the expression.
Oh, I like that.
Go ahead and drink it, but if you ask me, if I'm not drinking, I shouldn't be drinking that crap.
Yeah, I mean, look, if there was no alcohol in it, then to me it's not. I mean, whatever
They're saying 1/4% though. I mean,
It's not much, but
you'd have to drink. How many now? Who could do the math real fast? You'd have to do a case.
Did you say 16 beers to equal 1?
16 beers to equal 1?
Sure, it's
Something like
very
that?
minimal alcohol content, sure, but then why not just drink, like, if you want to look at it like that, like, well, I'm only drinking a Bacardi with this kind of proof compared to 151.
Yeah,
I mean, it really is all just a numbers game. To me, it's like you're either intending to drink or you're not.
Jimmy, what about food that is cooked in, like, alcohol?
Personally, it's up to people. I personally am scared of it. Like, I sent something back recently because there's certain types of whipped creams. Whenever they say white wine sauce and, like, the alcohol's cooked out of it, sometimes you can't avoid it. I mean, you're out eating, and it's just in there. But I asked recently, and I'm like, can you go check? Because I'm allergic. I tell people I'm allergic, and they'll always go check because they don't want you getting sick.
Oh, yeah, they don't want you
Suing
dropping dead in their restaurant.
Right.
Yeah.
That would be bad for business.
So I'll always ask them, can you go check if there's alcohol in this?
Yeah.
And I'll send it back.
Very interesting. All right, phone number 877-212-0&A. We got Adam Ferraro standing by. He's joining the program next. Stay there. For Jim Norton. Little Motorhead. Opie and Anthony. You like this one, Jimmy?
I never listened to it.
You never listen to this one?
Why
don't you turn it up a little louder, E-Rock? Can't even hear what Jimmy's trying to say. What?
No, E-Rock's the ass of spades. It's a great song, but I mean, even Lemon's sick of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been singing. It's his big hit. I mean, and they have better songs. That's my opinion.
We were trying to make you happy, though.
Oh, you did? I love this tune, but I'm just
sorry
saying.
that we failed you.
You didn't fail, but the little Love Me Like a Reptile.
Is this like Stairway to
Dance.
Heaven or something to Motorhead
Yes,
fans?
it is in a way.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, not that, again, I don't think that they dislike it. It's a great song.
All right.
But you'd rather hear
What?
We Are Motorhead or whatever. Perhaps something a bit different.
I can name one Motorhead song.
Yeah.
One.
Well, the one playing. That's it for me.
1916
to be completely
is a
honest with you,
wonderful song.
I couldn't name another Motorhead song.
Okay, it's all everybody's wants.
Yeah.
Yeah, Len is a good guy.
I'll download
Like
some
Lemmy.
Motorhead tonight.
I did
just for you
yesterday.
to give it a shot. When I hear like a song and I go, wow, that's cool. Who is that? And they say Motorhead. I'm like, all right. But then I don't really learn further from there.
There's only 3 of them, and they've always put out goddamn toe tappers for heavy metal. Every one is a
Toe
beat.
tapper.
You just can't you just kind of dance a little. Like me, I shimmy, but that's me.
Let's say hi to Adam Ferraro. He was just telling me something very interesting. He's on one of my favorite shows, Rescue Me.
Yes.
Dennis Leary show, of course. And you guys started filming season 5?
Season 5, yeah.
5, right, okay.
Wow.
And he was saying just before he came on the air that you guys are shooting 5-minute episodes?
Yeah, like webisodes. They're going to start airing June 24th on FX at 10 o'clock.
But that's a cool thing. You're not filming them just for the web. You're filming them and they're going to be on FX and then move over to
the web.
That is really cool. And then
Yeah.
full episodes in March, you're telling us.
Yeah. So they're going to run those webisodes run all summer. Then you can see them on the web at crackle.com.
Mm-hmm.
And then we start up again in March.
And the reason is because of the strike. The strike messed you guys up.
Strike screwed everything up.
So
Lost should do that. Damn it.
What?
Lost.
5-minute episodes?
They should do that. Yes.
You're done, isn't it?
Watch, I know.
Lost is over, right?
5-minute
8 months now until the next one. Ugh.
And E-Rock's being creepy because
I'll be good, Jimmy. I won't mention any details.
E-Rock's creepy because he wants me to watch Lost because I'm the only guy, I think, that hasn't watched Lost. And you gave me, what, season 1 and 2?
That's not creepy. If he asks you to watch Army Wives.
No, because he's obsessed with
that's
it.
creepy.
Every time we run into each other, he's like, have you started Lost yet? You're going to start? And then just before we went on the air, he's like, are you going to start Lost this summer? I'm like, no, because to catch up, how many seasons?
They're on 4.
They're on.
They just finished 4. And how many episodes per season?
300.
So I got to watch 12. I got to watch 1,200 episodes. For
Yes,
Lost.
but you'll enjoy every one.
I'd rather smoke 5 joints a day and get my brain strong.
You can sit there and do a marathon.
I did the marathon with Rescue Me, and it got exhausting.
Yeah.
And I loved it, but I had to catch up because I watched all 4 seasons within a month, 2 months.
You'll just keep popping in
Lost episodes?
Lost episodes, yeah.
I don't know if I want to commit because I went through the whole wire, and that was awesome. But
Yeah, you got
that
it.
was a hell of a commitment as well.
Right after the pilot, you'll be like, okay, now I got it.
I'll be hooked?
Yeah.
Maybe I'll give it a shot. Adam.
Yeah.
Tatum O'Neal. I mean, she's on the front page, and
I
you
know.
worked with her on Rescue Me. What do you know?
She's very sweet and very professional, and hopefully she gets the help she needs.
Easy with the dirt.
Sorry.
Wow. Wow.
Here's my other
hell are
big
you?
shovel of crap I'll be throwing on her.
Call up the gossip columns. We got an exclusive here.
No, I hope everything.
Did you
works
see
out.
anything when you were working with her?
Not a thing.
She seemed like she was
and if she
clean
had
and
anything,
sober?
she was holding out.
Really?
Nothing.
She kind of looked kind of cracky in some of those episodes, though. But I just thought it was the role she was playing.
No, I
she
never
played-
really did anything because that's Dennis's family life, and I'm in the firehouse.
Sure.
Like I saw her we show up at weddings and funerals. The whole cast gets
Right.
That's about it. It's like a family. So I didn't really see anything, and she's always been sweet.
Well, she played pretty much a raging alcoholic on the show, so it was hard to tell if she was
Yeah.
acting or if that's how she is in real life.
Strung out, but
Yeah.
maybe in real life.
Not that I saw.
Not that he saw. I'll get the real scoop after the show.
Adam, now you and Anthony go way back.
Way back, of
You
course.
hear what he's up to lately? Has he told you?
I've heard tale. We've had a few phone conversations.
Yeah.
There was a nurse present last time we spoke, which was pretty funny. But why don't you fill me in on what you've been doing, Ant?
Wait, what's the nurse present?
Oh no, that was a joke.
It was a joke. I was just making him laugh.
Yeah, that was.
What hijinks have you been up to, my friend?
Well, I was single.
That I knew.
Yeah.
Wait, you don't know what's going on?
Yeah, I go part of it. I'm messing with him.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you do. Okay. You know.
Yeah.
Wow. I got a girlfriend.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
now it's official?
Well, yeah.
Ah,
I made
good
it
for you.
official.
You did.
Sure.
Would you carry your books from school?
Pink luggage.
Look at that.
Well, Keith
Actually had Keith carry.
carried the pink
carried the
luggage.
pink
Yeah.
It means a lot when I make my
See, that's
security
the
guy.
stat- Who's that guy? My luggage cart.
That's
Say
it.
hello.
It's nice when you have your your security guy carry the pink luggage.
Hey, are you happy, my friend?
Of course.
There you go.
Are you?
Of course.
Good. See? Well, now we're happy. We're both working. Happy. Knock wood. It's always one of us commiserating to the other.
Really?
What happened? I was working like, a month ago.
Yeah. What'd you say now? It was always bad. Like, I'd be on the road somewhere and the news comes on and, like, your face would pop up, Opie and Anthony. I remember the one that scared me was Opie and Anthony, and the government had no comment. I'm like, oh, what the hell did they do now?
That's always bad.
Yeah.
You just wish they would at least have a comment.
Yeah, they didn't say
just to know where their heads
The
at.
White House refuses to reply.
Actually, we did get one.
Him.
We did get one of those. That was the last one. The White House refuses to reply or acknowledge.
Yeah, they will not acknowledge this.
Right.
But it's strange because
just say something so we know where you're at with this whole thing.
The first thing is fear, and the second thing is like a little giggly pride underneath.
Right.
Like, oh, I got to find out what they
But
did.
then you're like, oh, geez, he's just going to be, yeah, there she is.
Mm-hmm.
Just the traffic girl.
Yeah, traffic. I thought, ooh.
Not weather.
I want to go
Everyone
on
confuses
record
that.
of saying you are batting over your head. Seriously. Does the woman have a retinal problem? Does she?
Hey.
Wow.
We get along very nicely.
Wow. Look at you. God bless you.
We get along very nicely.
Yes, you did.
Yes.
Of course you did.
Anthony can handle that. What are you saying,
A
Adam?
girl like that, you throw out the Garmin. You don't
20
need
to
that
30-minute delays on the Long Island Railroad.
Yeah.
And alternate side parking's in effect.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
God bless you, my
See?
friend.
And I always know what the traffic's going to be.
Yeah.
It's handy, a little perk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I love you. I'm on the FDR. I'm going to be late. No, you're not.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's funny. That does remove all the honey traffic. Exactly where was it?
Oh, Jesus.
He has the copter following you like Goodfellas. I'm telling you, there's a helicopter following me.
Punching up traffic cams.
I don't know if we have time to get to this at one point.
Let's do it right now, Jimmy.
Did you see this thing that they got an email? This Scott Weiland. I can't tell you how much I despise this guy.
Well,
really?
you did like him yesterday. I don't know what happened.
Well, we were able to
Jimmy despises
I know.
Scott Weiland.
just to set up really fast. Saturday and Sunday we hung, backstage at the STP show, and what I witnessed is a band that doesn't hang out with Scott Weiland whatsoever. He travels by himself on his own tour bus. He has people that walk him to the stage. He barely has any interaction with the band before he hits the stage, and then he's whisked right off the stage onto his own tour bus, and that is it. These guys are not interacting with each other whatsoever. And I told the whole story, and it was picked up by a few places, but one of the DeLeo brothers was yelling and screaming at the tour bus the other night, calling him Axel, going, "Come on out, Axel, come on out. What are you doing? What are you doing, Axel?" And that was at the PNC when they hit the stage an hour and 20 minutes after Filter left the stage. And the reviews, did you read the reviews on the Saturday night show?
No.
The New York Times did a whole thing and basically said, wow, he did not look good. He didn't sound that great. What the hell was going on? And Kenny and I saw exactly what was going on. He refused to leave his tour bus for a really long time, and it drove the rest of the band, insane. But with that said, Jimmy's got some more info on Scott Weiland.
And then we stood backstage on Sunday because O&A we're bringing we're going out on stage in Boston, and they the Stone Temple Pilots would like you to everyone with BCM passes to clear the backstage area.
That has drove me nuts my entire radio career. Like you, as a radio station, you really pump a show, and look, I know Stone Temple Pilots could sell their own tickets, but if the radio station's going out of their way to help you out in any way and present you and do all this, the least you could do is allow the BCN people to kind of hang out on the stage when you're playing. Every other band will do that.
Yeah, and it's off to the side. They're not going to be bothering you.
You're not on. Yeah, you still have your own thing. There's not much interaction, but at least you got a cool spot to check out the band. It's a nice perk if you're working for the radio station.
And as a comedian, it's amazing. We've done enough radio where the stations promote you, and it's like you're grateful to the stations for plugging you. That's why I just hate these fruity, spoiled rock. I hate them. I really do. Musicians, I'm starting to hate their guts.
Jimmy went crazy because all of a sudden they're like, if you have a BCM pass, they want you all the way back in catering, which means basically it's a worse seat than the people that are in the venue.
You're not hearing them.
No, you have to watch them on TV at that point.
Yeah.
And most of the people that did work for the radio station, they don't have actual tickets because they're assuming they could kind of check out the show on the side of the stage and stuff. They usually put a nice little area on the side of the stage like, here, enjoy the show. But in this case, they said BCM passes, you got to go back into catering, and we need this whole area cleared because Mr. Weiland is about to leave his tour bus.
What? Yeah. There's apparently a tampon issue he was suffering. He really makes me sick.
Carried out on a stretcher.
So blew his fans off for the meet and greet. Couldn't get, man, can't get to the venue on time, man. I hate the music anyway, so I have zero respect for them. I understand they're good. I know they are. I hate them.
I'm a big fan of their music.
You don't like the STP?
It does not.
Huge fan.
I hate yeah, really?
He does these impersonations.
I don't know where he gets it from.
I don't know one dumb song.
So Jimmy, so when they said clear the area, Jimmy's like, I'm out of here, just all disgusted and marched off.
I went into the car and I was writing something and I was listening to Motorhead and I was enjoying myself.
Yeah. So what do you got there, Jimmy?
The 16-year-old girl sent...
Well, you should explain this. Danny got an email from a SDP fan.
Yes, she said...
Because I guess she heard us talking. Sorry, Jimmy. I just wanted to help you out with the setup. Because she heard us talking about we saw at the show the last couple of days.
Yeah, and she starts off by going, I had a similar experience with Scott Weiland. She's from Cleveland. And it says, I'm a 16-year-old girl, and I saw Stone Temple Pilots with my father May 20th at the State Theater in Cleveland. And there's a bunch of stuff these are the highlights. Scott Weiland would flick his cigarettes all over, and I'm sure he left flicking a cigarette to the audience. Who cares about that? But then later she goes, later in the show, Scott's shoe became untied. Instead of bending down like a normal human being, Scott did a hand signal, and a crew member ran out on stage and tied his shoe between the songs.
But that's
that's kind of a rock star thing.
That's not arrogance. He doesn't know how.
That's funny. And he goes, man, this is the life, he said. I don't even have to tie my own shoes. But that's kind of funny if he's not such a jerk-off, but he probably means it. Meanwhile, Ozzy moons the crowd. He throws water on himself. He's having a ball. And this little sissy has somebody run out and tie his shoe. 12:15, Dean, this I guess after the show, Dean and Robert DeLeo came out together and hung out with the fans for probably 15 minutes and pleased every fan.
By the way, this is exactly what I observed. The DeLeo brothers could have been nicer and cooler to their fans, hanging out before the show. People were like, oh, my God. I think it was Robert DeLeo was checking out Filter in Boston, and people were like, I can't believe you're just hanging out, checking out Filter. Like, yeah, man, I'm a fan of these guys, and I know Richard Patrick pretty well. He was just so down-to-earth and cool. The drummer, I don't know his name, same thing. But anyway, go ahead, Jimmy. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Then Scott Weiland came out, and everyone started yelling. He blew all of us off and went on to the tour bus. I asked the DeLeo brothers if Scott was going to come out and sign for us. They said no. When they were leaving, I asked Dean DeLeo if he could take my Velvet Revolver Contraband CD on Scott's bus and have Scott sign it. He said he couldn't do that.
They're not even allowed on his bus. That's what I saw. When this girl talks about a tour bus, she's talking about his individual tour bus.
So the girl and her father are leaving, and they're in the car going off on Scott Weiland. And then she said, in a last attempt to meet Scott, we drove past the parking lot, which all the fans were in. When we drove by, we noticed a crowd of about 10 people. I jumped out of the car and ran over there and then saw it was Scott Weiland. I yelled at my father to come also. We waited for Scott to sign my CD and get a picture. Between every fan he tolerated, I asked him if I could get my picture with him. He blew me off. Then before he signed everything, he just left. I ran over to the taxi he was getting in. I then got his attention.
So he was signing stuff?
For 10 people.
Okay.
And he left before he finished it.
Okay.
I ran over to the taxi he was getting in. I got his attention. I asked if he could sign my CD and get a picture with him. He said, sure. Then licked his fingers, which were messy with rib sauce. Which, all right, whatever. At least you hope that's what it was.
Yeah.
Not just a fan with bad timing.
Is that confirmed?
Then I handed him my Sharpie and CD. He looked at the CD and realized it was Velvet Revolver Contraband. Ew, Velvet Revolver, he said, and handed the CD back to me.
Well, the band kind of kicked him out, so
But it's for a fan.
Yeah, sign it up.
Is Jerkoff refusing the residuals from the music, too? Is he refusing the royalties? It's for a 16-year-old girl. This absolute
who has to come with
off.
her father. Give her a break.
This jerk-off, this spoiled, coddled jerk-off. Velvet Revolver, he said, and handed the CD back to me. I pleaded with him to just sign it, and I told him how important the CD was to me, and how I would listen to it in its entirety multiple times every day for the first year after it came out when I was in 7th grade. He still refused to sign it and then forcibly jabbed the Sharpie into my hand. Then I asked him if I could still get my picture with him, and he agreed. He put his arm around me to pose. Before my father could press the camera button, Scott ducked into the car, got into the cab, and closed the door. So she didn't even get her picture. I burst into tears. My father and I then decided to follow the cab.
Well, she's a bit obsessive.
You know what, though?
I'm trying to be on her side.
16. I'm 40.
And her stupid father.
I'm picturing her stupid father not being able to work the camera.
Exactly.
Sitting there, all right, which button? And him just going like, oh, get out of here.
You're right, but the guy's a jerk-off.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
an absolute jerk-off. And they said that he had switched cabs or something a couple blocks away, so they missed him. But surprised that people couldn't follow him back to the hotel. But whatever, that's her story. And the guy was just a complete tool to her. He's exactly the way you figure he'd be. He's one of those too cool for the room, spoiled rock star.
No.
I hate guys that don't treat their fans well. I hate his guts.
Yeah, we were supposed to interview them.
Of course, I
yesterday,
forgot that. They blew
That was
the-
like, not going to happen.
Why would you?
Well, no,
Just drop dead on the bus. Drop dead. Just face down on the bus.
It was part of our itinerary that we're going to interview the band. We didn't even prepare because I'm like, we're not interviewing the band.
Nope.
All you have to do is read up on these guys a little bit, and you know you're not interviewing Scott Weiland. Maybe the DeLeo brothers. You know, they seem like cool guys, but... All right, let's go to Jimmy in Michigan. Jimmy!
Hey,
Yeah.
What's up, Jimmy?
Hey.
Hey, I went and saw STP back in, I don't know, what was it, 99 when the album with Sour Girl came out?
Sure.
Yeah.
Scott Weiland was just so effed up on the stage, man. He's freaking wearing leather pants and no shirt. And, of course, after the show, there was a ton of fucking fans out waiting by his tour bus, dude. He doesn't even look at him. He just walks right by 300 people waiting in the fucking...
Dude, stop cursing. You're on terrestrial radio. We want to hear the story.
You're just killing yourself with the cursing, Jimmy.
Okay, I'm sorry. Everyone's just waiting outside, bitter cold. I mean, I think the show was in November, freezing cold, and he just walks right by, doesn't even look at the fans. Ozzy Osbourne at Ozfest, he will come sign. Zach Wilde, he'll come sign. I mean, I've had huge stars. Dimebag Darrell and Vinnie Paul after the Damage Plan show, they'll come sign.
And dude,
Scott Weiland he's not even a legend. STP is a wonderful band and everything, you know. Their music has went south in my opinion, but
I think he's close to legendary status, my friend. The guy has had a lot of hits.
He's a major rock star.
They have had a lot of hits. Their music has gone. Tell me their music hasn't gone south since the.
Considering they haven't recorded anything in 5 years, I guess you're right. But I mean, Scott Weiland went on to record some fine songs for Velvet Revolver. He's never gone away with his songs, to be honest with you.
But to go, ew, Velvet Revolver. All right.
All right, thank you.
God almighty, I was with you. I tried to help you. You can't have an interaction. Blah, 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 blah. It's like you just hit play. And when the tape runs out, we can talk. Jesus, me in Michigan, stop it. If anyone's going to wreck this show, let it be me. But,
Jimmy?
Hey, Jimmy.
Obviously, he's still here.
I love how it annoys.
I don't mind this guy, but he just, dude, back and forth.
Maybe he's a little nervous.
I know he is.
Jimmy, I liked your show. I liked your show in Mount Pleasant.
Thank you, Jimmy.
All right, now, Norton.
Dude, keep talking, Jimmy. I know, then he stops. He gives me one word, and then he takes it and dozes off. I'm all patiently waiting for more compliments. But yeah, it's like, I just hate rock stars like this. And when they get a reputation for doing it everywhere. Look, Ozzy, I'm sure, has walked by groups of people. Everyone is. But it's like when they get a reputation for it, everyone knows who the douches are. And he's obviously one of those douches.
Yeah.
And I can't, I don't know why. I have a visceral reaction to this guy. Maybe because I don't like the music, so I can view him completely from a distance. But the way he treats his fans, to me, makes him a little jerk off. To blow off meet and greets, man, people for a meet and greet, it's a huge thing, especially with a band.
He's beyond that. He's probably just fed up, and
you're right. You're probably right.
He's looking for a reason to blow it up. He doesn't want to do it anymore.
Good, then don't do it. Stay home. Don't reunite.
Yeah.
Don't do it. Stay in the bus. Hey, behind you. bus.
I don't know how the rest.
Afraid.
I don't know how the rest of the band puts up with it. I guess they're doing it for the paycheck because there was no interaction, none, barely on the stage, as well. It's like two separate things going on. You got Scott Weiland, the lead singer, of the rest of the guys, and the rest of the guys are just putting up with his crap for what reason I don't know. That's up to them to say.
I don't know why I dislike this guy so much. I'm not saying he's not a great singer. I'm not saying they haven't been a great contributor. I'm not saying any of that.
I find him extremely interesting because he's just going to self-destruct.
Good.
I mean, we've seen this story many times in the past, and I find it very interesting because even when they try to clear the area, I was like, no, I want to be in this area. I just want to see.
Something's going to happen.
Yeah, he's just a very interesting guy because he's just so self-destructive.
Yeah, I think he'll be one of the last 90s kind of grunge rocker guys to kick it. Yeah, do a little too much heroin or whatever.
Seems to be heading that way, what we observed, but I don't know.
He's ticking.
I hate guys that aren't good to their fans, man.
Well, that's what bothers you, Jimmy. It's not the music; it's his attitude.
The music doesn't bother me at all. I mean,
even if you like the music, I think you'd still have the same reaction.
Maybe
you just have a caveat. Look, I like the music, but and then you would snap.
It's a visceral reaction when I know he blows off fans, doesn't even look at them while they. Because I've stood on there and waited, and it's just it's stupid, but it bothers you.
And you don't like their music?
No, I don't.
I don't think they suck. I'm not going to go with Dead and Bloated. A lot of their stuff is poppy, but I think you might like Dead and Bloated.
I've wanted to say that to Eric for a long time.
This is Dead and Bloated.
Somebody gave me on my birthday deathbed. I am smelling like the roses somebody gave me 'cause I'm dead and blue.
I've never heard this.
Really?
Good stuff.
It's a great song, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard this. Good song. Sure. Good song. Wave at the fans.
Yeah, he recorded that on a bus.
Nick in Jersey. Nick.
Yeah, what's going on, guys?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Yeah, so I was just listening to that clown kind of like smack talking Weiland. I was at a show of theirs I forget what show it was actually, but he's about as big as it gets, honestly, man.
So, dude, why am I a clown for smack talking him when I'm not saying he's not as big as it gets? I'm saying he's nasty. He's not good to his fans.
I feel you, and that stinks, man. That really does stink, but, like...
I don't even really care about that. He's not even good to his own bandmates, which is amazing.
Yeah.
That's what I find amazing.
So how am I a clown for smack talking him?
No, I'm sorry, man. You're not a clown. I just, whatever.
It's okay.
But he came on stage in this gray velour suit with a red top hat, and he had girls in the crowd crying. Like, he is huge, man.
Yes.
It does, it is a bummer that he's not cool to his fans. It's not the first time we've heard that in music history, you know what I'm saying?
You're right. And dude, I know everyone has a bad day and stuff like that, but this, because being backstage, when they had the area cleared at the request of the band, it makes me, I have such a hatred for these coddled, these baby musicians. I deal with performers, dude. I'm one of them. So it's like, I know what it's like to be on stage. Not on that level, of course. But it's like, I just love comedians.
Great performer.
Yeah.
I'm gonna read this.
Entertainer.
I'm gonna read this, Jimmy. It says, yet Jimmy will tolerate Gene Simmons, who is one of the biggest D-bags of all time.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're right. Gene has a very bad reputation. I'm not saying I'm completely consistent. I've tolerated because I've loved Gene growing up. What am I going to tell you? But Gene is more engaging to me than that. I mean, Gene, I don't think would walk by and not wave.
Yeah.
Gene may be a dickbag when it comes to like suing people and merch.
Well, it's all business.
Yeah, but I mean, is he known for blowing fans off or being completely off? Maybe he is. I don't know.
I don't think. I think you're right. It's a business thing, like all the stuff, and that's where he's going to drop the hammer and be kind of a douchebag. But as far as the fans and stuff, he loves the fans because they're all buying his stuff. He's got coffins and condoms. He's got to be nice to them.
Yeah. All right, we're going to take a break. Adam, what are you promoting? Anything?
The rest of the new episodes, June 24th, short episodes starting at 10 o'clock, and I'll be at Governor's on Thursday.
Opie and Anthony. Adam Ferraro in studio today.
Hello.
Where did Jimmy go?
to potty?
Where's little Jimmy Norton?
Did he go to the
Scott
potty?
Weiland's hotel room.
Oh. We, one of the guys from Boston, because he heard us talking about STP at the River Rave, he writes, when they were kicking everyone out of the backstage area at the River Rave, one of the DeLeo brothers was actually holding the door for us to leave. He looked ashamed for a minute. This isn't me.
I'm a douche.
I know they're saying SDP would like this area cleared, but trust me, it's not me. So I'll hold the door and kind of give you a look of, sorry.
Yeah, we were backstage for them a while ago in Boston.
Yeah.
I guess they gave that up.
Phone number 877-212-ONA. We got a bunch of things we could still do. We got the Uma Thurman thing. The stalker gets Uma gets probation. Guy's a complete kook.
That's ridiculous.
And he gets, I think, 3 years probation for all that crap he was doing. Well, it's quick. Let's go here.
No jail time for the man convicted of stalking actress Uma Thurman. Instead, a judge ordered 37-year-old Jack Jordan to undergo psychiatric treatment while he serves 3 years probation. Jordan was found guilty of harassing Thurman by sending her threatening letters and visiting her movie set. He could have faced up to a year behind bars, but the judge decided jail time would not have served anyone's interest.
Really?
I think the judge did the absolute right thing, and I think Jack is going to get the help that he needs, that he's needed from the beginning of this case.
Now, Jordan will serve his sentence in his home state of Maryland under his parents' supervision.
How old is he?
Yeah.
40s under his parents' supervision?
Yeah. A jail would do him a lot of good, too. Make him think.
He should get a year in jail.
Yeah, that would help him as well. He would think twice before he's hanging outside her apartment.
Yeah, who cares about helping him? It's not about him.
Yeah.
It's about the woman he's
threatening.
That doesn't help Uma sleep well at night. How about what helps Uma? She's hanging around with her little kid, and this creep is outside her apartment.
Yeah,
here in New York.
Her. We're connected.
Are you? Go to jail. Also, we're kind of getting into the wrap-up phase here. We got Vince McMahon, announcing he's giving away $1 million on Raw. We could go
For
there.
What?
We got a DJ that punched his girlfriend down there in West Palm Beach, Florida.
Love that story.
What?
You want to go there?
Yeah.
On the air?
Huh?
On the air?
Oh, that would have been beautiful, but no.
Classic.
Yeah. You want to do the you all right? Your eyes are spinning.
I told
Are
you.
they?
Yeah, I told you. I told you during the break. I said, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
And I'm over here.
Oh, there you are.
What is ice spinning? I don't know what that means.
It's like,
His eyes are like, you're tired from the ride?
yeah, his eyes are crossing him.
I was tired, but
Yeah. All right.
no, I'm not on the verge of falling asleep.
You want to cut my ass? If my ass feels so good since I've been doing the
Yeah? Can we squeeze your ass, Jimmy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ugh.
Yeah?
Jimmy's so hairless.
It's awful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yesterday he had a little hoodie on without a T-shirt underneath, and he zipped it down, and it looked like he was wearing a flesh-colored T-shirt. There isn't a spot of hair on him.
That's right.
Just under the chin. Little whiskers to prove that he's kind of a man.
He could grow almost a full beard, but the rest of his body has
shave it.
Not a hint of hair. You want to do the DJ then?
Yeah, I like the beating of the
all right. Well, there's
wife, was it, or girlfriend?
Girlfriend. There's a show called Jennifer and Danny. E-Rock, this is from your neck of the woods. What could you tell us about Jennifer and Danny?
I actually have not heard their show, but she's apparently the highest paid radio talent in West Palm Beach. She's been there for some years, and she's just like a soccer mom.
Highest paid in West Palm.
Yeah,
and she does the show with this guy Danny, who's a problem.
Yeah. I don't know him either.
Oh,
Is that him?
Yeah.
That guy looks like a problem.
He looks like the Big Show.
He looks like a thumb.
Looks like it looks like a thumb. He kind of has a Big Show look to him. I don't know how tall he is, but we got just the headshot. But this guy did some naughty things, even though he does a very lame radio show with this Jennifer girl.
Well, West Palm Beach police arrested 97.9 FM's morning DJ Ralph Chekalinsky yesterday afternoon. Listeners know him as Danny on the Jennifer and Danny show on the airwaves.
Why?
Chekalinsky faced a judge in...
What?
Why is he Danny? His name is Ralph.
What's wrong with Ralph? It's gonna be Danny. Be Ralph.
Why?
Because Ralph
is really me. Danny's my on-air personality.
Danny's a little softer.
Yes. Yes, a little more inviting.
A little more inviting. I'm actually giving you the real answer, Jimmy. Unfortunately, I know this crap.
Yeah, Danny.
The PDs sit you down. They study your name, and then they rub their chin and go, "You're more Danny."
We've done market research.
Yeah, Ralph.
He's a new
Ralph.
Danny.
Huh?
I'll bet he's a new Danny that they just keep having.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes they do that. Yep.
The guy that was in the seat was named Danny, and he
Right.
left, and they want everyone to not know that Danny left, so they just
Right.
bring in another guy and call him Danny.
Yeah. They started that with the word Darren, and they just replaced the Darrens.
Yeah,
And then
sure.
Radio, it's Danny.
Yeah.
Wait, did he? Now let me ask you: was this the woman he did the show with that he punched?
No.
Oh, too bad.
No.
Listeners know him as Danny on the Jennifer and Danny show on the airwaves. Chekalinsky faced a judge in West Palm Beach this morning. Police say his live-in girlfriend called police Saturday night and told officers Chekalinsky punched her on the right side of her face and jaw. According to the arrest report, the girlfriend told police he also threw her down on the floor, causing a bruise on her right arm and pain in her lower back. Chekalinsky was charged with domestic battery. The judge released him on his own recognizance and ordered him to stay away from his girlfriend.
See, we were saying this the other day because a lot of people look at us like we're creeps because of the type of radio we do. I'm telling you, it's the ones that are doing the safe radio or these CBS douchies that are going to be down the hall in another day or two. They look like a bunch of creeps.
Yeah.
They look like
senators against gay marriage tapping their foot in the bathroom.
There you
Exactly.
go. Or Spitzer going after the prostitution stuff, and he ends up getting caught with one.
I want to
You're
see
exactly
more of that
right.
guy.
What do you got there, Stunt Brain?
Jennifer and Danny page there. And you got a beautiful shot. That must be Jennifer.
Yeah, Jennifer's all right as far as radio broads go.
You know, she's standing next to a horse and her teeth are bigger. There's a picture
Oh, okay. That picture I didn't see.
And today she came to work with a helmet.
Right. Do you want to hear what their show sounded like?
Oh, yes.
Okay, Danny intros the game. So this is the guy that's in all the trouble.
Hey, we get to play older than 10 right now. 10 questions.
I'm uncomfortable.
Your answers are either older or younger.
Why are you uncomfortable?
Because she's the whole. It's her job to be.
No, she's not uncomfortable. He's giving her that look. Do what I tell you.
Why is she
Put it back in, please.
Why?
Put it in your pants.
Because what you don't see is that he's got boxing gloves on.
That's uncomfortable.
Unfortunately, they don't do TV. Then everyone would understand why she's uncomfortable. Another punching joke. Great. Here we go.
Hey, we get to play older than 10 right now. 10 questions.
I'm uncomfortable.
Your answers are either older or younger. Are you going to play 10?
I don't know. Am I?
Sure, why not?
Well, doesn't she have an unfair
advantage? No, not really.
Oh, she doesn't?
Yeah, because we're going to mention events or inventions or particular people. So, everybody got a piece of paper?
Yeah.
Trying to make it fair. All right. So your answer again, older or younger?
What's the answer?
And she's the highest paid jock in West Palm Beach, Florida? For
She
this
sounds
crappy rock?
confused.
Well, here's the question.
I want to hear more, Opie.
All right.
So everybody gave their answers. The first question was the polio vaccine. All right. Mm-hmm. Older or younger than Jen? Rapid fire. Jen.
Older.
Dina.
Older.
Bill.
Older.
The first was invented by Jonas Salk and first tested in 1952 and announced to the world by Salk on April the 12th, 1955. Older is correct.
Yay!
All right.
What does his live-in girlfriend do? Write their bits? So he had to give her a sock in the jaw? I don't know why I had to explain that when I sensed it.
Yeah.
I was like, well, once they understand it, the laughter will ensue.
Yeah.
There you go.
We now go to Hawaii, where Kelsey Grammer is on vacation. All right, back to the game.
The Bay of Pigs invasion. Jen.
Bay of Pigs. Younger.
Right. Dina.
Said older.
Older. Bill.
Younger.
Younger. The 1961 Bay of Pigs invasion, by the way. Very unsuccessful. So younger is correct. So Dina took
Boo.
Exactly. Boo is correct.
Boo. Why are people allowed to do this type of radio stuff?
Just, who's enjoying it?
I don't know.
Da-da-da, da-da-da.
Exactly. Who's enjoying this?
Polio and the Bay of Pigs is what they cover.
Right.
And they don't make fun of either one. Polio, Jonas Salk.
Yeah.
That's
but
good.
then they give basic facts about it. Like you're in school.
All the leg jokes you could make, and he goes right to explaining who Jonas Salk was.
Yeah.
You idiot.
All right. Well, it continues with this.
What about the Slinky? Older or younger than Jen? Number 4.
said older.
Older? What about you, Dina Lang?
It's older.
Bill Ryan.
Speaking
Older.
of slinkies, I took a pink stocking last night.
Right.
It walked down the stairs
Walked down the stairs, it was covered in hairs.
and made a slinkety sound.
Bill Ryan.
Older.
Richard James was a naval engineer trying to develop a meter designed to monitor horsepower on naval battleships. He was working with tension springs when one of the springs fell to the ground. He saw how the spring kept moving after it hit the ground, and an idea for the toy was born in 1943. Older is correct.
Wow. Whose job is it to go,
E-Rock, that's your new job.
Yeah.
You're
You
the,
gotta be the, can I get a woo?
You're the woo. Here, let's try it. Anytime Jimmy says something funny for the rest of the show, you have to do the ooh.
Okay.
Like, almost like I know you didn't, but it's a ooh.
Dr. Phil, older or younger? Jen.
Older.
Dina.
Younger.
Older. And Bill goes with older. Dina, be prepared to be hit by Jen because Dr. Phil, born September 1st, 1950, older.
Oh.
Yay! Why am I going to hit her?
Hit
She's
me.
wrong.
Why are you going to hit her? Because that's what you do when they disobey.
She needs a sound thrashing.
I can't tell who the men are
And
who the women are.
exactly. It's the same.
WDYK.
Well, here's the big finish, okay?
The world's most well-known and best-selling doll. All right? Mm-hmm. Produced and owned by Mattel. Let's see here. The highest-selling Barbie doll in Mattel's history, the Totally Hair Barbie, known as the Ultra Hair Barbie. That one was released in 1992. However, older or younger? We're talking about the actual introduction of Barbie.
Older.
Older. Dina.
Barbie is older.
Bill.
I said younger.
All right.
This will decide the winner.
Barbie was introduced at the American International Toy Fair on March the 9th of 1959. So, Bill Ryan, you win. How about that?
Bill.
Very
What
good,
an awful
Bill.
show.
What do you win? You get to leave that radio show?
Right. Here's your walking papers. Congratulations.
If you give such a poor woo again, I'll flick a water bottle cap at you.
Yeah, where's the passion?
Wasn't much energy in that one.
He held his chin and wooed quietly. I don't want a quiet wooing.
Come on,
It's like a
E-Rock.
coup.
Give us a good one.
Woo! Woo! How about that?
I love how E-Rock's pretending that he doesn't know this type of radio.
Exactly. Stop being too cool for
You've
the
probably
area.
wooed on 3 different radio stations in West Palm Beach.
Hey, oh, woo, boy, what do you got? Woo!
Nothing?
Woo!
You suck.
No, how do you not even woo right? Or answer questions.
E-Rock. Jimmy asked you a question.
E-Rock contracted polio in what year?
What are you typing? Are you kidding me?
What are you typing?
The listing for the rest of our rundown updates.
You're what? Listening for?
The listing for the
Oh,
rest
the
of
listing.
our rundown updates.
What do you do? You're on the air. You typing stuff for the web while you're on the air? What's the matter with you?
He's just in his own
I'm not
world.
laughing at that. I'm laughing at Jimmy's face. You got that Scott Weiland look as you
Because
yell
we're
at him.
confused by what he does sometimes.
And everybody laughed. What was your contribution?
He doesn't even know we're doing a comedy show.
Woo!
There you go.
There it is.
Incidentally, Eric likes to be called E-Rock instead of Eric, right? It's true. So we'll refer to you as E-Rock.
Eric likes to be called E-Rock.
Who's that?
Regis.
You didn't know that he was on the new Password show.
Listen to Regis.
Yeah. E-Rock was on Password with Regis.
Play the clip.
E-Rock, you got 30 seconds. Everything starts now.
E-Rock.
Well, E-Rock.
E-Rock had a little financial trouble lately, right?
How great is that?
They had a contestant on.
Oh, it's not him.
I'm wondering if it's a listener.
Had to be a listener.
Because how does Eric turn into E-Rock?
It doesn't. Only on this show.
How did we come up with E-Rock for you, Eric?
We tried to find something of the equal intelligence level.
There was somebody
Had
that
higher hopes for that.
worked for us that kept saying it around the office over and over.
Could there be more?
Yeah, but what is it based on, though? How does Eric become E-Rock?
It was just something my cousin called me since I was a little kid.
Because they thought you were going to be a rock star or something?
I have no idea.
Well, how did someone in the office pick up on it? If your cousin called it.
I don't remember how it came up, but somebody took it and ran with it and just kept saying it over and over. Oh, you do?
Yeah. Because one of his stupid screen names on instant message. Well, I won't give it away, but it had something to do with
E-Rock. But I won't give it away. Jesus.
Well, no, you can't figure it out just from that. But that's
all right.
That's probably that wasn't even his nickname growing up. It was probably E-Lump.
All right.
You're not wooing with conviction. I don't like that.
No, not at all. All right. We want to thank Adam Ferraro for stopping on by today. E-Rock. For Adam, right?
Thank you,
And
E-Rock.
Adam, what's the big plug again?
The big plug is June 24th, FX 10 o'clock. The webisodes begin for Rescue Me. I will be at Governor's Thursday, and Season 4 comes out on DVD June 3rd. Is that today or tomorrow?
June 3rd,
June 3rd is tomorrow.
But they usually come, they come out on Tuesdays.
Today, on Tuesdays.
So, on Tuesdays. So I think, today you could get your Season 4 of Rescue Me. And I can't wait for the new episodes there, Adam. I'm so glad you're in it.
Yeah, me too.
So glad Dennis gave you the call.
Nice to be home.
So glad. All right, we're off to XM. You guys have a good day. We'll see you soon. All right,
bye-bye.
XM 202.
Here we are, XM Satellite Radio. Adam Ferraro has made the walkover. Let's not forget he's playing Governors Thursday.
Yes.
All weekend long or just Thursday?
Just Thursday.
Really?
Yeah, just Thursday night.
You're a busy man, huh?
Busy.
Chair's very low.
Yours?
Is that a new chair?
Yeah, I don't think it's my usual chair. I think this is the Bennington chair.
Oh,
the Bennington throne.
Lucky you. Lucky you. We were just checking out some of the animations for the
really
Animation
good.
Festival that's happening Thursday at the Roseland Ballroom. It sucks. I'm kind of bummed that we're not doing it in a bigger room now, man.
Yeah.
I mean, Roseland.
But it's for your first one. I mean, these
we
are
decided to keep it a bit on the small side.
Yeah.
The tickets
Sure.
sold out in 2 days. It's 1,200 tickets, something like that. But after seeing some of the work that these guys did for the Animation Festival,
amazing.
It's
going to be huge.
A bigger audience needs to see these. They're unbelievable.
Well, it's a good way to start. You start out this one this year, and then next year you go to a bigger place.
And then we go bigger?
One we just looked at looked like a Pixar movie.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Just as good as Pixar.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys came to the table. And then, it's not some of the animations are way better than the others, but some of the other animations that aren't well animated are funnier.
They're funny as hell.
It's going to be a very interesting
Well,
balance.
you should have. I'm sure you're going to have awards and stuff, right?
Oh, yeah.
So
We
you'll
got
have best animation,
$5,000.
funniest one, best. I'm sure
We should
different
probably make a few
categories.
different categories. Absolutely.
Big prizes.
But we just saw 4 or 5 of them, and Jimmy, what do you think of the animations? My God,
Great. It was really good, man.
Jimmy got so
Great
excited.
job.
He's like, I got to call HBO right now and make sure they're there.
I would like them to see it. I mean, whether they want
Yeah.
to do something with it or not is, I don't know, but it'd be nice to have them there.
We believe we have a TV show. We really do. And the thing is to have different animators so the show doesn't look exactly the same
Absolutely.
from
Yep.
beginning to end. You get a couple different looks, and the material is strong enough to animate.
Hell yeah.
I mean, the reaction, we got a home run on our hands.
I think so. It looks really
The only thing
good.
that could go wrong is some kind of dumb technical problem.
Which I'm sure will happen.
Yeah,
because-
exactly. That's why we booked some
Oh, yeah.
comedians. Right. But very excited about the Roseland Ballroom this Thursday for the Animation Festival. Did you call Pete?
Yes.
And what did he say?
He'll call. I mean, again, hopefully you can. But there's other options too, like other people to get down there to see it. I mean, and let them see it with fans.
Yeah.
I mean, because let them see the fans enjoying it too, so they know it's not
Yep.
just this isolated, insular thing that only 5 people like.
And it wouldn't be an inside show. The material's strong enough that it's like mass appeal, and then the
Yeah.
animations like really bring it on home. So
Some of it's really dirty, some it's not. None of it's been about sex. I mean, they've all been like these really weird.
A lot of blood.
Just the quirky conversations that we have in here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of blood.
Like that.
The fans love animating blood. And they really love the Slaughterhouse. We got a lot of animations on the Slaughterhouse bit that Jimmy did.
Well, it's such a visual thing. I mean,
Yeah.
Slaughterhouse is so ripe to be cartoon.
Right. And we just saw someone animate Ecstasy of Gold, and that one is just... who did that? I forgot. The credits just ran by.
Yeah, Sam has it.
It's someone from Whackbag, and that's going to open the show. It's perfect for an opener to the Animation Festival. An amazing job by that guy. We'll give him credit in a second.
Fuck him.
Huh?
Fuck him. Don't even come.
Yeah.
And we got
in the ass.
We got some fans outside. We got still
look at that.
lots of things to do here.
Howdy. There they are.
Brian McKinney is his name.
Yeah, what's his Whackbag name now?
I don't know.
Balloon Knot, was it?
I think something like that. I'm not
It was
sure.
Balloon Knot, right?
The Balloon Knot?
The Balloon Knot.
Wow.
Animated Ecstasy of Gold. Screw his real
Talented.
name. All right, we start with this today.
Women are stupid and I don't respect them. That's right, I just have sex with them. Show me your genitals. Your genitals. What? Show me your genitals. Genitalia. Show me your genitals. Your genitals. What? Show me your genitals. Genitalia. You're talking to me about stuff. Why? I'd rather see your titties. Now you're talking about other stuff. Why? I'd much rather see your titties. I can't have sex with your personality, and I can't put my penis in your college degree, and I can't shove my fist in your childhood dreams, so why you sharing all this information with me? It's not sexist cause I'm saying it in a song. That's right, bitch. Now take off your thong and show me your genitals. Your genitals. What? Show me your genitals. Your genitalia. Show me your genitals. Your genitals. What? Show me your
Like a
genitals.
cake king missile thing.
Knock, knock, who's there? It's me, wondering why you're not naked. Knock, knock, who's there? Me again, still wondering why you're not naked.
I went from hating this thing, and now it's kind of growing on me.
I went from hate to detest.
Really?
Yeah, I'm still hating it.
To your bum, I don't care what you say. No, I don't have feelings, cause feelings are gay. Something, something in the month of May. Bitches love my penis cause it's really big. Girls' brains are much stupider than men's are, so they should always listen to us cause we're smart. Women are only good for 3 things: cooking, cleaning, and vaginas. Show me your genitals. Your genitals. What? Show me your genitals. Your genitalia. Show me your genitals. Your
This song will be stuck in your head. I mean, it's a beautiful day here in New York City. You're going to be walking down the sidewalk. You're going to see a hot girl coming your way. Show me
My
your
luck is
genitals.
I'll be muttering, "Show me your genitals," and get slapped.
Right.
Someone will hear me.
I think this anyway.
Show me your genitals. Your genitalia.
Say it to a guy.
I can give good sex to you.
Genitals.
Cause I'm really good at sex. I can give good sex to you. Cause I'm really good at sex. Aw, yeah, that's right. Shake your bums. I'm out of here. I gotta go have sex with a lot of girls.
Thumbs up? Thumbs down? Thumbs up by the listeners that are on the bleachers today.
I'm not really feeling it.
Show me your genitals.
You know, personal
Genitals.
opinion.
Show me your genitals.
He was a little long-winded.
I give it a thumb in each ear.
I like his 2 girls, 1 cup.
What's there, Danny?
I like his 2 girls, 1 cup song parody a lot better.
Oh, really?
It was more clever.
You know, my mother, when you guys did that to me, I got a lot of people coming up to me. My mother heard, "Adam, did you do something with a girl in a cup?"
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Your reaction was one of the best ones that we got. 2 girls, 1 cup.
It was hideous to me, but I had to play it off. He goes, "What up, Anthony and Opie and running around." Forget it, Mom.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I just got sad, by the way, because I just turned on Than's mic so Danny can talk. Danny, it looks like your name's going on the board, my friend.
Yes.
Wow.
Danny will have his name right there.
I got a text from Than.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wants to come in.
Too bad.
You know,
tell him
say
no.
hi.
Tell him the fucking email Roland.
Tell him
Really?
Tell him Than who?
Oh, he's got to be booked like a guest where we sit here and go, "What do you
Absolutely.
think?"
Absolutely.
Nah, fuck it. What are we going to talk to him about?
Right, exactly. Exactly.
What's he promoting?
The guys would love to have you, but they're a little busy.
Yes, they're a little busy. Maybe we could reschedule.
Does he stand? Should I put him in CBS? He's in XM, or we'll have him come in XM.
You know, if you get Dan, they promised later on we'd get
Sam.
Sam.
And he's the big get, but you got to get Van first. And
then
you get
Harrison
Sam,
Ford.
No, it's all right. Just before we left CBS, Stunt Brain turned us onto a picture that could be one of the greatest pictures I've ever seen in my entire life.
That's a big expectations
which one I'm
you're
talking
putting
about?
out there.
Oh crap! Get Stunt Brain on the phone because I don't know where it was. I'm gonna put a picture up there, and you tell me it's not one of the greatest pictures you've ever seen in your life.
In my life,
we just had that photographer in last week talking about great pictures, and what were some of the ones we mentioned? Oswald getting shot.
Was going Iwo Jima.
What's a great picture to you, Adam?
BJ Day, the one with the sailor.
In Times Square.
Oh, really?
Square, bending
Kissing
over.
a broad.
I was hack. You could tell it was set up.
Yeah. Okay.
No, it's actually a great photograph.
Well, the John Lennon picture.
John Lennon. Which
John
one?
Lennon with the peace sign in New York City sweatshirt.
Oh, okay.
The Bob.
Malcolm X peeking out the window with a fucking gun is a great one too. With that fucking pistol, with that shotgun, or whatever, he's peeking out the curtains.
All right, we're getting the picture?
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Greatest picture ever.
Not ever.
Wait, what did you say?
Is a great picture.
One of the greatest pictures I've ever seen, sure.
I thought you said the greatest
No,
picture
it
you've
can't
ever
be.
seen.
That would be rough to say, but look at this picture. Can you blow it up?
Where is it?
What you're looking at, and we'll link it. One dead as car plows into Mexican bike race.
Wow.
Greatest there you go.
Ever.
There's the reaction.
That's a good one.
We can't blow it up?
That's it?
That's it.
Are you crazy?
Why can't you blow it up, Danny?
Can you zoom in?
What we're looking at is a car just plowing into the front of a bike race. There's easily how many guys up in the air with bikes just all over the place?
Like they just don't care.
Danny's counting. Just 8. At least 8 guys in midair off their bikes as the drunk driver plows right. Oh, there you go. Look at that.
What's that thing flying up to the upper left?
Torso.
That's another hat removal course with a automobile.
It's either a helmet or maybe a wheel because they use those weird wheels without the spokes or whatever.
Well, doesn't that obviously look like a still from a video? Because who could get that? Could capture that moment on film with a regular camera.
You're blowing up my spot. I was thinking it was somebody just hanging out with their camera.
I'd like to see a video. Died in that?
Yeah. Yeah, you could survive getting hit by a car if you hit just
like
right.
That? If you bounce off the roof and fall?
Yeah, I'll tell you the reason why there's only one dead. Because they were off the ground a bit. Because what kills you is getting run over, not getting hit. There's some fucked up injuries, man. You know, I bet you there's a lot of shins that are
guy
bruised.
with handlebars stuck in his head.
Right. Mexico, a car plowed into a bike race along a highway near the U.S.-Mexican border, killing 1, injuring 10. 28-year-old driver was apparently drunk, and fell asleep when he crashed into the race Sunday. It's a photograph. A photograph taken by a city official showed bicyclists and equipment being hurled high into the air by the collision. Rodriguez said Juan Campos. Wait a minute.
Roland's last name.
Roland's last name.
Hey,
oh, boy.
Oh, no. Was charged with killing 37-year-old Alexandro Olivares.
Alejandro.
Authorities said the wreck happened 15 minutes into the 34-kilometer race Sunday along a highway between blah, 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 blah. Campos said he's an American citizen living in Brownsville. The U.S. consulate could not immediately confirm that. We're looking into the incident in terms of whether American citizens were involved. There you go. One of the greatest pictures I've seen in recent memory. We'll put that up on the websites.
Yeah, that's a dandy. The guy's shoe is flying off right there, the upper left.
Why do you always lose your shoes when you get hit by a car?
People's shoes go flying when you get hit by a car.
Are those like the ones that have those clip-on bikes where they're connected to the bike?
Oh, I'm sure, yeah. This looks like a real bike race, not just let's go.
Yeah.
Let's do the March at Dimes bike thing.
And one bike is just up in the air.
Yeah.
No one on it.
Sideways.
Yeah.
Motherfucker fell over.
Look at that guy. He's like, whoa! Look at the guy on the left.
I won!
Yeah. He's on the hood.
What do you think that guy's thinking?
Hey, there's a car hitting me.
One that narrowly escaped over there?
Off the side of the road is just a guy sitting on his bike. He got away out of the way of the action. I think holy shit is going through his head.
Yeah.
No, I think he's thinking, I'm going to win this thing now.
Yeah. Yeah.
He got a nice piss, Arnold.
He probably just keeps pedaling like, what? I'm game to continue. Let's go to Josh in New Mexico. Josh?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good, man.
Hey, with the Animation Festival, can you get some of those and put them on a DVD? Because the internet here sucks.
Well, we were going to we were going to do something cool with it, but now I think we're just going to put them up on the website, and they'll be everywhere by Friday morning, that's for sure.
After the exclusive viewing.
Yeah, and I want to thank all the animators because we begged you not to put it anywhere. I think one idiot decided to put his animation up, but for the most part, everyone...
Well, then he's out of the contest, right?
Everyone else
Dummy.
is like, no problem. Because, everyone will see him soon enough as far as the rest of the country goes.
And they'll get more play that way.
Yeah. Great picture. Muhammad Ali standing over a fallen opponent as he pumps his fist.
Over Sonny Liston.
Sonny Liston. That's right, Jimmy. One of the greatest sports photos of all time.
Absolutely. And Sonny was on the ground. That was, I think, after the... that was the first or second beating he gave Sonny.
I think...
God damn it.
I want to say it's the...
When he was Cassius Clay?
I'm just guessing now. I'm doing that dumb guessing thing. I'm going to go with first.
Well, it makes sense if it's the first, because... Well, it makes sense if it's the second, because if you get that the first time, you come back.
Right. Animations will be up for 2 days, and then they're going to iTunes? Mm-hmm. Oh, sweet.
Ooh.
Look at that.
We'll sell them for $40 a piece.
Perhaps less than that.
No, that's what I say.
Perhaps less than that.
Sell them for $40.
Jim.
Hey, Dick Cheney...
His name is funny.
He He said that what people from West Virginia are all incest victims or something.
Huh? Yeah.
And no one gives a crap.
Oh, he's not running for anything.
Louis C.K. wants to say hi. Louis,
Hey, guys.
we just saw
Louis.
you animated. You're going to be part of the animation festival on Thursday. You look good in animation.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
At least I look good somewhere.
What's going on, buddy?
Not much. I look horrible right now. I'm a very ugly person right now.
Why? Are you on the movie set?
No, I just rapped.
Are you in Lowell, Massachusetts?
No, I'm actually on a highway. You saw me at what?
No, we're up in Boston. You're filming the Ricky Gervais movie, right?
That's right. I was just up there. I think I left like the day before you guys went up there.
And someone's saying, well, let's get Louis or Ricky on the show. And I said, they're up in Lowell. They're nowhere near us. Lowell's pretty far from where we were at. And it's
it's like 30 minutes up there.
It's a shithole, too.
Oh, it's horrible. I mean, retarded people walking the streets with oxygen tanks.
Really?
Like, a cane, an oxygen tank with the nose thing, and retarded.
And retarded.
That's how retarded you are. You forget to inhale.
Exactly. No, there really are. It's like people are so fucked up here that retarded people just walk around because there's not that much difference.
Yeah, who's going to, stop them?
Yeah, like in a regular place, retarded people are, put somewhere special. But they're
Yeah, it's called Lowell.
Yeah, we ship them all up to Lowell. Good observation there, Adam.
Yeah, it was pretty horrible place. I mean, I don't know. No, it sucked. But the movie was fun. It was fun to do.
That's exciting for you, my friend.
It was okay, but then my dog got hit by a truck 2 days ago.
Oh,
Yeah, horrible.
What happened, man?
My children's mother.
What is that about, Louis? My children's mother?
My baby mama was standing in the front lawn with the dog, and there was a deer across the street.
Yeah.
Just staring at the dog was barking, and she said, "Get out of here!" to the deer, and the dog thought she said, "Go get her."
Oh boy!
And so the dog ran across the street, and the truck hit her and wrecked, destroyed her life forever.
How old was the dog?
Dog was 9, and she was killed. And I loved that dog. I mean, I traveled. I have that YouTube video of that dog that recently people watched, and I traveled across the country with the dog like 6 times. So
wait, that's the dog?
That's the dog.
Now I'm affected. I thought the dog was really kind of adorable.
But Roland wasn't here to give his condolences.
Yeah.
That was a great dog. No, and I actually traveled upstate because I wasn't there to see her body and put her in the. I actually helped put her in the oven, which is really weird.
Why would you do that?
Because I felt terrible that I wasn't there, and I guess I wanted to have some closure or something. And I didn't know how I would react, but once I was in this room with incense burning, they really gave me a viewing of the body. It was ridiculous. I just sobbed like a baby. I just sat there and cried like a big faggot.
Louis. What the hell? I thought we were getting a joke from you today.
Yeah, no, sorry. My dog's dead, and it's really sad.
Hey, Lou.
Wow.
No,
the
that
dog
really
died
sucks.
right on the spot, right? There was no
Oh yeah, it had to.
That depends on where the dog got hit.
No, she died she was still dying when I saw her, but we put her in the oven anyway. We were like, no, there's no chance.
Put her in the oven anyway?
She was still alive. I just thought, fuck it, there's only so much you can do. I'm kidding. She died instantly, and
that's better.
Yeah. It's weird to shove your dog of 9 years into an oven.
Were your kids standing right there too, or no?
My what? Oh yeah. I had my kids stand there and watch.
No. Were they on the lawn when it happened with your ex-wife?
No, they were in the house, but they heard my ex-wife's blood-curdling scream.
Oh, fuck, man, that's awful.
It's rough to lose a dog. Did I ever tell the Brett dog story on the show?
No.
Which dog story?
I wish you were in studio because I completely feel for you. Completely.
This wasn't Fresca, right?
No, it's a drag. I mean, dogs are with you when you're alone. Like you're alone in their company. It's nobody else can really do that. That can keep you company, but you don't have to say a word to them for hours.
It's like E-Rock.
You want Do you
Terry
want me?
Schiavo.
You want me to tell this story?
Yeah, I'd love to hear the dog story.
This deals with real emotions, and so you know.
I'll give it a whirl.
I'll
try.
Sherry.
Because I mean, you know, Louis has set us down this path. I've never told this story on the air.
I'll try not to choke up. So, just go from the part where you kicked it in the liver.
No.
Oh,
this is my
okay.
brother's.
Different one.
This is my brother's dog. It was his life. A black lab.
Oh, they're adorable.
It was his life, and we came home from my uncle's wake, and I'm laughing because this is so horrific. I can't even believe I'm.
Oh God.
So it's my dad's brother died unexpectedly. Horrendous, horrible. And we're all just kind of at our own houses, just depressed, you know, went through this whole wake thing. And I get a phone call from my mom screaming bloody murder. And I'm like, oh, my God, what happened to Dad? You know, I'm thinking, you know, this caused maybe a heart attack or something. And she goes, you better get over here. I can't console Brett. I go, what happened to Brett? Well, his dog got run over by a car. My dad, who just came from his own brother's wake, ran in the street, and at that time he was only living on one artery, picked up the 80, 90-pound dog to get him out of the road. This is the type of father I had. Like I said, I had real emotions coming out here. And then the dog died in my dad's arms, and he put him kind of in a wheelbarrow just off to the side because it was the dead of winter.
1 mile. Oh, my God.
It was like early February, just a horrendous winter night, snow on the ground, full moon, maybe 8 degrees out, maybe. I go over, and Brett is I can't. There's nothing you could do. He's on the floor on all fours, just crying and going, why, and inconsolable, right? And we get him in a place, and he looks at me, and he goes, I got to bury the dog now. And I'm like, what?
Oh, my God.
So we take the wheelbarrow with, like, his life, basically, and we go into the backyard. And I thought I was in the middle of a horror movie. We are trying to dig a hole in my parents' backyard for his dog.
Oh, froze over.
It's 8 degrees out. And as he's like digging, he's collapsing because he realizes what he needs to do.
Oh my God!
Collapsing, and I'm sitting there like, oh dear God! And I'm holding the flashlight over this shallow grave as he's attempting to try to dig it deeper so he could bury his dog. Oh,
I like the fact you made him dig in his grief instead of giving him the flashlight. Selfish bastard.
Look, I'll go with you, but that ground's hard.
And
yeah, it's ironic that the dog would have done a great job digging that grave.
We had one of those moments, though, me and my brother, and he's just digging away. And I did try to help, by the way, but it was all about he needed to do this, and I was there just to support as best I could. And
what a crazy need for a closure to actually dig a hole and stick his body in.
And stupid me, all of a sudden the flashlight flashes onto the wheelbarrow, and it wasn't a pretty sight. I'm like, oh my God, I'm sorry. And that got him going again. He collapses. It took hours. We're out there in the dead of winter like a horror movie, burying his
No, because when you really dig a hole like that, it's like there's roots you got to cut through.
Oh my God, yeah.
You know, Indian pottery and whatever. And
yeah.
Steam. No, when the dog died, my ex called me screaming. I mean, screaming and sobbing and making no sense.
Jeez.
I thought one of the kids are dead. Like, my first thought, because I couldn't make any sense of what she was saying, she was screaming, sorry, and I heard dead somewhere in there.
Right.
Oh, and my first thought was, let it be the dog. I hope my dog is dead right now. Because compared to one of the kids being dead.
Yeah, sure. But for a moment, you weren't sure.
Oh, I wasn't sure. I mean, I had a sick feeling I'll never forget. Like, somebody, I mean, she's really upset. And somebody's dead, and I hope it's the dog. And then I hear the dog's name. I'm like, okay, either the dog ate one of the kids or the dog's dead.
Right.
But the worst part is telling the kids, too. I have a 6-year-old and a 3-year-old. And I was on the phone with them, and they're crying.
Oh, my God.
And then the 6-year-old says, first of all, she says, I'll never forget her. And then she said she was like a sister to me about the dog.
Oh, my God.
Jesus Christ. When she said that, I almost said, like, Jesus.
Right.
Come on, man.
Right.
A sensitive little story.
I got to tell you, where my parents used to live in Centerport was on a main road. And no joke, I moved home from Buffalo with a cat. That got hit by a car, and that was in a weird way my life because I was all by myself in Buffalo, and it was just I had this attachment to this cat, and my dad picked it out of the road and let the cat die in his arms and wait till it got stiff, and then he buried the cat before I came home from. I was working at BAB at the time,
Right.
and then I can't even tell you how many pets.
Your poor father has to go out on the road and pick up dead animals.
Dude, we lived on this main highway, and we always had dogs, but we never
Get
had
a fish.
We never had a fence. I know of at least 2 more dogs that ended up dying outside our house. It's like a pet cemetery in my
And they
parents'
called your
backyard.
father. He comes out in the hood.
You know, it was a relief when, you know, one of our pets died of old age and Dad took the ride, you know.
Yeah.
You know he's just dumping him in the woods somewhere, but he's like, no, I took Sprite to live on a farm in New Hampshire. But Dad, you've only been gone 45 minutes.
And there's dirt on your pants.
Right, exactly.
Sprite. I was supposed to go into an up-tempo goddamn number after talking about a goddamn dog dying.
No, it's funny, and I'll let Jimmy have his moment in 1 second here. But what's funny is someone's writing, Louis, will you turn down your GPS? We're having some real emotions on the show today, and all we hear is, turn left in 1 mile.
I know. I heard it. I'm sorry.
Yes, Jimmy.
I turned it off as quick as I could.
I got to go back to Jimmy. Yes, Sprite. We decided to name our pets after soft drinks.
I had one called Sierra Mist. I couldn't have Sprite.
We had Fresca.
Sprite? Oh,
we had
God.
Sprite.
Named your cars after automobiles.
We had Pepsi. We had Shasta, which wasn't a very popular soda, but
no.
we decided to name one of our dogs
Royal
Shasta.
Crown.
I remember
and you notice
when
how many
Mr. Pibb died.
You notice how many dogs I just named?
Yeah.
That's too many dogs for one childhood. So guess what was going on?
A lot of
horror
death.
show in front of our house every 3 years.
A lot of
Well,
doggy death.
we have a fence, but it's an invisible fence that's buried in the ground, and the dog wears a collar.
Right.
Really work.
That shocks her in the throat when she crosses the line.
Yeah.
But you know, they don't wear the collar after a while. They don't need to because they think they don't understand it's the collar. They just think that God hurts them when they cross a certain line.
Well, at least she lived a good life, Lou.
Yeah, but she hadn't worn the collar for like 5 years, and she was a little soft on the line. And also, she was so certain that her woman of her life wanted her to chase that deer.
Right.
If you think I hated deer then now, though, I want to fucking kill a deer now very badly.
Why? The deer was just minding its business getting chased.
You fuck that fucking deer. No, it wasn't. It was standing right across her line, knowing that she couldn't cross it, just standing there looking at her, making her bark.
It's a deer, not Saddam Hussein.
It's worse. I'd rather fucking fuck Saddam's open throat where the head used to be.
Oh, Lou.
And feed a deer. No, I hate that.
So
how do you get? No, it's a drag, and I'd like to sound funny and ironic.
No,
and
you know what? I think the show could go down this road every once in a while. Now, how did you get through it with the kids?
You know what? I was really proud of my kids because they did what you actually wanted kids to do. They really processed it and cried, and they know she's gone. Like we said, you know, maybe she's in a better place, and the 6-year-old said, no, she's gone. She's dead.
Doggy heaven. Were you trying to?
Here's the thing, though. I take her to school, and I told the teacher her dog died, and she's dealing with it. She's okay. But just so you know, and so she gave her a book that says dogs go to heaven, and it talks about God.
Right.
I'm like, you fucking idiot. I had her facing death and being okay with it, and you just fucking put in the fairy tale. She didn't need it.
Yeah, you got to give them the harsh reality, I'm thinking.
No, yeah, because she was okay. She was like, yeah, she's gone. I miss her.
Yeah.
I'll never forget her. I'm glad she didn't get old and sick, but I'm sad she died. These are all things the 6-year-old said. She really processed it.
Right.
But this teacher now wants her to think she's in a place where there's bowls of delicious dog food. And
yeah, it's weird because when my dad died, my sister decided, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just you brought up another thing I can relate to. My sister had the kids release balloons for Pops in Heaven, and they do that on his birthday and other holidays, and I'm like, oh, that's kind of nice, but
yeah,
I don't know if Pops.
I don't know
ever
that
gonna
heaven
see
is like in the.
Yeah, I don't know if Pops is ever going to really see that balloon.
See him.
No, because balloons burst when they get to a certain point in the atmosphere. They get to a few thousand feet.
You know what? But I guess it's how they deal with it because they know something's not right, so they release a balloon for Pops. I guess if it helps, whatever.
Yeah. I have an electric collar around my father, so he can only go so far.
The electric fence.
Yeah.
It's weird when you go to what do you call it, a cemetery to, to jerk off on all the graves and stuff. And people that bring stuff and they're really tacky, like Mylar balloons and shit.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Just people that are gross and tacky about the death of their loved ones.
My grandmother's grave, Louis, they put a big horseshoe like she won the Kentucky Derby.
I love the obituaries. Sometimes you read through those, and it's like, "Happy 5th anniversary in heaven." Like, what the fuck? First of all, is he getting the paper up there?
Exactly.
Like, yeah, look
I
at
hope
that.
the fucking worms in your brain are enjoying the your anniversary.
I need to take everything in and go the limit with everything. So we had a relative that died. I don't want to mention which one. And it was 3 days of mourning, like you walk around like a fucking zombie, and you do it for other family members. If it was up to me, I wouldn't hang out with anybody, because it's the weaker people, and I use that term very lightly, because your emotions are what they are.
Sure.
But it's the weaker people that bring everyone down to a place you don't want to be. Like, you're dealing with it on this level,
or don't
but
need
then
to
you get
be.
someone in the film. Oh my God! Falling over, and you're like, why do I have to go down to their level? Like, this sucks already.
That's exactly right.
That's why I hate those things where you walk around like a zombie for 3 days, and then the thing's over. We go to the cemetery, and we have the ceremony where everyone puts a rose on the casket, and it's beautiful, and the sun is shining through the top of this area they give you, and it's a beautiful last moment, basically. And everyone takes their time putting the rose on the coffin, and you leave, and they go, "Now this concludes the ceremony," and that's your cue to go to a restaurant and get food with the family, right? And I'm like, I go to my brother like, screw that, man. Let's see what happens next, and everyone goes back to their cars, and we're lingering around, and we see in the back, out the back door of this place, like, no joke, 4 or 5 Mexicans waiting with shovels. That's the reality.
Oh, yeah.
They can't wait to get the damn
picking up the roses and giving them to their girlfriends.
They're like, how much longer is this going to take? We want to, to them, they're waiting for lunch, and that's the reality. 4 guys on a pile of dirt with shovels, waiting to bury the damn thing.
They're just going to be sitting there talking and stuff.
Oh, yeah, they're just babbling and waiting like, all right, well, the last person has hit the car. Let's throw the coffin in the ground.
That's amazing.
Here's one.
I think a lot of the people at funerals who make a big deal out of it are performing, too. I mean, a lot of people enjoy it.
Yeah.
Even my daughter said she didn't want to tell any of her classmates, but then she said, I'm going to tell Ava, for one of her best friends.
Right.
And when I picked her up from school, she was kind of excited, like, I told Ava and I told Maya.
Yeah.
And she got to be a celebrity because her dog died.
Wow.
And I remember as a kid wishing that my parents would die so that the whole school would be really grieving for me and I would get paid attention to.
It was like a nightmare as a kid.
And get to, like, hold a press conference that my parents died.
Yeah.
And cry in front of the class, and the cute girls would feel bad for me and shit.
Well, go,
they probably
Louie.
let me suck your tiny penis, even though you never know what that is yet.
You're twisted, man. That death thing, when you're a kid, does anyone remember the day they realized they were going to die, how horrific of a feeling that was?
Yeah.
Because you went from, like, just enjoying, like, school and whatever, riding your bike, collecting baseball cards, whatever the fuck you're doing, to the day you realize you have that in your memory, like, one day this all ends? And
it doesn't go away till you die.
Yeah, pretty much. It
doesn't go away.
You learn how to deal with it a little better, I guess, as you get older, but that first time you learn that this will end is a horror. I learned when my parents were going out for the night. Somehow it came up with my older sister as they're leaving to go to a movie and dinner, and I'm now in the house without mommy to, like, help me out here.
Wow.
Help me out here, mommy.
You know what? I found out that everybody dies, and I told this kid that was a year younger than me, Benji, across the street from me, this kid who I kind of hated.
Yeah.
And I told him, you're going to die someday. We all are. And he said, no. He started screaming, no. And I said, yes, you're going to die. Everybody does. And so his mother came over. He went home screaming, and she came over and said, what did you tell him? And he's with her. And I said, yeah, everybody dies. And she goes, that's not true.
Really? Wow, she had to lie to him.
I said, what? And she says, it's not true. Not everybody dies. His mom. And I
wow,
said,
what a lying bitch.
Yeah, and I said, I was little. I was in first grade. So the way I argued, I said, well, what about all the presidents are dead, like Abraham Lincoln? And she said, well, he got hurt. Somebody hurt him. That's why he died.
Right.
And George Washington got sick, but some people never die.
That is that's quite a thing right there. So
I would have pulled that kid aside and go, and you won't go blind either. Don't worry, he's lying.
Yeah. Now, Louis, do you hate the ex?
Do I hate her?
Yeah.
No, I can't. She's my kid's mom. So,
well, what kind of feelings do you have toward her, considering she sort of might have made the dog do this technically?
Oh, I feel bad for her that she thinks that she feels like she killed the dog. But of course, there's a tiny bit of me that thinks it's hilarious.
That she's got to deal with that.
Yeah, that
when she sleeps at night. You sick bastard.
Yeah, it's a weird thing because when you still share having kids, and so there's a lot of a lot of great things in life that I can only share with her.
Right.
And she's my least favorite person on the earth.
Right.
So, it's like if you and Hitler got a puppy together, and then he goes off and starts his Hitlery life, and you're like, and you're Jewish, and you're like, God, that guy's a fucking asshole, but only he knows how cool that was getting that puppy to pound that thing.
There you go. We just lost a caller. It's something that I think Anthony brings up on the show. The roadside memorials.
Yeah, I hate those.
That's another.
You drive down the highway and there's a cross with a picture on it and flowers and notes and teddy bears laying next to a tree with like a 18-inch chunk of bark taken off of the thing.
Right.
And you just know someone's head went right through the windshield there.
Oh yeah, they don't even clean up the skid marks leading to the tree with the cross on it. They should put those things down flat.
Yeah.
It really is like when you see skid marks end in a memorial.
Yeah.
It's like the memorial is what happens when the car hit. It's weird. It's like, what if you hit one of those? What if you fucking hit one of those and died? One of those memorials.
That would prove.
Car went off the road. No, if you make one of those, you're just a fucking asshole. That's such a embarrassing thing to do to the person who died, and it's tacky, and you didn't really love them. You're just showing off.
Well, people mourn in different ways, I guess. I don't really care. I just don't want to see it. So if you lay it down flat on the ground, the person knows it's there, and they can go visit it whenever they want.
I actually put a mannequin of the person.
Yeah.
And I put like a plastic car bumper, like where it hit on their body, and I play music 24 hours a day. That's how I do it.
When somebody dies and people go and have a candlelight vigil, people who didn't know them.
That's so enraging.
Yeah. I just want to punch them, and you see them crying. Like, you didn't know this person, and you're standing there with your fucking mittens holding a candle with paper on it.
Yeah, you do realize they might have been an awful person when they were living.
It's showboaty.
Yeah.
Showboating, exactly.
We got Louis on the line, and who's this?
Michelle.
Hi, Michelle. You're on with Louis C.K., who's bringing the whole goddamn showdown today.
Of course. Louis is the bomb. I friggin' love Louis.
A lot of people love Louis.
Excellent terminology for a white woman. Go ahead, miss.
The bomb.
I was just going to add to the whole roadside thing. We just had a girl killed here in Pennsylvania, and it's now getting to the point where they're so ghoulish that not only is there like a whole shroud of stuff, but there are people visiting the side of this highway.
Right.
Just on the side of the frickin' highway.
Well, that's because it's fresh dead.
Yeah, what was she hit by a saucer?
Wait a year or two, and the whole display will be very faded from the sun, and there'll be no visitors.
No one will visit anymore.
No one will give a hoot.
Yeah, because
that's exactly it. It starts to get all dingy and sooty.
Because in the end, 100 years from now, no one's going to give a crap that you were ever here.
That's why I got to die in the apocalypse.
They asked me if I want. I think we're going to scatter the dog's ashes, because if we get an urn, that urn's going to become this fucking clutter in my house with my underwear on it.
Right,
it's just going to be,
Well,
get on with life.
Aunt's ex-mother-in-law had the urn of her lovely Chester.
Lil Chester.
That just kind of was on display for everybody.
I wonder if she ever got buried with Chester's ashes.
I don't know.
I know she wanted to.
I don't know.
I know people have their dogs stuffed.
Yeah, freeze-dried.
Yeah.
Oof.
I got are you allowed on the air?
What?
I can sit there.
you could just sit. My radio mentor's here,
hey.
Brother Weeze, and he's not allowed to be heard on the radio for another 6 months. But he was telling me what he wants done to his body, and you're dead serious. I know. Just get over there. I don't want to blow up your spot, but I do want to tell everyone we're at and all your. He's here with corporate people. They don't want you blowing up your spot.
They're all doing the finger across the neck cut thing.
You can at least nod. You can at least nod, right? All right.
Put lights on him like Captain Pike.
Weeze is dead serious. When he dies, and I hope it's a long time from now, he wants his skull to be given to his family so they could display it.
Your skull?
His skull. He's dead serious. He was telling me this in the diner, and I have a pretty open mind, and I like almost everything Weeze says, but I'm like, you're insane. That would creep everybody out.
Hell yeah.
What are they going to do with it?
What would they
look at it?
Just put it on the mantle.
Give him some paper. Can you write something down at least?
Yeah, they can't prove who wrote it.
Look at. All right.
It's not a bad idea.
All right, Susan. I was going to call you another.
Okay.
You can talk.
I can talk.
Do you know the story?
No.
I know. He's like.
Well, it's worth saying because this is insane. He's
a
dead
Senate
serious, by the way.
investigating committee. They're hiding the microphone.
Yeah.
All right, Weeze is now going to write something down on the paper. This is bullshit, by the way, that this fucking company he used to work for won't allow him even on satellite radio because it's heard still, in Rochester, where Weeze is from.
Yeah.
Louis, so as Weeze writes that down, what do you think of that?
That he wants to put it. I think it's an awesome idea. Just having your skull around. I mean, because that lasts for, generations.
Right.
People, and you can't. The thing is that it's a great prank on your family because no one can just chuck it in the garbage. You can't throw away like your grandfather's skull, and eventually it'll be people who don't even remember who he was and like, who is this guy?
So
who we have his head around?
So you're with this?
I would do that.
Really? Hey, Weeze, yes or no? Would you allow your family members to boil the skin away at least?
Yeah.
All right.
How about putting a candle on it for Halloween?
He doesn't care.
Chattering teeth inside.
Chattering teeth.
It'd be great if you had it hollowed out and then they put their forks and spoons in it. So they have to reach into it whenever they eat. They have to think of it.
Some nephew makes a bong out of it.
Yeah, Louis, before we let you go, I'm just trying to get some details on this Weeze skull thing he's writing because
you could use it. Have your family use it to have scorpion bowls, those kind of tiki drinks.
I would hope you break it out during the Super Bowl or something and throw some chips in.
If it was a special day for your skull to be out.
All right, this is what Weeze just wrote. He wrote, "My daddy's ashes are on my mantle. The skull was yours."
Saying it's your idea.
You could decorate it for occasions and holidays and dress it up and pray to it? What the hell, man?
What do you want? Like your family to be Hamlet holding your skull, talking to you?
Pray to it.
Poor Weeze. I knew him well.
He's a progressive thinker, but Weeze, that would creep everybody out.
Progressive thinker? No, that's megalomaniac. I would like everybody to worship my skull.
And I would like it to be backlit.
You know what? I think I know how to get Weeze to talk and blow up his entire career. We're all big, huge John McCain fans here.
His skull's coming out of his skin.
I'm surprised Weeze doesn't like McCain, though. I mean, being a vet. I mean, you got to like him on that, right? No?
He's dying to talk.
Yeah,
he
likes him, of
dying
course.
to effing talk. Of course he likes him as far as the whole Vietnam thing went.
Yeah, he was saying that, because Weeze is like a Bush guy, and it's kind of weird that he would like Bush so much.
Weeze is the most liberal guy I've ever met in my life, so this is killing him.
Nah, he switched a lot of that.
Jimmy. Get him to talk.
Nah, but he understands.
Yeah.
He understands the bottom line is this, that the middle class has ruined this country, and the government's doing what they have to do to free the people of Iraq. Weeze understands that. It had to be done.
Yeah. And just going in there and finding the weapons of mass destruction, that was very important, too.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a genuine effort.
It was a clear and present danger to us.
Yeah.
Yes, because Saddam did chip in on 9/11, and it was important. And let's hope that Republicans can keep it going.
This is killing him.
He knows.
Whoa. Don't even say that. He goes, my head's going to blow up.
But he knows.
All right, well, Louis.
Don't let his head pop. He won't have his skull to get passed on to his loved ones.
So, hey, did you guys hear about Ted Kennedy's surgery?
Yeah, we talked about it this morning. He was awake for the whole thing.
And how can you imagine if he's shaven head, brain exposed, and he has to and he's talking like an idiot because they touch his brain and they say dog and he goes. I mean, that must have been the funniest thing that's ever happened.
We were saying this morning they're touching parts of his brain and he's admitting to all sorts of stuff we don't even know about yet.
Yeah, exactly.
But can you imagine? We described it. Just imagine being awake as they make an incision around your hairline, pull back your scalp. Then they put a 3-inch hole in, which is kind of like a beer cup, that size hole, and then they have to they use the scalpel to remove the skin, so now they can get to the brain, and you're awake the entire time.
Yeah, and then the thing is, the reason they do it is because they don't cut out the speech center.
Right.
They touch it and have you try to talk, and if you talk like a blithering idiot, then they don't have to cut.
Don't they know where that is? Isn't there a map?
No, well, they can't quite tell. It all looks kind of the samey.
Yeah,
but it's Ted Kennedy. Ted Kennedy, this weird character already. And imagine if you're like a nurse, you just can't stop laughing.
Right.
That he's okay, that's speech center.
They should shave his ball bag just for the hell of it.
Yeah. Well, you're going for brain surgery.
We're going to shave your ball bag, though.
We got to shave the brain.
Why? Brain.
So, Louis, where's the dead dog now?
The dead dog is ashes. I put her in the oven and I held her down while they pulled the board away, and then they cooked her to 1,800 degrees.
I couldn't watch that.
Yeah,
no way.
She said the lady was so nice and respectful and saying this is just she just gets cremated. It's just she turns into just dust and a few ashes. But then at the end she goes, it gets really hot. It's like a grease fire in there.
Right.
I'm like, oh, thanks a lot. You're melting my dog.
And did you really watch?
I didn't. Once the doors close, you don't see anything.
Sure.
You kind of have this feeling like you don't want her to be alone till the end. But at the same time, when you look at the body. It didn't look like her to me. It just looked like an amazing puppet from like a really good puppet from a George Lucas movie. So,
and the ashes, you're not bringing them home. You decided.
We're gonna spread them somewhere. I think for the kids.
Yeah, it's better.
Just have a ceremony for the kids where we put the ashes somewhere that she used to.
Ask the kids where they want to spread the ashes and write down their answers. That'll make for good radio. Chuck E. Cheese. Because they're limited in what they know.
They'll probably say the yard or something like that. They'll probably say,
Yeah, they'll probably say the yard.
Yeah.
Well, where she used to run around and stuff.
Yeah, because then she's kind of there anyway. You feel like it, right?
Yep.
All right, Louis. Very interesting. Thanks. You gave us a great 40 minutes here, man.
I can't believe we have to look at this. I'm sorry.
I listen to you guys every day. I really do. I enjoy it. So
thanks, Louis.
Thanks, buddy. We're looking at this war criminal, Bill Clinton.
Thanks for the
Look at me.
War criminal.
Dude, he can't help himself. You're going to blow up his spot.
I love Weeze. You know that we've had many discussions, and he conceded that I was correct.
I'll tell you this much: you would be proud because you haven't seen Jimmy in a while. He's got a little toward you, a little more than the day you guys met. A little bit.
Yeah, slightly.
Just slightly.
Yeah.
Actually, he says he's becoming more liberal every day.
Yeah, I'm becoming a softer, older gentleman.
Sure.
Can't help it.
Louis, when are you back in New York?
All hail Rumsfeld.
I'm going to be at Caroline's in a couple of weeks.
All right, so we'll see you before then.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, Louis. Thank you.
Lou. Bye, Lou. I have to tinkle, Lou.
Yeah, that's why we could have talked to Lou for another hour. That's
Lou.
easy. All right, we got to take a break. Brother Weeze is here. He's not allowed to talk. I think he's going to be hanging at the Animation Festival, though. We'll give you a little intro on the stage.
Well, that's cool.
Thumbs
Are
up.
you in town for a few days? I don't know why I asked that, because if he's going to be here for Thursday and he's here now, unless he's going to tunnel out of the city and come back, asshole I am.
I'm going to start some controversy. He's going back on the radio in November, and he's here to steal Lily from Ron and Fez.
Whoa.
That's why he's here. He's going to steal Lily from Ron and Fez.
But why?
Because Lily needs to get paid and move on with her radio career, and she would be perfect for him. She's here to steal Lily. And maybe Eastside Dave while he's at it. No, he doesn't do that type of radio, though. All right, quick break. Adam Ferraro doing Governor's Thursday
night.
We'll be back in just a bit.
There is a new element of vulgarity Opie and Anthony. It's outrageous. Fuck you. Moral anarchy. Fuck you. Damages our children. Go fuck yourself. And diminishes their future. Evil. Evil. This is a tragedy for the society.
Welcome back to the Opie and Adam Ferraro show. That's what we got today. Every day it's a different lineup, I think.
There we go.
Opie and Adam Ferraro on your radio dial.
That's it. And Brother Weeze, you just can't hear
And
him.
Brother Weeze, who's cheering out there 4 more years. 4 more years. 4 more years for the Republicans.
You know, it was funny. Brother Weeze couldn't talk, and I wanted Louis to talk through the GPS voice.
Yeah. The great thing, though, as soon as the mics went off, trust me, we had a lot to say.
Yeah.
We couldn't wait to get back on the air just to shut him up.
I like him.
He's all right. Adam's going to be at Governor's on Thursday night. And we still have plenty of show left. We got We got Louis Black coming in to talk about his book, Me of Little Faith.
He's an author now, not just a comic, an author.
Well, he was sitting around in his robe and his pipe reading The Galleys.
Yeah. This isn't his first book.
No.
He's read about 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah.
What I mean, he's
Look at this. Praise for Louis Black. Louis Black is the only person I know who could actually yell in print form. John Stewart, very funny. Louis Black, the most engagingly pissed off comedian ever. Stephen King. And then this one, whenever I'm asked who makes you laugh or who would you pay to see, I don't hesitate for a moment. Louis Black, period. He's got it all. Brains, balls, and chops. Carrot Top wrote that.
Carrot Top?
No, George Carlin.
Wow.
I was going to go with Emo Phillips, but yeah. George Carlin giving Louis Black props.
That's great.
The New York Times best-selling author, Me of Little Faith. Does he go after every religion? Every single one? Does he?
Well, I'm looking in here. Death is the ultimate game show.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he doesn't really like religion very much. Getting in touch with God, I can only imagine.
Is he writing about the Voyeur bus yet, or we have to wait for his 10th book?
The Catho-Julic.
The Catho-Julic?
Yeah.
What's that about?
I guess converting from Judaism to Catholicism, or the other way around. Yeah.
All right.
Both religions squarely rooted in guilt, which is true. Yeah, he's got a way with words, that's for sure.
He'll be in, and he's supposed to be here already, but Louis Black at any moment. We had Jim O'Connor on our show. He wanted to get rid of the bad curse words,
right?
And he came up with replacement words, and he got a good Ramoning. And Derek put this together. Well, let's say hi to Jim O'Connor joining our show today.
Welcome aboard, Jim.
What actually is the purpose of replacing curse words with the words that you suggest?
You know, you're in a situation where you can't swear. It's just totally unacceptable. So you say shoot, you say darn it. It gets the message across without being too outrageous.
Instead of saying effed up, you say bungle.
Jim O'Connor should bungle his mother.
And gargoyle instead of a-hole.
Hogwash is what Jim does in the tub after he abuses the gargoyle of a fat girl.
I like using the word clump.
I'd like to kick this fruit right in the clump.
And balderdash.
Jim O'Connor is a balderdash.
The same joke twice just doesn't work, guys. Yeah, like I say, you gotta be original.
Do you cunt?
Very, very good. Very good job on that.
We'd gotten tired of him really quickly.
Yeah, well, we didn't want him on our show to begin with. We wanted him on there just so we could beat him up. This was the Cheney thing we were getting at, and then Louis C.K. called and gave us some great radio there. Cheney apologized for West Virginia incest joke. The vice president threw a verbal insult at West Virginians on Monday, but quickly apologized, talking about his family roots and how he's distantly related to Democratic presidential candidate Barack Obama. The vice president noted that he had Cheneys on both sides of his family, and we don't even live in West Virginia, Cheney quipped.
What does that mean that anyone got angry? Anyone?
Did anyone get angry, or is it the media trying to get people angry?
Of course.
That's what actually is happening. The media tries to get people angry.
So what are they trying to say that he said? How is that an insult to anything?
He's just making the basic West Virginia incest joke.
Oh, is that
Everyone's
what it
done
is?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Talking about his family roots and how he's distantly related to Democratic presidential candidate Barack Obama, the vice president noted that he had Cheneys on both sides of his family. And we don't even live in West Virginia.
Oh, I got it. Cheneys on both sides of the family.
Yeah.
And they would have sex with each other.
Yeah.
And have somebody, and then, okay. Well,
You could say you can say those things when you're not running for re-election. West Virginia governor, the governor had to get involved and quickly asked Cheney to apologize. I truly cannot believe that any vice president of the United States, regardless of their political affiliation, would make such a derogatory statement about my state or any state for that matter, he said. It's just a fucking
First of all, it's the running joke
they sell,
of the South.
They sell incest T-shirts in West Virginia.
Yeah.
So you can take home to your town.
You fuck your kids. They know it.
They capitalize on the whole incest thing, and they market it down there.
They love it.
Yeah. The vice president's offhand comment was not meant to hurt anyone. Cheney spokeswoman Leanne McBride said later Monday, on reflection, he concluded that it was an inappropriate attempt at humor that he should not have made. The vice president apologized to the people of West Virginia for the inappropriate
Where did he
remark.
make it? Some banjo festival? Where did he make it?
I don't know. I really don't know, Adam.
I take a lot of time to sincerely
I don't
apologize, to everybody in West Virginia.
Okay.
Knocking on the door. Hello? Like to apologize?
Apologize.
That blanket apology is such a unsincere, like, bullshit thing. I want to apologize to the state of West Virginia. It's like, how do you do that?
And you can't apologize to the state because I'm sure there's a bunch of people in the state that find it funny.
Yeah, that like it.
Right.
Like, what's he apologizing to me for?
Yeah, I'm going to
Don't
stop
care.
it. Jimmy, what?
Now I'm
There
there.
he is.
Oh, look at you.
Hey.
Look at
Louis.
you.
I didn't know that.
Thank
Thank you. I hope you bought a couple
Louis.
copies. Stop being selfish.
Oh, no.
Oh, good.
No, we all got a book. We got 4 books.
I knew you were going to be here. I wanted a book.
Here's my book.
Louis Black in studio. We were just
Louis, hi.
reading the quotes from Stewart, Stephen King, and George Carlin, my friend.
Yeah.
And I want to read the George Carlin one again. Whenever I'm asked who makes you laugh or who would you pay to see, I don't hesitate for a moment. Louis Black, period. He's got it all, brains, balls, and chops.
Look at that.
Welcome to the Opie and Anthony Show,
Yeah,
sir.
you can print anything you fucking want on the back.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You can attribute it to people that never said anything.
Yeah.
We're now going to do a highbrow interview with Louis Black.
You want to give me a
thank
quote
you.
from my book when I do it?
You know I'll give you a quote.
I didn't know that. Thank you.
Don't yell at him.
I know.
Really?
Don't
What are you
humiliate
doing,
me,
Louis?
Lou.
What do you mean, don't you? What is this, quiet time today? I come in, I have to, drink 12 cups of coffee to get ready, figuring you guys have already done 5 hours of radio.
It's quiet.
Louis, don't drink the coffee. Drink the 5-hour energy that we have outside the studio. Thanks for the
go.
segue
Nice
here.
plug.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, I don't know. It gets you going. I'm not reading all this crap about vitamins and stuff.
Yeah, it does.
Did this come out today?
This is the first. This is
You
literally
have a signing, my friend, I
the first.
believe.
Yes, I have a signing.
Yes, you
Louis
do.
got fucked the first book he did because
Why?
it was
I
destined
wanna
to be a
read that.
bestseller. No.
Oh.
No, that was how he got the deal.
Okay, I thought. Yeah, I misunderstood.
You should write a book that is titled "Louis Got Fucked"
Yes.
because I would love
Take
to
my
read that.
Simon and Schuster.
Yeah.
His first book was destined to be a bestseller. It was a best-selling book. And the fucking Pope died, and these Pope books came out. And fucking knocked Louis off the list.
Because I was ready to say, how do you get knocked off the list? I'm thinking, what did all the Harry Potter books get re-released?
3 Pope books.
You don't compete with Harry Potter because it's nonfiction and fiction.
Oh, I got you.
But the Pope books are all nonfiction or fiction if you want to go in that direction.
So what was it? It was Pope books up and down
Yeah.
the chart, right?
Yeah. He got fucked.
Unbelievable.
Oh, Louis.
So fucking help Louis, man. He's a brilliant writer. The book, but seriously, buy it now. You're gonna buy it. Don't be shit dicks and wait for the paperback. It's not that fucking heavy. It's called Me of Little Faith, and you can get a signed. Louis got the big Barnes and Noble tonight. Is it today the 3rd or is tomorrow the 3rd?
Today.
All right, no reason to fucking scream at me.
Yeah,
Lou.
what are you doing? He's trying to help you out.
It's tonight.
Wow, you guys.
We're kidding.
Wow. No, seriously, because it's
tonight
going
at
to be tough enough this week.
7 o'clock
My
tonight.
friends start fucking with me. I'm lost.
7 o'clock tonight, Barnes and Noble at Union Square. in here in Manhattan, which is the easiest one to get to. Union Square. There's fucking subways all over, and you can meet Lewis, and he's doing a signing. And what's this about, man? I'm really happy that you're running the book.
It's a book about religion.
What's wrong?
It's a career ender.
Why?
What do you mean why?
Oh, because you can't talk about the Jews.
You can't talk about anything.
Any religion.
You can't talk about any
It's
religion
taboo.
whatsoever.
What were you thinking? Do you have?
Well, I just figured I wanted it
Do you
over.
have people
and this
looking
was
out
the
for
easiest
you?
way to do
Screw it.
You know, you
Lewis
hate
is
to
the-
just retire.
Right.
And this way they kind of go, get out of here.
Dude,
Go away.
He's like the funny Solomon Rushdie.
Yeah.
I'm
He's also got a book coming out this week.
I'm absolutely going to
Yes.
read this. So you wrote a book on religion. So
But I wrote a book on it's not like one of those, everybody wrote, there's about 500 books that came out in the last year. They either bash religion, and they go through bashing organized religion. Well, I mean, it didn't make sense to go do that again. And it didn't make sense to say that I'd actually found God, because that's a lie. There's a billion books on that, but this is a book on basically my experience with anything that has to do with
religion, organized religion.
But they go, why don't you write about Scientology? Because I've never, I never met. The only one I know is Tom Cruise.
No, because you want to make
why would
movies still.
Huh?
You want to make movies still. We understand.
And they have their own hit squad.
Yeah, we understand, Lewis.
Send people out.
Except that the
Silencers.
show, that Root of All Evil, we're going to do Scientology versus Disney.
Right.
And it's already, the legal department's already going, no, you can't do that. No, you can't do that. No, you can't. It's like
legal department for what?
For Comedy Central, because we're going after Scientology.
Just
it's
let these guys do
Scientology
what they
versus
do.
Disney.
Right.
Oh, we're in the
Versus
show?
Disney.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course.
That would be hilarious, by the way, to watch.
That
would be hilarious.
What's the problem? That Disney has more reality-based stuff in it? Get out of here, y'all. He getting political.
Oh, shit.
Jive Talking Jimmy.
It's a pretty amazing.
This is great, dude. It's like I'm sorry to interrupt you. Every fucking chapter is just like a 2-page boom, boom. It's like I love books like that. I don't mean easy reading in a bad way.
He knows
but
his
it's like
audience.
there's no pressure to fucking blather through it. You get stuff like this. If you got a good log working,
Yeah.
you fucking on the ball, you pick it
Exactly.
up. It's 2 pages.
It's written
That's it.
for the
this is
bathroom.
good log.
Exactly.
This is good
You go
log
in and
reading.
there's a
I go
thought.
in.
You get one
Yeah.
thought.
Unload lunch. Get my Lewis. I'm done.
The bottom of the book is even bent, so you can rest it on your knees. Each part turns around.
Jimmy makes a good point, though. You pick up a book and you're like, you know what, I'm going to read one more chapter, and you got the OCD working, and it's like you look ahead, you're like, 25 fucking more pages before I can put this book down. This is 2-3 pages a chapter. It's perfect.
It's been the secret to my success.
It's perfect.
That's as far as I can think. I think that's about it, and then I go, I'm tired.
Right.
That's enough. Let's wrap it up.
I'm just the opposite. I'm long-winded, and every chapter drones on and on.
No.
Nah, but I'm doing something else for a while from now, and it's like, fuck, I'm just writing these chapters like,
what are you writing?
I don't want to say, because it's your book day. It's not mine. Who cares? Fuck
Well,
me.
yeah, but
I'm gonna
Jimmy's
have time to whore myself.
I want to know about your pain.
No, Jimmy's got
well, as of now, it's a book about religion as well.
And he's not scared to take on Scientology, Lois.
No, the government calls it a manifesto.
Right. No, his idea is really good. I think Jimmy's going to have a hit on his hand. Now, I don't want to blow up your spot, but one of these chapters, Death is the Ultimate Game Show.
Yeah.
I know you want people to read the book, but I got to ask you. What is that about?
It's you basically it's which door you're going to pick. Do you want to go through it?
Oh shit, that's a brilliant idea.
Which is it's which religion is the one that gets you to there. The amazing thing about the Jews is we have no hell. And we got no heaven. I don't know where we go.
I think Jews' hell is here on earth because you're just made to suffer.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Jews insist on just suffering here on this plane of existence.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, with the Reformed Jews, that I was a Reformed Jew, which was essentially, let's try to look like we're really a part of the culture so they don't shoot us tomorrow. Let's just try to make the transition. We'll transition our kids this way. And the thing is that I have no clue. I really don't. I still don't.
I don't know.
Clue.
I don't understand the Jewish faith, because if there's no heaven and no hell, why bother? Like, they got you with the Catholic religion. Like, oh shit, man, I don't want.
I mean, it gives you something.
I don't
at
want
least
darkness for the rest of eternity. So if they're telling me that heaven, all right, I'm going to deal with this stuff.
And Catholics, they keep us in line with guilt. He's dead, your fault.
Right.
So,
well,
they keep us in line with guilt.
The Jews are at the head of the line with the guilt thing.
But what's the point being Jewish then? If
apparently there's the thing is there's a messianic age.
What?
You know, like a Messiah, or a very messy age. It's a messianic age, but I don't know what that is. I don't know. It sounds like a new mall, is what it sounds like. A better mall. There'll be a better mall,
right?
You know, because part of it, I think the Orthodox end of it, they kind of believe, you know, that he hasn't come back yet, so there's still people still waiting around, which is really good. There's a good concept.
Just what a way to spend life, just waiting for some magical zombie to come back and fix everything for you?
Yeah, that's it.
Make things better, give you the promise of eternal life, and blah blah blah.
You know, but that's always been the thing that they said about the Catholic Church was, you know, the way that they sold themselves throughout the world was, you know, these people are living in misery, and they're going, you know, when this is done, you know, you're going to get the sneakers.
Maybe bad.
You don't have to make them. You're going to get them.
Wait till you see the mall that's coming.
Can I correct myself before I make a total ass? Lewis hit the bestseller list, but it was the printed list that he missed. So he did actually hit the New York Times bestseller list, but he would have been on the fucking printed list, which means you would have seen it in the mag. But he actually is a best-selling author. So that was my error to imply that he wasn't.
But it says it right on the front.
Well, that's why you think I was holding the best-selling author. This is what a piece of shit I am. I was holding the book while I said that. I'm such a retard. I was looking at Lou's picture. It's my friend. Instead of reading it.
It says it right there, right under his name.
It's in black. You can't see it.
Yeah, well, he's a little shy. He doesn't want to brag. He wants it there, but he doesn't want it to stand out.
It's classy. How'd you get fucking Stephen King to write on your book?
Yeah, we want him on our.
That's pretty wild.
We want him on our show.
Did you ask him?
No. They just took it from. They took a quote from something he said in Entertainment Weekly.
Oh, is that how they work these quotes?
And they probably had to ask.
What do they just Google your name and go? Well, in a 20-page article, they had one line on you. We'll use that.
No, it was actually him. I guess they must have. I don't know how they do it. They didn't. But the great thing about what the great thing about that cover is. The great thing about the book jacket is I know one of this. We worked with this guy on this pilot for. The History Channel that was like the kind of PG version of Penn and Teller's bullshit.
Okay.
So we did one pilot, and the guy who did the graphics and all of the visual stuff for that is phenomenal. And it turns out he's the guy, so I got to know him. He's the guy who did the Abbey Road cover. He did Blind Faith. He did like all the great covers. Late 60s, early 70s. And
what's he done lately?
He talked to him and said, what was it like? And he goes, I don't remember anything. I remember nothing. He said, I do know it was great.
Right. I just have a feeling it was great, but I don't really know. I don't remember.
It was when they actually used to give out Grammys for album covers.
Sure.
Yeah.
Everybody's talking about your show, too, by the way. Your fucking Comedy Central show, man.
Yeah, so far, so good, I guess.
So far, great.
So far, really good. The ratings are good, and
well, tell Comedy Central because they're constantly, they're. What are we getting?
Look,
you get on the
as
phone
long as the
them.
Pope's alive, you'll be fine.
They just get nervous. That's all. That's what they do.
Well, they're crazy.
They don't like you making fun of
Here's the
of
one.
women.
Here's my favorite.
Comedy
Okay.
Central. Learn that one quickly.
Here's the one we want to do, which I think you guys will appreciate. So we're arguing for. Because we want the guys working the show to be able to pick what they want to do and what they're really are, give a shit about.
Well, but I gotta stop you just because you got to explain the concept of the show for maybe people that haven't heard or seen it yet.
The show is it's essentially we pick two topics. The topics are like NRA versus PETA. Okay, that's one we're coming up. And and one comic takes on one and says, "Why that's more evil." The other comic says, "Why PETA's more evil." I then decide. I'm the judge. And so what we wanted to do was, marriage versus death. Okay, now I think that's a solid. All right, it's comics can do that great.
Sure.
So what is their argument? Marriage. There's just so much stuff you could say about marriage. Really? So much funny stuff? Let's not do that. Let's find something that's difficult. And the other thing this was the most extraordinary quote, death. Why not death? Why can't we use death for anything? Well, I don't think death is really evil. You don't think death is evil? There he is.
Now we can properly welcome Louis Black to the show.
But really, you don't think death is... I mean,
his fingers
who
are
doesn't
twitching.
think it's evil? Unless you're a suicide case.
Well, who's fucking
Unless you're on massive antidepressants. You know?
Who's telling you what you can't do?
Yeah.
You know what you're doing.
They have to
approve the topics?
Of course they do.
Okay.
You know the deal.
Yeah, but
you want to do something. This is like, here we can sit around and talk. You go on stage. That's why I like going. I prefer stage.
Here's my nomination for what you ought to do: shit chewing or pedophilia.
Of course,
hat wearing or rape. Of course, it's a no-brainer.
Of course, death is evil. Of course it is.
But it's just so you have to sit there and go, and you listen. And there's a speakerphone, and they're talking to you, and I'm like, and I sit there the whole time going, with my hands around, like pretending I'm choking something.
Right, sure.
And then there are other people who talk to them because I can't talk to them.
It's very frustrating, right?
Yeah,
Well, the one thing I learned from it was why everybody goes, "Gee, why did it take your career so long?" Because you know what, I couldn't deal with these fucks. That's what took so long.
Well, you still can't. You just learn to put other people in the way. now.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I just shut up now.
We
As
did
opposed to going, really?
We did
Go
a
fuck
pilot for
yourself.
Comedy Central that'll never see the light of day. Never. But we had a conversation about women because they liked one of our bits where a girl rolls around. She's got honey and rolls around in money. Okay?
That makes sense.
And
that works for me.
For the show.
And they loved the bit, but then it got to the lawyers or practices over there, and they're like, that doesn't make women look good and stuff.
Degrading.
And then they decided,
You're kidding, right?
No, they're like,
That doesn't make women look good?
No, you're
Degrading.
degrading to
The
women
Man
and
Show?
stuff.
Did they watch The Man Show?
Yeah.
And then they decided.
Did they ever watch their own show?
Then they decided it would be okay if we had a guy do it first. And we're like, ew, why?
Get a guy and honey.
If you do
and
the
have him roll
guy,
around
do it
the money.
first, and then you could do the hot girl doing the same thing. It's like, ugh, wow.
Why don't you just...
like, oh my God.
Instead of that, why don't you just say, let's go to black for like 3 minutes and then have the girl?
Yeah, exactly.
So when they get to the channel, instead of having them waste the time watching that, they could just skip it.
I mean, you
So,
can
wow.
maybe make fat guy honey rolling around. Maybe you could kind of make it funny, but that's not the point. We wanted to bring some hotness to this project, and it was just like,
That's kind of mean, though. Let's go with the fat guy, because that's kind of funny. And
it was just like,
Make sure he's white and fat.
Guys, he should be white.
And at that moment, I was lucky enough to know what you guys have been going through for your entire careers. I'm like, you know what? This radio thing isn't that bad after all.
Do you understand that is why, that mentality?
Because it's frustrating if we get on regular radio, we still could do that type of thing without having to ask anybody.
Yeah.
That mentality is why I kill the left so hard. It's not about any particular network, but it's that, well, that's kind of mean to women. Let's do a guy first. It's that fucking, that soft, fucking
But that's
awful
not,
thinking.
That's not left or right. That's fucking television. That's a fucking group of people.
It's not. It's a group. It's a
television.
committee.
It's corporate fuck think.
That's more, I'll tell you one thing.
Corporate fuck think.
Yes.
God damn, I need a shirt.
No, because they're not corporate people making those decisions. They're people out of college a few years. They're people who, like, if you attack the ideology of the left, they give you more shit. Like, I bet you when you want to go out to the church, nobody had a problem with it.
No, they did.
Oh, huge problem.
Huge.
And no one understands.
It's the same as Scientology.
And no one understands.
What's nuts is they're equating Scientology with the Catholic Church. I mean, that's what's completely crazy.
No one amazes me, too, is that these guys don't understand how easy it is to fix TV. Most people will agree most TV sucks dick.
Yeah.
You hire Louis Black and Norton and Adam Ferraro or whatever, and let them fucking do their thing. It's that easy.
Well, it's HBO.
They make such an easy concept so complicated, where you're now out of your realm of what you can do. You're like, I don't want to make, the wall sound evil. I want to talk about death being evil.
Well, it'd be like, it's like if any of us hired any of us to do anything. The thing is if I hired Jim and I said, I need you to do 20 minutes on my TV show. So would I ever ask him what 20 minutes?
Yeah.
Would I ever give
No.
a shit? I
say-
need 20 minutes. Okay.
Yeah,
and you do it.
Get your best 20 minutes.
And that's but they never, it's always like,
The more
can I help you?
But the more I talk to you guys, it's like the really good stuff is left out of the shows. It's like, come on, that's the stuff people want to see.
Well, I told you we did we talked about this a long time. I did this thing called Red State Diaries with Stilson. Jeff Stilson.
He's funny,
who's
man.
producing it, and Stilson's the guy who produced the Ozzy Osbourne show.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's the one who edited that story together. So we're down in Florida doing this shoot, and we do the thing, and we finish it, and they test it, and it tests great, and it's just me wandering around trying to figure out what's the difference between a red state and a blue state. And most of the time, I go, like the first show, it's like, this red state shit is great. You know, I'm like getting drunk with guys at a tailgate party eating alligator, and it was phenomenal. And I'm screaming, and there's 4 people from Comedy Central outside the trailer, and I'm screaming at the fact that they don't know what the fuck fun is.
Yeah.
You have no clue as to what fun is. You lead your miserable lives. You go to the Hamptons, okay? I'm here in 500-degree humidity, you know, drunk on tequila, eating alligator, and this is more fun than I've ever had in my life with you people.
Yep.
So we do it, and then they say at the end, it tested really well, and then they go, well, you know, the problem with the show is Lewis doesn't yell enough. Well, that's why I'm funny.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll grant you I'm funny because I yell. I mean, certainly that's part of it, but that you can't say
They want
Lewis
yelling.
doesn't yell
They
enough.
want yelling Lewis. Great.
Yeah. And
Way
I
to
said,
think
well,
out of the box.
because I'm walking around talking to these people, you know, who are, you know, it's all sorts. I'm like talking to these people who do all sorts of crap there, and you know, sell football crap, and it was all about like football weekend at Florida State. You can't be screaming at the people you know. How do you get video, you idiot?
Yeah.
Exactly.
What do they want you to be an asshole in the middle of the parking lot? There, give me some alligator. You're just being you. What the fuck's wrong with them?
Poking his fingers at guys.
Yeah, this is a crocodile.
Right. You call this tequila? Right. Where's the beer funnel? It's my turn.
Boy, were they drunk there. And what did we need? We had footage of guys who, like, literally, we had 2 guys who just, you know, when we were filming, who just kind of were walking along and had a beer bottle and smashed it over their own head.
Right.
What do I need to yell at anybody?
Exactly. Right. It's a great visual.
It's a great visual.
Yeah, let it just be, man.
But they were like, no, it's just not going to work for us.
That sucks. So
but you've been through that.
Getting back to the book, Me of Little Faith. Now, obviously, for the book, you studied a lot of religions, right, Louis? Not really. What you.
It was truly when I talk about Catholicism. First off, all of my friends who are Catholics, who are comics, do all of that stuff better than I'm going to do. I'm Jewish, so they've experienced it all. So what I wrote about was my friend and I, who was a Catholic that I went to school with, would have these arguments all the time. So I wrote about the arguments we had instead of going, I don't need to top, you know, the stuff you guys do. I don't need. What do I need to do the molestation bits? You guys were all molested. You guys were all that.
All right, Louis, you're Jewish. The Jews controlling the media. True or no?
Is there a chapter on your secret meetings?
Yeah, when we have actually during Passover, the great thing was it has that Hebrew on the front, and that's how we pass the messages to each other.
That's it. They're writing backwards. That's how
we do it.
Louis, what's your favorite religion?
My favorite religion?
Just from what
Amish.
you observed over the years. Amish.
I love the Amish. Because they stay to themselves. They do it. They have great chicken. Their chicken is spectacular. And they make and basically they do what they do, and they believe in what they believe in, and they go, this is what we're doing. Got it? They don't bother you with it. They don't irritate you with it. And their kids occasionally come into your neighborhood and sell you some blow.
Right.
Okay?
They do fuck up traffic, though, with the horses.
They do. When was the last time you were in fucking Lancaster?
They have
that. Been buzzing around. They you have a little.
Look out! I still got to work the road. And Louis, they had that thing Rumsteller, right? It's called.
Me and Jimmy were talking about this on the way home one day. It's like they allow their kids to be whores for like a period of time.
Couple years.
Is it?
It's
not a couple of years, is it?
Yeah, it can be. Sure.
Yeah,
you can do it as long as you want.
As long as you want.
And who the fuck would go back to the Amish lifestyle?
A lot of them do.
I know.
They do probably because
Basically, if you don't know what that is, they leave the family and they go and they whore it up. Basically,
drink, have sex, drive cars, use machinery,
fucking, socking,
eating, drinking.
They buy iPods.
We got a problem, Mel.
And then they give all that up to go back to this lame, in my eyes, life.
But that shows you I think that if at least they to me they do everything right and they don't bother us. They don't. You don't got somebody coming on your, hey, you want to come down to the farm, you want to use buttons instead of a zipper.
I think half that's they don't bother us. I don't know if they're doing is right. They just don't bother us.
They don't bother us.
Yeah.
There's no need to convert us.
Now, you said they sometimes go into your neighborhood and sell you Coke. Do you have an experience?
No, but you remember the kids. That was that. There was a big blow up for a while. Because there's some of the kids who were out doing that, whatever you call it, rum sticking?
Rum stick something, yeah. Trafficking. It probably means molasses in their dumb language. Fucking central Pennsylvania idiots. We really should just slaughter them. I mean, I got to backtrack. Just take the fucking land. Yeah, you do our own butter. You fucking assholes. That makes them assholes as far as I'm concerned. Just go in there with a machine gun and a few hammers and just take their fucking barns and put up jerk-off shacks.
Yeah. Churn.
Yeah, exactly. Fat women with fucking dumb hats.
Getting feedback. Getting feedback on the segment. Someone's writing, Lewis, this interview isn't very funny. Could you yell a little more?
No, see that. Fuck.
What's the worst religion, you think?
We all know it. Say it, Lewis.
Well, is he going to go with Muslim? I don't know.
Of course he is.
What's the worst religion you've experienced or have an observation of?
That I've experienced is fuck.
The fuck religion.
Yeah,
I don't know. I mean, because what I just learned about we've just been going over Scientology, which I hadn't really done because I didn't know. So now we're sitting around discussing it for the show last week.
Yeah,
and they are
nuts.
They're completely from planet Xenu.
Right.
Yeah. I'd never read the history. Have you read the history?
It's a ridiculous science fiction story that is based in he's a science fiction writer. He came up with this cockamamie story, and people are buying it as a religion. When, with a story like that, you need a couple of thousand years to really have it pick up steam. You can't have,
There's got to be cool stuff. Look, I got my problems with the Catholic religion, but my guy walked on water, I mean, there's some cool things that happen.
No, these guys got spaceships and aliens and all kinds of fun stuff.
Well, the thing is it makes the Mormon thing, which is also mildly insane in terms of establishing. It makes them look normal. They almost look normal. They've got you. They bring Jesus in.
Christ took a swim over here at some point and hung out in North America.
They bring these souls down here. They put them in a volcano. That was the deal. And then out of the volcano. I mean, you just go on and it goes on.
Well, let's cut to the chase here. Let's get to the fucking brass tacks. All right, the Mormons and the Scientologists, they don't put bombs on their chest. They run at the movie theaters. We all know who the harshest ones are. Come on. They don't hijack planes. I mean, they're fucking, they might be kind of dicks.
Wait a second, please. Most of the people who do that, you can't. Let Jimmy
have his moment.
But he knows I'm right, though, because
I know you're not right.
They're all of the same religion, the ones that do it.
Then where's the outrage from the Muslim community when it does happen?
It's in a ton of places.
You never hear them.
Here's why you don't hear it,
speaking out.
Sake. Why don't you hear it? Because we don't even hear about the war. Where's the war? Page 57.
No,
yes.
It's not even in the paper usually.
Yeah, it's not. Well, now it's down to 3%.
Yeah.
They don't. What are they going to put? Big news. Islams think this sucks. You think so? Come on. Oh, boy. The muhaha, who most of us don't pay any attention to, is going to show up on TV, and we're going to go, gee, I got to get that channel.
Who's the only ones keeping slaves?
Please. Wait a minute.
Slavery right now in the Sudan. You're
right. It's the Muslims.
They are right now.
There's a group of people who happen to be Muslim, the same way there was a group of fucking Catholics who were psychotic for a while, the same way there were a group of fucking Jews who were crazy at some time during the planet.
Yeah, but
there's a group of them, Jimmy.
Yes,
it's
a billion.
not a whole fucking religion.
But it's a lot. It's not. Of course it's not. It's a very small percentage comparatively. But there are a lot that are doing it. I'm not saying that they're like it's every Muslim. You take any group right now, they are the ones who are stirring the pot up more than anybody.
And that is why my chapter on Islam is very short.
Why?
Because
you still fly.
Even to sell the book, I don't want to go into hiding.
But you see, exactly.
Oh, sure.
We all know you can shit on Mormons and Catholics and and you may get shit for it. But you're not gonna have to worry about your life. And let's be very frank, that's why people are very hesitant to make fun of, or make fun of, because I'm not going to make fun of them, but to truly trash them.
Well, when you do a cartoon and then they come after you.
You know how long it would take to saw through Lewis's neck?
That's to me is the fucking.
So you know how long it would take to saw through your neck?
30 seconds. Lewis does not have a tough neck consistency. That's all good liver and filet mignon.
It's like a veal.
I have to go back. Islam. Islam. I know Islam. All I'm saying is I got nothing to say. He's not kidding. The chapter is.
It's 2 paragraphs. My God!
It looks like 3 paragraphs, but one of the paragraphs is 1 sentence.
Yeah.
So it's 2 paragraphs.
He just made the font
on
bigger.
Islam.
It is. That's it. I'm not going to deal with it.
He ain't messing with that.
Okay, but to me that answers the question. It's like, I mean, the bottom line is. There, of course, there's a lot of Muslims that aren't violent, but you know what? There's a lot that are, and people are afraid to even tease them. And in the New York papers, they wouldn't even show that cartoon that they would show. You imagine if it was a cartoon about Christ or anybody, they would have printed it. But because it depicted Muhammad and they were afraid of violence, not afraid of protesters or advertising boycotts, they were afraid of violence. So they wouldn't print it. And that's not in the Middle East, and that's not a handful of crooks. That's here in the United States. They were afraid of violence from a religious group by simply showing the image that had been deemed offensive. Sorry, Jesus, way to take the funny out, Jim.
Jeez. Now we're all bummed out, man.
He was all serious.
What the fuck?
Call Louis back.
Yeah, so we can talk about his dead dog for another half hour, 40 minutes.
Give us some joy.
So, Hillary, Obama, McCain, where are we at?
He's
Lewis?
McCain.
No, I know all that, but where are we
I'm
at
kidding.
in general? I mean,
I'm done.
You're just done with the whole process?
I can't hear what any of them are saying anymore. I'm deaf.
I don't like any of them.
I'm deaf.
No, I don't like
I'm
any
deaf,
of them.
and I can't hear the president.
Mm-hmm.
I can't hear any
Look
of
at him.
Who? The president? Where's he been?
But I can't hear them. I literally, the worst was and it's just the worst. And this is where I think where you see the psychotic of like the Democratic Party is you watch 8 minutes. I watch Michigan or the debate over
Florida
of their how they're going to seat people. Listening to those guys talk, unbelievable, unconscionable. You're going, what is the matter with you? You can't, what? 6 minutes I was watching, their banter back and forth. You just go, why didn't you? Here, I can't stand the 2 main people you got. Now you're showing me why I can't stand the entire party.
Who do you like? Who are you going for though? Is it Obama or Hillary? Who do you feel?
I seriously don't care. I reached the point I don't care. They've killed me. It's idiotic. I find them both. There was so. If you really had cared, if they had really cared, they went right to the beginning. They both shot to the front. Figure it out. Cut the pie. Do it like the mob does it. Work it out.
That's right. You will be president, and you will be a dyke ex-first lady. And so will be the peace. It ain't the way I wanted it. I'm smart.
Jimmy, Weeze agrees with that statement, right, Weeze?
No, he agrees with that about Obama and Hillary. I think
he's a big Hillary fan.
Is he really?
Weeze is a big
You like him
Hillary
better
fan.
than Obama? Okay.
Weeze has a picture of him and Hillary in his cottage.
I tell you what,
I had to look at it as I was going to the shower last weekend.
a handshake, I tell you, any type of connection does help get votes. They are smart politicians. That's why Obama was dumb to fucking let people see him being a dick to that guy in Philly and to that fucking when he was ordering breakfast. It's like, don't be cranky with the public, asshole, because we're easily affected.
Yeah, but she, I don't really. I'm stunned.
Is it a guarantee that McCain is the next president?
No.
No way.
No way.
Ant think so?
No.
I think so because a lot of middle America.
Yemen is the cause of
I think I was vindicated with Yemen. I got vindication.
It's still the most
That was vindication. I think there's too much middle America, regular, guys down there and gals that aren't as liberal thinking as the coasts. We're a little spoiled, being here in New York, being in L.A.
But I'll tell you, there's a big group out there that is livid. There's a big group between here and there.
Do you know how livid you have to be to elect a black president in this country?
Huh?
This country has to be livid.
Well, it's pretty livid.
And I mean really livid.
It's pretty livid. I mean, I think you may be right in the sense of the underbelly that is that will pour in, but there is also that whole other group of people who never in their lives thought that they would ever not be Republican, that it would ever get to this, and that that war has made insane.
Yeah,
I mean, it's I
don't agree with.
It's not it's. And you got this madness of, I mean, it's just not stopping. It's just, and that's the other thing. I mean, my problem with a lot of what's going on is that we've got major problems right now, major fucking problems, and none of them are dealing with the problems. Nobody's dealing with any of the problems. So for me to listen and go, well, this is what I'd do if I was with Reggie, I don't give a shit.
Right. What's some of the problems, Lewis, in your mind?
Let's see. The fact that we can't educate our children anymore. We don't know how to do that. There's like most cities, it's 45 to 50% of the kids are dropping out before they get into high school, before they graduate high school. Isn't that considered an emergency? At some point, isn't that got to be dealt with?
How would that be dealt with? Why? I mean, why are they leaving school?
Well, they're leaving the school because it's irrelevant to their lives and because their families don't
irrelevant to their lives. School was irrelevant to my life in my day, too. It's not something that's relevant to your life. It's something you have to do to get a diploma to then move on to the next level in the game of life.
Right.
I can't agree with people dropping out of school because they don't find it relevant.
Well, I don't know why they're dropping out of school, but when you have 50%, my point is when you got 50% of the kids dropping out of school, you've got a real problem that you have to deal with as a culture.
I think the parents got a problem that they have to deal with. I don't think the government's got to step in and do anything.
Well, okay, then let us wait for the parents to do it. And so that we can achieve total chaos.
But how is the government going to help something like that?
I'm not saying that the government. I don't care how the fuck it happens. You get it? I don't give a shit.
They got to make it
I don't care. But and don't call it government. We're it. We're people.
We're the guys.
We're the guys. At some point, this shit's got to be dealt with. Your fucking health insurance thing. You know what we do with that? Here's what we do with that. You fucking piss me off sometimes.
Nice.
Because you go, government. We're government.
That's right.
Okay? We're people. We either do it or let's go to a barn somewhere and have a jerk-off festival. Okay? But the fact is, you bring the troops home now, and where you send them to is health insurance places. And what they do is they bivouac there. And they go up every day, and the guy's got a piece of paper in front and says, gee, should I pay $50,000 to give this guy an x-ray and give him a tube to put in his penis and do all that? Do I do that? And the guy and the army guy comes in and puts the gun in his head and goes, sign it, you fuck. And that's how we solve health insurance.
Hey, right on.
That's a heavy-handed approach, really but I think it's good.
I like it.
That's heavy-handed, but I think it would work.
Anthony, these are desperate times.
I agree with Anthony. I thought school was irrelevant when I was going, and they have to make it more fun or more relevant.
It's like we always
the
say.
crap they teach you. I remember taking a class on Russian history. I don't want to know about Russia.
Well, it's like, here's the deal. I mean, it's like, you've got, what's the world we're competing in? We're competing in a world of, like video games and a ton of other shit this tech shit that's going on that's insane.
All right, I got it.
I think it's pretty easy to sucker kids into,
final exams on PS3s and Xboxes.
Exactly.
Have them take their tests on that.
Yeah.
But the kids are going to be the future people we're going to pick from to run the country. We need some smart fucking people to take care of shit when I get old.
But
That's
there's
all I'm concerned
always
about.
been
When
that.
I get
Everyone's
old.
been concerned about that. And there's always been people that do educate themselves and go through the system. Look at Obama. He's a very well-educated man. And as he was being brought up, I'm sure it wasn't the easiest thing for him, that's for sure. But he made it through. He was a successful guy. Look at him, first viable black candidate for president on a major ticket. So where's this problem? If I say if he can do it, then anybody can. I don't think we need. Like you're saying, the people. You're kind of giving me this "it takes a village" thing, which I really don't enjoy that much.
It takes a village
it's this
thing.
Socialist
That
is
not.
No,
it's called we're the neighborhood. We're it.
Yeah, but sometimes I don't like my neighbors.
Well,
I don't want to talk to them.
You know what we have to do?
I don't want to give my neighbors my fucking money. I don't want to give my neighbors my shit. I want to go in my pool. I want to have fun.
And I have lived in an apartment building where I knew nobody for 5 years. Nobody. They don't even seem to live there. and then I hear that there's a party and people are apparently getting fucked in my apartment building. Am I ever invited? No. Okay, but something seems to be going on somewhere.
You'd probably kill the sexual mood just yelling. Why is she not sucking my balls? What's wrong with my dick?
I got breaking news. Officials say Hillary Rodham Clinton will acknowledge tonight that Barack Obama has the delegates for the nomination.
Big deal. She's fucking should have nominated. Fucking said that in January.
Yeah.
It's all over the news. It's gonna be done tonight.
Wow.
Officials say Clinton will admit tonight Obama has delegates for
it took her long. What the
for nomination.
Yeah, she should have been out a while ago. Stop.
Well, why wouldn't you? Why would you take all that? Continue to piss that money away.
Oh.
You know, and why not use it to buy some new clothes?
I think she put her own money in, so they probably figured a way where she can get some of that money back. So she
started
out that
putting in a lot of her
how
own
much?
money.
Can I play devil's advocate here? Is it possible, and this might not be, that because to me, her and Obama going back and forth really hasn't hurt Obama. The preacher shit, but there's really not a lot of bad stuff about him. Is it possible that this was somehow a Democratic strategy because now he only has to deal with McCain from now until November, instead of all of this time
having to deal with McCain,
having to deal with John McCain, who could chip away at that fucking golden boy image? Because people get sick of him. Like, all right, we've been looking at Obama since February, we get it. But now there's a shorter window for him and McCain to actually be head-to-head. So now it's still a fresh
I think
feel.
Democrats have ever been that smart.
But I mean, well, I don't know. I mean,
Neither
if the
party.
party unity means something, if they're like, we have a shot here, but they know we want to get a black man elected president, or one of the two, but maybe it was a strategy to kind of just keep that infighting going. Nothing really that harsh was being said. It was all kind of bullshit. There was nothing destructive except for Jeremiah Wright.
I don't think it was a strategy because I think she really wanted it.
I think you're right, too.
Yeah, she did.
I said she's the only person I've ever seen on TV where you actually, when she speaks, ambition hits the screen. You actually see visual ambition. It comes in a lot of pastels.
Well, I think once she does drop out, then it gets ugly. I think McCain and his people are going to have a lot of stuff, a lot of ammunition against Obama. All they got to do, they know the nerves to hit with the American people, especially middle America. Yeah. They're going to bring up that preacher. They're going to bring up any other affiliations that him and his wife have had over the years with anything that looks remotely militant and ultra black, and that's what they're going to do. And it's going to scare the living shit out of Americans.
Yeah, but the other problem, but the other thing that is that he's got Bush.
Yeah.
And he can try to distance as much as they both have these giant albatrosses around their neck. Obama's got the Democratic Party. But let's just say that's it, clear. That puts all of his problems together. He's in the Democratic Party, and they've basically been worthless for 8 years. I mean, when everybody gets excited, I go, they did nothing.
Yeah.
And then he's got Bush around his neck. And the other night, he had to hide. They had to hide. They were doing that big fundraiser, and he had to go hide.
You don't want the pictures of Bush next to you at this point.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's just It's an extraordinary. It's like nothing I've ever seen.
The Democrats seem to have a weird, because and I'm typically never Democrat, but I want to see one in this time. They seem to really not be able just to get it together. They kind of have self-destruct, or they just turn on each other so fucking quick. Like the language thing you and I talked about before, that is a more of a liberal thing, because look what happened with Geraldine Ferraro. She was a very big Hillary supporter. She says something honest where she mentions race. Oh, she's got to distance herself. And then Randy Rhoads, who has been, again, one of the ones who has been kind of pushing this mentality, fucks up about Geraldine Ferraro, not even on the radio, and Ferraro wants her fired. Well, that was sexist, her attack.
Yeah.
They're also, every one of them, all they do is live to catch the next one fuck it up, and they bite them on the ass. It's fucking terrible.
It started during, when I was in college in the Vietnam War, and there's this whole group of wants to bring the troops home. And it's like 19, and they go to the convention, and they go, and then half the people, instead of trying to just figure out a strategy, they just basically tear each other apart. I mean, that's the Democrats implode. Instead of dealing with what's in front of them, they kind of go, it's much easier for me to scream at the guy across the table. It's like lunacy. They're insane.
Yeah, they've never been able to pull it together.
No.
At least Jimmy Carter tried to rescue.
Oh, Jesus.
Seriously,
What
he
a
tried
debacle that was.
It was, but he tried it. I like the fact that he tried it. I mean, I respect that. It didn't work.
Well, here's what I find
like the fact
out
it took
about
him that
Carter,
long to try it.
You know, in retrospect, is just that the price of gas thing.
Right.
Which they basically hung him over. Now it's like this is like mega shit.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, well, okay.
He sat and did nothing as the price per barrel just went up. Now, I don't know. What could he have done? Put a little more pressure on OPEC, talk to him. There were some options, but the fact that he just did nothing. He's been doing nothing.
Here's what you do.
Well, the fact that
you go to the Saudis.
terror. I'm fighting terror.
He invaded a country that has oil. Can't you steal some of this shit?
And that they're not paying their freight. You know, and in the end, they're not paying. They're taking the oil money and it's going to something. It's going out of the. I mean, it's like you've got to be kidding me.
And he still holds hands with them in the garden. He's still our president's holding hands.
When
with
he
them
walks around with that,
Well, that thing,
Saudis.
Well, that thing with the I mean, you go, you end up, you know, we yell about, we're yelling about Islam, but then you go, the 18 of the 20 guys were Saudis, and we're over, and then it's over there.
But 20 out of 20 were Muslim.
But they were Saudis.
Yes.
They were Saudis.
15 of the 19.
Yeah, we're Saudis.
Yeah.
And he goes over, and nothing.
But the House of Saud, though, let's be honest, I mean, the fucking people hate them like the way they hate Musharraf in Pakistan. I mean, the people are all radical.
Right.
I think that's why he's nice to them, because the fucking people hate us.
I don't know how much, I don't know Saudi Arabia as much as I know some of the others.
It's a wonderful place, especially for a woman. And especially if you've been raped as a woman, and they put you in jail for enticing the gentleman.
Yes.
No, it's a
terrific.
wonderful, wonderful nation.
That's right.
But they come in from, my favorite was they drive in the women from, what is it? The women from, the women from Saudi Arabia go to Kuwait so they can drive.
Yeah.
Just so they could drive.
So they can drive.
Yeah, Kuwait's a pretty hip place.
No, but but it's still, it's like he how do you not put? He's an oil guy. But wasn't it also part of it? They have two oil guys and we can't move.
And he lost money in the oil business.
Yeah.
Not now.
And then you got the guys sitting near the oil companies, which they've done my entire life, which continue to make a ton of money. And you go, isn't there something wrong? But no, they just kind of go, we're here, we're going to piss on your foot, and we'll see you. We're not going to discuss the profit level we're at. And we don't.
We've also become even more dependent on foreign oil because we've had to shut down our refineries. We're not allowed to build any new ones because, again, the liberal thinkers say, hey, there's a spotted fucking owl over here that needs his little home, so we can't put an oil derrick here or we can't put a refinery there. Leave Alaska alone. Meanwhile, it's sitting on fucking a ton of Wesson oil down there, and we can't pump that because environmentalists get very angry. We're past the point where we have to deal with that. Dig a hole in the fucking tundra. Is anyone going to Alaska?
I like to know that
Is anyone
Alaska's there,
vacationing in Alaska?
I like to know that it's just
Don't
there.
drill
being
in
pristine.
Hawaii. Don't drill in fucking the Caribbean. Leave the Bahamas alone. Fucking Alaska? Who gives a shit? Sink 1,000 fucking wells in that place. No one's going to care. No one's going to notice. Unless they showed us the Exxon Valdez, would any of us know it fucking broke up over there?
Nope.
Was that drunk fucking was sleeping and let his second in command steer into Alaska?
Bunch of fucking lazy animals getting fucking oil on them. Yeah, who cares? Get out of the way, you lazy shits.
Stop. Light them on fire. They'll feel warm for once.
Yeah, exactly.
Little bastards.
Jimmy, stupid geese and ducks. Oh, look, black. It must
Sink them.
It's syrup. They fly into it and try to eat it. Fucking assholes.
They were just curious, Jimmy.
I bet you that's why they crashed. I bet you a gull flew in his face. Fucking asshole animals. Alaska sucks.
It does. No one knows what goes on up there.
No.
They could say everything's fine. Look, we're getting a bunch of oil from somewhere. Shh, don't tell them it's Alaska. None of us would know.
They rub noses and live in snow houses and fucking shit in their blubber pants. They're fucking idiots. No one likes them. Bunch of drunks.
Pump away.
They'll have fucking,
Pump away.
They have those giant whaling hooks hanging for good luck because they think it's charming in a home instead of wind chimes.
Whale hook.
Fucking assholes.
We're moving in. Grab your mucklucks and dig a hole.
I just want to the horizon to look like a bunch of those little drinking bird things that bob up and down, only they're oil derricks. That's what I want to see.
Did you ever work there?
No, I've never done a gig in
You've been to Alaska,
I've been to
Louis?
Fox Theater there.
Yeah?
How was
Did
it?
you do it? Yeah, it was. Oh man,
I knew you were in Alaska.
We've
played everywhere.
You're an Alaska lover.
I just played every place that was.
How is it as a gig
Is
place?
it cold out or what, people?
Oh, they all
Yeah.
come out. There's nothing to do.
Well, of course they can't sleep. It's fucking 6 months of life.
Yeah.
You can fucking drill at 3 in the morning and see everything. Bunch of fucking assholes. It's 11 p.m. I gotta wear sunglasses. Really, you should be fucking burned alive for not moving. Fuck you and your shitty wilderness.
You don't like nature, Jimmy?
I love nature, but not for fucking where I can look at it. I want to look at it until 8 o'clock and then it gets dark.
It's a good thing you never worked there because the thing we drove. I went there in the winter, like Christmas.
Nice.
That's a treat to play Christmas. They really are rolling in.
Do they even have
for that show? I literally went to the bar. There were 5 people in the audience. We went to the bar and just got shit-faced.
Really?
I said, I'm not going to sit here and talk to you. What kind of... that was where I learned that thing, that duck fart. That's the drink they like, which I can't now remember. It used to be...
Was this after you were like Lewis? Like, or this way?
This was way before.
Oh, okay. I can't picture you not selling.
No, I was not selling. It was Christmas Eve. Imagine the most bitter people on earth.
Wow, yeah.
5 people in Anchorage in my audience. And I'm going, let's just get fucked up.
We all come to the bar, do the act for each one of them individually.
Exactly.
Every gift. Oh, look, another oil-burning lamp. Thanks. I can have fun with this. Oh, look, another big coat.
But I drove out. There's this place you drive out through this. They've got this little inlet in this bay, and you kind of drive down, and it's beautiful, supposedly beautiful. It's like zero out, and it's just frozen. And then you go to see this glacier that's at the end of it, and I literally get out, and I went. It looks like my freezer at home looks because I don't defrost it. And it's even got that blue to it.
You weren't impressed, huh?
I was like, right, this is it.
That's what they fucking assholes they are.
Frozen shit.
Yeah,
They show you fucking ice. Look at that! Look at it! They have nothing to show you.
So then they say, come back in the summer. Okay, so I go back in the summer. I'll go to a gig. Now, you got to go out. You go out in the bay and stuff, and we're going to go see fucking Alaskan fucking wildlife. Well, then we come around the corner. There's a mountain that's just, this big giant rock covered in shit. Just covered in like fucking shit. And these birds are flying around that are essentially Alaskan pigeons. And they're going, this was the Alaskan tern.
Great, and that's what we're saving by not drilling oil up
the
there.
Alaskan tern, T-E. I said it's a pigeon or it's a seagull, fucker. It's no different than the fucking thing. And then there's 2. We saw 2 puffins.
Oh, nice.
2, and I said that they tied them to a rock because these fuckers didn't move. That was it.
To show the tourists.
Save wildlife.
4 hours.
Right.
The Exxon's on
Cuban
puffins.
Oh, you should have been here yesterday. The whales were out. Fuck you, the whales were out.
I'm here today. Show me a goddamn
The
whale.
whales were out my ass.
The
Come
Exxon.
up with a plastic whale. Fucking inflate one.
The Valdez is the best thing that happened to Alaska. It was fucking. They did it on purpose. They're a bunch of attention whores, bunch of fucking blubber attention whores, fucking assholes. You know my problem with the Valdez was not full enough. Fucking blacking up those shitty beaches. What do they go to the beach in their fucking winter coats? We're gonna make another snow castle. Fucking cunts. We should use Alaska for oil/nuclear testing, and then make them live there. No one will take them. No one will take the Alaskans.
Who needs them?
Fucking exactly. Dig a hole in that shitty fucking place you live in and live under there for a little while. Rub noses. Look at the penguins. The national bird's a smelly emperor penguin. Fuck them.
Hey, with that, we want to thank Louis for stopping by today, 'cause we're not going to do much better than that.
No, that was perfect.
That's beautiful, Jimmy. Louis Black, the New York Times best-selling author, Me of Little Faith. And what do we got? A book signing tonight, right, Louis? At 7 o'clock, Barnes & Noble, Union Square. And then for all the tour dates, because we're all over the country, you know that, Lewis. Where do we go?
What's
Not
your...
tour dates, but the book signings.
Jersey tomorrow, then it's...
No, I know, but I got 20 of them. And,
what's your website?
We got listeners in every one of these.
LewisBlack.com.
Are these listed?
Yeah, it's listed.
That's what I was getting.
I'll give today and tomorrow. Tonight, 7 p.m. at Barnes & Noble in Union Square here, and then tomorrow night, 6 p.m. at a great bookstore. It's an independent bookstore in New Jersey called Bookends. It's in East Ridgewood. So if you're from fucking Long Island or Staten, you want to come into New York tonight. If you live in Jersey, you go to Bookends tomorrow. Just fucking deal with it.
Absolutely.
And you get to meet Lewis and get your book signed. And he won't shake hands. He just waves.
Lewis, you doing comedy anytime soon? You're a busy man.
I won't do comedy again till Mohegan Sun.
When's that?
July 19th.
It's my birthday.
Ooh. I actually, I had gotten you a suite there for the night.
That would be a fucking great gift.
I'd go to Mohegan to see you, Lewis.
Mohegan's
You got to remind us, because I'll go up there for that.
Yeah, that's a great...
I love watching Lewis do his stand-up.
I saw Lewis there once.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. Yep.
We also got Adam Ferraro at Governor's on Thursday. And then the Rescue Me.
Rescue Me
Season 4 came
start-
out today.
Season 4 on DVD today, and Rescue Me webisodes start June 24th, 10 o'clock on FX.
And then the full episode's in March. See?
And tomorrow
Very
in
nice.
studio we get Tito Ortiz.
What is that about, Jimmy?
It's just to talk to him.
All right.
Kick his ass.
And
Tell you that.
No.
Before line of the day, because it'll be the last time we get to play this.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2000 east Wisconsin, Ohio, Texas, and on to Penn State. She's gonna do it. Give her just a chance, she'll make it. Any glass ceiling, she'll break it. She's gonna be your president. Hillary Clinton.
What's wrong?
What's the matter?
What's wrong, Lois?
That's
nice.
horrifying. What was that?
It's
horrifying.
It's our
What
Hillary
is that?
Clinton song.
Exactly. It's
We
done
can't
to-
play it anymore
Isn't
after
it-
tonight.
Really?
Isn't it the worst thing
you
you've
know
ever
what? You
heard?
can continue to play whatever you want.
No, we acknowledge that it's a horrible song.
It's
the
incorrect.
song-
It says breaking news.
What?
That she will concede 100% incorrect.
Oh my God!
Terry McAuliffe.
Absolutely not planning to concede
She
tonight.
won't. Absolutely not.
Somebody fucked with her bag. I mean, it was on every news channel.
She's not going to concede tonight.
Wrong. She won't admit Obama's
See,
done.
that's...
All right.
Okay, what did I tell you?
Well, we'll save the song
Oh,
then.
I have to
All
say,
There you go.
Look at that right
Still
there.
good.
Hillary says, "I'm a selfish twat. You should know that already."
Wow, they got that one wrong. All right,
Wow.
we'll save the Hillary.
What did I say? I think you can play anything at any time, anywhere. Everything is merged. It's always the same day.
It's always the same day. That's perfect.
You know what
it really is.
Isn't it? I wake up every day, I'm like looking, I'm going, well, I'm looking for the same shit with a different story.
Same day.
What she's going to acknowledge, by the way.
We live in friggin' Groundhog's Day.
Wait a
You're
minute,
right.
Jim, what you going to acknowledge?
Well, I know what the announcement is. Nobody wants to know. Is that she doesn't have legs. They're actually 2 Idaho potatoes that she wraps her fucking pantsuit legs around and tapes shoes to them. And she grips them with her vag and walks. Nice legs, fucking. Nice legs, fat torso.
Hey, Lewis, why don't you hang with us anymore?
I
We're
don't
hurt.
have time. I'm never fucking
We're
here.
hurt. We love
Don't
you.
be hurt.
We used to have fun with you, Lewis.
I know. I'm just never
It's like the
fuck
old
around.
days, isn't it?
Huh?
It's like the old days
It
today.
is like the old days. This is really good, though.
When are you going to write about the Voyeur bus? You're up to your 12th
no.
book and you're still
Next
not
book.
writing about it. And
The
you
next book.
always tell me next book.
What is the next book? Rich Lou, Poor Lou.
Rich
Lou, Poor Lou. Right.
All right, we got Line of the Day brought to you by CartScan. Get all of your contacts organized in just a few seconds. Check out the device that nobody should be without at cartscan.com/radio1. Do not spell out 1. Here is a runner-up line of the day.
Ooh.
Not weather.
I want to go
Everyone
on
confuses
record
that.
of saying you are batting over your head.
Oh,
Seriously.
Adam Ferrara, Governors, Thursday night.
Ooh, Adam.
Right to the next one. I have a nice, solid black one that's really foamy and thick, and I lost that somewhere.
Thick and black, just the way I like them on my face.
You have an eye mask, right, Lewis?
An eye mask?
You don't do the eye mask? No, I'm the only.
Like Betty Davis puts the little thing on her eyes.
I thought the iPod had come up with something that,
the eye mask.
Well, I don't use an eye mask.
You don't need it. You have whiskey.
It's really it. You nailed that.
Right to the next runner-up line of the day. Why don't you turn it up a little louder, E-Rock? Can't even hear what Jimmy's trying to say. What?
E-Rock's the ass of spades. It really was loud.
Oh, my God, enough.
Fucking Hitler-haired idiot.
Final runner-up.
What was that?
I heard an awe.
Brother Weeze.
Something busted down.
Oh, just silence.
No, Delette froze. It's back.
Shut up.
All right, go.
Yeah.
This is our audience. We're number one with brain surgery victims.
It's the second surgery for our show. Stomach stapling is the first.
Gotta love our audience.
Yeah, we started talking about Ted Kennedy's brain surgery, which is just amazing to us, and all of a sudden the phone's lit with everybody that had brain surgery. I'm like, well, that says it all for us. And then, of course, the stomach stapling is right there, too. What do you think of the Ted Kennedy thing, really? Is that insane? Did you read the details of his surgery? He's awake the whole time?
What do I need to do that for?
Exactly.
I'm not big on that. That's like
that horrifies you?
I don't like to read about what's coming up for me.
No, right. Gets you all paranoid.
You know, really, he was awake for it?
Yeah. Awake.
I'd kill my doctor.
Ready?
You fucking put me
Ready?
out.
Really quick. Slice across the top near the hairline.
He's awake for it?
Yeah. Pull back the scalp.
No, stop.
He had to be.
A 3-inch hole, which is like a beer cup, into his skull.
No.
And then a scalpel to remove the skin to get to the brain, all awake.
Yep.
Because they got to poke around and see if he could still talk and move things. So they
I
go,
don't
okay,
give a fuck.
say something.
Yeah. And then
I'll work with that after.
And then they poke at the brain to figure out where they could go, because they have to get through some of the brain
But you
to
know
get
what
to the
the
tumor.
sound of that is like?
No
Oh,
kidding. And,
God.
and I said the smells. I mean, when they, like, drill your tooth for a dumb fucking cavity, it smells like
They're
horrific.
drilling a hole in your skull and then fucking with your brain
Right.
while you're awake.
And Anthony Hopkins eats a piece of it.
I don't need that.
No.
I wonder if there's a point where you start to panic and go, all right, I want to just stop. And they're like, well, we have a fucking piece of your skull missing, and we're looking at your brain.
No,
have to give
I
you-
have to stop.
They have to give you a Valium or something just to melt
It's
it
gotta
a
be,
little bit.
it gotta be heroin.
Lewis is right, though. The sound, it probably sounds like when you're digging
I don't like
mac
it when
and
they,
cheese.
I don't like gum cleaning, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
How about even though you can't feel it, you know they're pulling your scalp back because your head's going back a little bit,
You
right?
feel it?
You think you're feeling the scalp being peeled back?
might feel
Maybe they showed him
pressure.
a movie.
Yeah.
Ah, there you go.
Maybe they had it like an in-flight movie.
An Oliver Stone picture from 1990.
Oh, shit.
There was your line of the day. Now, here's line of the day.
Here comes line of the day. Line of the day. I bet you he listens to 1010 Wins.
Get an iPod. Get an iPhone.
He probably listens to NPR, like through like a Walkman while he's in somebody's shrubs with Kleenex and a tissue. That's probably how he does that while he's having fun.
Right.
I have sex with my guy friends.
Do you? All right, Lewis.
It's been a pleasure.
Very good, Lewis. Thank you again.
You're done,
Always. You guys.
You're done. Get the hell out of here.
Lewis's book.
It's like a doctor's visit. All right, get out of here.
Me, a little.
Go pay on your way out, all right?
I want you to sign my book.
Yeah, I'd be privileged.
Just because we're
Lewis.
friends, don't think you're not signing my book.
Yeah.
Can someone get Lewis a pen before I scream?
When do you start again? Have you been doing
We
it?
start, yeah, we got this week off.
Did you been shooting?
Yeah, about 4 in the can. We
Oh,
start
shit.
again
Yeah.
Monday.
That's great, that show. I wish you were good in it, but that's a great show.
Yeah. No, we're kind of on. This is how we end. We just let it just
you
kind of
can
fade
sign
away. Isn't it cool?
That's Adam.
Yeah, still don't talk.
ADD.
Still don't talk. We're still on.
AME.
Now we're all just getting our book signed by Lewis Black.
Yes, we are. And I ain't paying for shit.
Now draw the finger.
Are you writing another novel? Sign the fucking book.
You want to write something good? Here, mine!
This is nice. This is longer than the Islam chapter.
Just wrote to you. Lewis, me next, please.
No, you gotta do the other one next.
Oh my God, what is he writing to Jimmy?
I don't know.
There's a phone number and
copy?
everything.
Yeah, there's a phone number. I don't even know if I spelled that
Better not
right.
be Gamefly.
Lewis is still
I
writing.
love
for Jimmy.
Gamefly. I just hate the copy. Thank you.
Lewis, stop writing.
What do you want? You want ask me to sign? What am I going to do? Just sign my name?
All right, write me.
Yeah, how the fuck am I supposed to sell this?
Write me something a little special, will you?
I am, you fuck.
For Jim, who makes me laugh till I phlegm. You fuck, Lewis.
Oh, that's nice.
Perfect.
That is perfect.
I don't like the kind of language, but...
Well, don't show it to your
Yes.
dad.
Sign my book
Please
too,
don't show it to
please.
your dad.
He's going to say something about me being funny next, I think.
Oh, yeah?
Of course. That's what I was expecting.
What are you doing, Sam? You're just lurking.
I have DVDs
Whose DVDs?
for you and
So we
for
can look at the animations for the animation film.
Oh, give me that motherfucker.
Thank you. These all of them?
Thank you.
all 20.
Thanks, Sammy.
Give me that now.
Thank you. All right. Uh-oh.
BW?
Yes.
Anybody else, we would have said no.
He's dying to talk.
Shut the mic
Thank you, Lewis. I appreciate it.
Thank you,
Sometimes
Lewis.
we do this. We just let
I
it.
know.
just
How are you going to
be.
feel if you sink Brother Weasel by not
There
turning the
from
mics off?
you.
How'd that be? All he did for you. You
Yeah.
sank him at the end. Comes in for a nice day of relaxing and some fucking lunch.
Boy, that makes you feel special when he writes there from the beginning. Ugh.
What's wrong with
Where
that?
were you? There. What's wrong with that?
How about like kind of write maybe a hidden talent that no one knows about?
What fuck?
Maybe
nobody knows about it. Then why would I fucking know you?
Maybe I
That's
have some
great.
kind of talent that you could
That's
write
right.
about instead of there
That's
from the
right.
beginning.
The two of us, you fuck.
That's right.
Huh?
What do you, it means us.
Oh, okay.
Maybe he does have a talent that
And
I don't
you know
know
what? The
about.
stupid was I didn't even know if there is the right there.
Dear Bee Whisperer.
Wait, was there from the beginning?
That was
THERE?
going to be a home run
Yeah, I don't know if that's right. I don't know.
or a
Well, they
fucking
are from the
strike.
beginning.
Lewis, you know I love you.
That was a strike. I swung and missed.
What'd you say?
I don't want to repeat it.
What'd you say?
I foul tipped off my ankle. Fucking hurts.
Go get that looked at.
I was trying to think of a hidden talent that would be
Like
good.
that
to
scream
say.
perfect.
What's yours say?
What do you write? Hopefully the word Hitler's
He
in
goes,
there.
you fuck. I love screaming with you, at you, around you. Lewis.
All right, with that, we're out of here. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Bye.
Thank you.
Wow, this is radio at its most fascinating.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
This is the worst radio I've ever heard.
On and on and on and on and on. It's fucking boring.
It's hard to be a good listener in general, but to try to listen to this,
You're better off jerking off into a napkin and crying yourself to sleep. Trust me, kid.